us teach our children the history of this remarkable country. I don't mean the wishy-washy sociological flim-flam that passes for history in many of our schools today. I don't mean the politically correct debunking anti-patriotic nonsense of modern textbooks. I mean the real history of heroes and bravery, of good versus evil, of freedom against tyranny, of Nelson and Wellington and Churchill.
We shall go on to the end. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and oceans. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender. And if, which I do not for a moment believe, this island, or a large part of it, was subjugated and starving, then our empire, beyond the seas, armed and guarded by the British fleet, would carry on the struggle until, in God's good time, the new world, with all its power and might, steps forth to the rescue and the liberation of the old.
Oh,
There we go.
hello.
Streams broke, mate.
I think, yeah, I was just clicking frantically, just seeing if anyone could hear that, but
Right.
No, we could hear you. Yeah.
okay.
There we go. So right, you provided content for the stream. This was a video that was from Chris Williamson, who was former MP for Derby North. This is about obviously Batley and Spen. I think this is quite an interesting one. It kind of shows the views of it. Obviously, he's a bit of a lefty, but I think it's quite useful. So I'll maybe watch a bit of this just to kind of give you a bit of an idea. of what he thinks is going on the ground. So hopefully the audio works. Tell me if it is.
Keir Starmer just seems to be agreeing with everything that the Tories say at the moment.
Palestinians have got right to live. So do
Oake, we're echoing through you.
Oh, right. Thank you. I'll put it on music.
Sir Keir Starmer. Who is Sir Keir Starmer? A supporter of Zionism.
They're a continuation of the Conservatives, and as I always describe them, they are wolves in sheep's clothing.
I'm in Batley and Spen today because a by-election is taking place here on the 1st of July. It's attracted a lot of interest because although it's a Labour-held seat, Sir Keir Starmer seems set to oversee another embarrassing Labour defeat. That's in part thanks to a large, politically active Muslim community in the constituency who are utterly fed up with Labour's reactionary Islamophobic positions. Whether it's Labour's indulgence of Hindutvari fanatics on Kashmir or its subservience to extremist Zionist groups in respect of Palestine. This by-election is being held shortly after the holy month of Ramadan, in which the Israeli regime escalated its campaign of ethnic cleansing against Palestinians across Gaza and the rest of occupied Palestine. Labour's failure to say anything of substance during these pogroms, lynchings and missile bombardments has only compounded what many Muslims in Batley and Spen were already feeling. A sense that the Labour Party is institutionally Islamophobic and doesn't support their priorities. This election's seen a resurgence of Muslim political agency and power, and it's frightening the Liberal commentariat, who are now desperately trying to smear Muslim voters as anti-Semites, misogynists and homophobes. Put simply, they're getting their racist excuses in early. But it's not just foreign policy that Muslim voters are concerned about. And it's not just Muslim voters who are concerned. So many people here are outraged about Labour's neglect of its diverse working class supporters.
It's been a while now since I've been disillusioned with Labour. The policies, they don't match what we were brought up with, and generations have been voting Labour. Now I don't see the purpose of voting Labour because they're a continuation of the Conservatives, and as I always describe them, they are wolves in sheep's clothing.
Labour Party is becoming more like it's like other side of Conservative, probably more becoming capitalist or the capitalist ideology.
Jeremy Corbyn was a person that always stood with Muslims, has always stood with people, not just Muslims, people in general. Now Keir Starmer's come in, now it's more looking like we don't have an opposition.
They're just out of touch with the people in the area. For such a long time, we've voted Labour in and they've done nothing for us. We had a Coronation Street actress who did nothing, and now we've got Kim Ledbetter, nice lady, but no political ambition until a few weeks ago. She goes to the House of Commons and she'll get eaten up like a minion.
On a local level, they've mismanaged the economy within, Batley and Dewsbury in particular. All the money is going into Huddersfield. Huddersfield's getting new magistrates, new sports centres, new colleges, new university, massive improvements in the town centre. And Dewsbury and Batley, like ghost towns, we've got charity shops and few takeaways. And that in itself is causing a lot of friction within the communities. Look, if you look around you, there's potholes, there's just neglect everywhere you go.
Labour Party's been basically running the council nearly 20 years now. There's a lot of problems that have just been completely ignored. There are people actually contacting councillors regarding local issues like litter, weeds, potholes. Councillors basically don't seem to be doing much. The simple reason is every election they get 3,000 or 4,000 votes, and they just basically know that they don't have to bother because they'll just bank the votes every 4 years.
Labour Party has done absolutely nothing in this local area. I look around these estates and I see it almost makes me want to cry.
I don't think Keir Starmer's got a clue. And he made a comment when he was on TV saying, this is not about the Labour Party, this is about Kim. Well, I'm sorry, it's about the Labour Party and what Labour will do for this area. And I think there's a certain amount of arrogance in there thinking that, well, the people in Batley and Spen, flat caps, hobnail boots, no disrespect to you, they'll vote for Labour because they've always voted Labour. But I like to think that long gone are the days when you voted Labour or you voted Tory because your mum did and you don't really know who you're voting for. I think now we've got to be a bit selective and we've got to have somebody that's going to get the job done.
But the bigger picture than that is, which one of the main reasons I've felt upset with Labour is their international policies. There's been a witch hunt for people like yourself, one of the main reasons, and then people, even Jeremy Corbyn, he's been unfairly treated, and then Palestine is the one issue that I've totally given up on Labour.
As far as I'm concerned, I believe in live and let live. Palestinians have got right to live. So do the Jewish people. We believe in humanity. We believe in equality for all. And George is one person. He brought the Palestinian issue to common man. Those who didn't know, they also know a bit about the Palestinian issue. So that's one thing good about George.
He has an impeccable track record of actually speaking out on local, national and international issues. He doesn't shy away like other politicians. The good thing about George is that he doesn't have to toe the party line. Whereas if you've got a Labour MP, Conservative MP, they will never necessarily express the opinions of the constituents.
Keir Starmer just seems to be agreeing with everything that the Tories say at the moment. Whether that's because of COVID or he doesn't know what he's doing, I'm not sure. I really don't know, but it's time for a change.
Now we've got Keir Starmer. Sir Keir Starmer. Who is Sir Keir Starmer? A supporter of Zionism. Do I support Zionism? No. Zionism is extremism. Of course, the Muslim majority is going to be angry about that because we support Palestine, we support Iraq, and we have Tony Blair and Sir Keir Starmer that now run the party and are making this party an absolute shambles.
They seem to be now saying that anybody who's actually supporting George Galloway or who's basically thinking of voting against Labour, calling them anti-Semites, they can't expect to get the Muslim vote for granted and then ignore Islamophobia. It's totally unacceptable.
Contrary to the bigoted portrayal of Muslim voters as anti-Semitic drones, supporting Galloway because of their supposed hatred of Jews, I've seen informed, politically astute people who know exactly what they're voting for and why. After speaking with voters on the doorstep, I met up with Tosh MacDonald, a proud socialist and former president of the train drivers union ASLEF. In 2018, Tosh and I campaigned together on the Democracy Roadshow to give grassroots party members more of a say in how the party's run. Tosh was a Labour councillor in another Yorkshire town, Doncaster. He left the party earlier this year because of the behaviour of Labour Party bureaucrats and his disagreement with the party's new political direction under Sir Keir Starmer.
I think what the Labour Party's trying to do is trying to have an industrial cleansing, get rid of industrial workers from the party, and they want the blue suits and hair product brigade in there, and that's it. That's the same regional Labour Party, Yorkshire and Humberside. And to look to what they've done here at Batley and Spen, another long list of one, somebody who wasn't even a member of the party a few weeks ago, is being ushered through. And it's cheap, really. It's been a bit cheap and trying to get somewhere just on a name and who a sister was. And that's cheap. At the same time, good socialists, Labour Party, industrial workers are not getting through and not getting selected onto the panel. It's not trying to win over existing voters. It's the millions of people who don't vote you need to inspire, like Jeremy Corbyn did. And if it hadn't have been for traitors within the party working against us, we'd have won in 2017. I mean, you hear it on the doors, there's no difference between Labour and the Tories at the minute. And there isn't. So who's speaking up for working people? So anything that's happening now, people are going short. The way we've been through COVID, where people have died unnecessary, that's down to the sabotage within the Labour Party. That's what it comes down to.
When campaigning ended for the day, I spoke to Jyoti Brar, the deputy leader of the Workers' Party, which is led by George Galloway. Before hearing from her about the campaign, I was welcomed by the party's activists who were enjoying some downtime.
There is no one compares with you, and these memories will be there when I get up.
It's certainly clear where the soul is in this campaign.
The astonishing thing, Chris, is for a new party like ours, which didn't exist a year and a half ago, here we are able to put on such a decent performance that we can knock every single door in this constituency and do our best to talk to anyone who's at home. We've put leaflets through every single door. We've talked to so many people, and we've done that because our campaign is really attracting enthusiasm. None of the other campaigns are able to do what we've done in terms of door knocking because people aren't inspired to come and support the Labour Party candidate here. They're not inspired to support the Tory Party candidate here. In fact, the Tory Party candidate is essentially relying on the mainstream media and the national government to do his job for him, we haven't seen him at all, or any of his people. The Labour Party, occasionally we bump into very small squads. They look to us like they're doing sort of hit and run, if you know what I mean. They're going to very specific addresses, presumably to shore up their vote. They're not going places where they might get a bad reception. And they're probably right to do that, to be honest with you, because what we've found is a huge groundswell away from Labour, desperation for change, for new leadership, for a new voice for the working class. There's so much anger amongst working people after 40, 50 years of neglect and abuse from both of the mainstream parties. They've really had enough.
I must say, I've been pretty impressed by the ubiquitous nature of George's image. He's sort of everywhere around the constituency. How have you managed to do that? That's pretty impressive, particularly for a new party.
That's really down to the level of popularity for him here. George has tapped into a huge feeling of anger and frustration, a real desire for change. And of course, his track record opposing imperialist wars in Iraq, in Afghanistan, his record on Palestine, people know that. They've followed it.
Are you confident of a positive result on Thursday?
I mean, whatever happens, we're getting a positive result here. There's no way Labour are going to win, absolutely no way. And that's really down to us and the campaign that we've put in. So whatever else happens, it's a positive outcome for us.
Labour won this seat for the first time in 1997, riding high on the wave of hope and optimism of New Labour. But it was the neoliberal policies of the Blair and Brown years that have ultimately sowed the seeds of Labour's demise in seats like Batley and Spen. It's easy to just attribute the mood here to Sir Keir Starmer's leadership, but the reality is Labour's impending loss in Batley and Spen is about something much bigger. It's about the party's drift into historic irrelevance. Many voters are beginning to feel that Labour's no longer a party for them. It's become a party for an elite of right-wing liberals who are simply too embarrassed to vote for the Conservative Party. Instead of representing working people of all colours and creeds, Labour's treating them with contempt. Labour is pandering to Hindut Vardi and Zionist racists and not supporting its previously loyal base of voters, including many Muslims. It's serving morally bankrupt careerists, not those who care about the everyday needs of British people. In short, it's serving the establishment, not working people. If Labour loses here, it will be a defeat entirely of its own making. It will be down to its utter disrespect for the people the party was founded to serve. The Corbyn era helped to sanitise Labour's deeply rotten core, but the scales are finally falling from people's eyes. They'll no longer tolerate anything less than they deserve, and that's why so many of them will not be voting Labour on Thursday.
I can see why he was suspended.
You kind of bit. Did anyone want to give any sort of brief thoughts on what they saw there? I've got a few things. This is the first stream in a year that I've actually done notes for, so I hope you're all very impressed. But
well,
I think it's the person who should has notes who should probably go first then.
Well, I was just going to give a sort of rough rundown. George Galloway is running on a fairly socially conservative platform. I think I've not actually got it up here. I probably should have done, but his points were like he's going to protect the rights of Muslim parents to not have their kids taught about, like, I think he used the word homosexual indoctrination. He's used words like these kind of things that he said himself he doesn't want his kids to be forced to teach, being forced to be taught, like these kind of what might be called like homosexual propaganda or indoctrination or something like that. But just sort of rough facts about the constituency. Batley and Spen voted 60% to leave. It's 76% white British. It showed it there as quite a largely Muslim constituency, but it's actually not. Only Batley, the actual town, is. The constituency as a whole is 76% white British. It's slightly better off than the rest of Yorkshire. But anyway, I've got this one up. I'm just going to go through the council results quickly because I've done a few notes on the council. Right, so the first one, Batley East was the first one. Okay, I accept. Batley East, right? This is the first one. So this is only a 41% white area. It's I think 52% Muslim. As you can see, it's pretty gone heavily Labour. But there's one thing that you should remember. which is "Don't Count Out George Galloway." I think a lot of people. I'll get this up for you. In Bradford East, if it lets me do it. Fuck screen. There we go. I need a new computer. Never mind. Right, I'll load in the memento. But people said he had no chance in Bradford East. But as you can see, I think he won this by 16,000 to 10,000. Yeah, so you can see he won Bradford East as a respect candidate of a party with no national campaign. But there you go. Don't count him out. I think that kind of shows that he can win among Muslims. I've actually got the numbers up for Bradford East. So it's Bradford West, not Bradford East. Sorry. Let's get them up. West. You can see in 2000 and what was it? There it is. 2012. So you can see he was expected to lose. Like no one thought he'd win, and look, he did it. 18,000 to 8,000. That's pretty emphatic. So you can tell from this he does have support from within the Muslim community. So I think because of that, I think it's quite likely that that there's 5 wards in this constituency. I think it's quite likely that Batley East is going to go to the Workers' Party based on that. As you can see, look, it's a heavily Labour area, but I think he could be well in with that. And if he does want to win, he has to win pretty heavily here. Batley West, that's the second largely Muslim area. That's actually 30.5% Muslim. You can see the Labour Party won pretty heavily. I'd say this one's quite swing just because it's only 30% Muslim. So unless the Muslims go really heavily for Galloway, and also the white community does as well, I think it's unlikely they'll win that. That's, I think, one of the only ones that Labour has a chance of winning. And the next one is Birstall and Berkhamsted, which is just the next one down, isn't it? No, Birstall. It's this one, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. And you can see that one went to the Conservatives. I think that one's like overwhelmingly white area, like 95%. I think it's only like 1% Muslim. So that looks like to me, you can see they've got 2 elected, and second place was miles off. So I think that one will go to the Tories, and then it's on to Cleckheaton, which is the next one. Keep scrolling. Cleckheaton's an interesting one because I keep scrolling past it, don't I? I think it's this one. Yeah, there we go. So this one went to the Lib Dems actually, 2,400 to 1,700. What have I written? The prediction is I think this will probably go Tory, to be honest. Maybe it will go Lib Dem, but I don't think the Lib Dem candidate has much chance here. I think it's quite likely they'll vote Tory. So that's so far we've got one for the Workers' Party, 1 swing for Workers' Party / Labour, and we've got 2 for the Tories, and then Heckmond White, I think, is the last one. They think this one was a Labour hold. I think. Look, you see how narrow that one is. I think Heckmond White is 20.5% Muslim. So there's about 1 in 5 Muslims here. You can see it's very, very narrowly for the Labour Party. I think the Workers' Party will split that vote, and that will go Tory. So that means overall, this Liveridge, and there's one other. I've done 4, and there's one other, and that's Liveridge, and this is again I think Liveridge. This is the one, yeah. Liveridge and Gomersal, which is, you can see, pretty heavily Tory. So I think Tory's going to win that. So that leaves us with, in 2020, the council results were that 2 went for Labour, 1 went for the Liberal Democrats, and 3 went for the Tories. I think in this election, obviously it's for the constituency, but the wards obviously do matter. I think it looks likely the Workers' Party of Great Britain will win one of them. I think there'll be one that will be swing between Workers' Party and the Labour Party, and there's 3 I think will go for the Tories. So Labour's got no chance. Galloway's got to pick up a lot of Muslim voters and also white voters as well. I think it'll be quite difficult, and the Tories don't really have to do anything. Tories are favourite. I think there was a whole thing you saw there, like they said that the Tories aren't even in the constituency, they're not even campaigning. I think what they're basically doing is sitting back and letting the left fight it out, and then just picking up the pieces, which might work. It depends, obviously, if Galloway's knocked on every door. There was a leaflet I wanted to get up. So everyone talk amongst themselves. There was a leaflet that has anyone got any thoughts? Any thoughts on that at all? Or
well, yeah, all I can say is like relatively, it's a pretty urban constituency. I imagine there's a little bit of a commuter class in there because it's sandwiched between, you know, 3 big towns in West Yorkshire. So
Yeah, my personal reckoning. I mean, I don't have nearly enough information. But most people who are actually going to be able to successfully make predictions in elections. I can't remember the chap, the Lord something or other. There is just not enough data to make the call. We have a by-election. We have a by-election poll of about 500 votes, and we only have one of those. On the basis of it, it looks like the Tories are going to win, but it's anyone's guess. As people have said, don't discount Galloway. Galloway's a pretty effective campaigner, although in native territory, the All for Unity campaign was a bit of a flop.
Yeah.
So he's not.
Did he even break a single % in Scotland? I'm not even sure if he did.
I think he got 0.9 or something like that. But you know, and this is coming from George Galloway, the proper Dundee fellow. I do like George, but he's. I don't over or underemphasize him as a character. He is a mortal human like the rest of us, and I think he ran out of steam after Iraq. So, I
suppose the question is how much steam they'll get up over Gaza. Because I think based on that, it does look like Muslims do care quite a bit about that.
Such an essential issue to Batley and Spen.
Indeed, yeah. But like, one thing that might make you scratch your head is this leaflet. Like this leaflet stinks of complete desperation, doesn't it? Because there's actually a lot of Indians as well that live in this constituency, and this is completely, throwing them under the bus a bit. So don't risk a Tory MP who's not on our side, and you can see he's there shaking hands with the Indian Prime Minister Modi. A prime minister who is silent on human rights abuses in Kashmir, accused of Islamophobia. You can see.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. It's a funny consequence of the country we have, and that there are a lot of little tidbits here and there, like all these little different communities, and they all hate each other. Come from all around the world, and they're all right next to each other, and they all start hating each other because of their opinions about stuff all over the world. And like Batley and Spen's just a very interesting microcosm of that. Of course, now the Indians, Indians have been swinging Tory for a while now, and I suspect that the Indians will vote majority Tory. And I mean, for goodness' sake, like three of the top members of cabinet are Indian, so like I think it's pretty reasonable to call that. The only real interesting swing component will be the whites in Batley. Those are the swing voters, as they always have been in the United States, Britain, and everywhere else.
Here we go. This is a good thing. This shows you what Galloway is running on. 25 watching, not too bad. What we got on here? You can see this is the platform that Galloway is running on when it loads. Big divide between India and Pakistan voters over Kashmir. That's true. Right, you can see it. You can see these are obviously the policies he's running on. If Labour loses election, Sir Keir Starmer will be forced out. So it's anti-Starmer, the supporter of Israel, obviously trying to appeal to the Muslims. The people of Batley coming together to topple a hated Labour leader. We have the power to do that. It's in your hands, brothers and sisters, and inshallah, my brothers. With your support on July 1st, and if God wills it, in literally inshallah, I will give the remaining days of this parliament to the service of all the people as Batley and Spen. I will demand an end to UK arms sales and military cooperation with Israel. I will support the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement from the floor of the House of Commons. I will fight all kinds of racism and bigotry on the floor of the House, including Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. I will campaign for religious freedom and for the freedom of religious people not to have their faith or profits maligned or ridiculed. Interesting. I will demand parental involvement in the school curriculum. I think this is only going around the Muslim areas. I imagine he sent something else to the three white areas. I await your sincere judgment on this matter. Wassalamu alaikum from George Galloway. Would he fight against racism towards white people? Maybe not. I don't know. He's trying to appeal to like the kind of what do you call it? Sort of like the working class thing, isn't he? White working class. You can see if you looked at his I've not got a picture up here again, but if you looked at, there was a picture of his campaign office and he had English flags all over it and stuff. And obviously it's the Workers' Party of Great Britain and they were playing It's Coming Home on the buses and stuff. But anyway, sorry, carry on, Ozzy.
Oh, well, I mean, I found very interesting about the video was that they interviewed that one white lass, and even then, like, I mean, they were trying to spin it as very, very pro Galloway, but the thing is that it was remarkably indifferent. She didn't really have. She was just like, it all sucks, and it's all very. She had a very populist voice as opposed to a very left or right wing voice, and maybe that's. I do wonder if the only reason they showed the one is because they were struggling to find many others who they found agreeable, or if they just don't care.
Who was that uploaded by?
That was Chris Williamson. So he was
himself uploaded it.
It's on his personal. He used to be the MP for Derby North. He was thrown out of the Labour Party for being I think it was over the anti-Semitism scandal. He's now a member of the Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, which is a minor left wing.
Is he affiliated with Workers?
Well, he's down there campaigning for them. I don't know. He did. This is true. I think Galloway to an extent. I think like I know there's a journalist guy I know who's got like some contact with him. I think he is to an extent sort of. And obviously, there's pictures of him meeting up with Steve Bannon and stuff. He's pro Brexit. I think, and as well, like there's a picture of him like next to a big photo of Winston Churchill. All these kind of different things. Maybe he's somewhat on the side of sort of like, I don't know, British unionism or like to an extent like right wing populism or whatever. I think he sees some value in it, but obviously he's not like right wing on all things. But he is quite socially conservative. I'd argue this is quite a socially conservative letter. This is obviously the one that was sent to the Muslims. Assalamu. Well, I'll go for the second one. Assalamu alaikum. I have been increasingly alarmed by the dishonest and desperate efforts of the Labour campaign in an attempt to seize you. They've sent Muslim MPs here from around the country to do the bidding of Sir Keir Starmer, Israel's #1 supporter in the House of Commons. Sir Keir Starmer, who refused to attend a virtual iftar with our brothers during the holy month of Ramadan because the dates were not grown in illegally. The dates were not grown in illegally occupied lands by Israel. I'm not really sure about the background. Dates are the fruit. I thought you meant like dates as in the time. Anyway, in this election, you have a choice between me and the Labour candidate. I, George Galloway, have fought for Muslims at home and abroad all my life and paid the price. I, George Galloway, have come. He's paid the ultimate price. Do you remember when he had to go? Have you seen the video of him in the Congress when he had to go to Congress? Do you remember?
Yeah, and he asked some very good questions. Yeah, I don't think anyone can question George Galloway's moral integrity. At least
I can. Sorry, do you want to carry on?
I mean, at least for what, like, I don't think he's ever compromised on what he himself believes in. Put it that way. Like, you can morally disagree with him, but he is very self-consistent, and to that end, I have a fair amount of respect for him. And of course, his protests against Iraq, which I think, he was right all along, and everyone, and you've got to give the guy props because everyone at the time from the higher moneyed areas were relatively pro it. And, it only came around 2005, 2006 that everyone was like, actually, that was a complete cock up. But he was saying it all the time. So you've got to give the guy some credit. But I mean, then again, it was 15 years ago. So
I mean, I suppose on the Iraq War question, you can. I think there's interesting polling from YouGov that shows that people have actually changed what they actually thought they supported over time. So, like, people in recent polls have said they never supported it, when back in the day, 60-70% were in favour. Now 60-70% say they opposed it all along. But I mean, that is true. Galloway has been quite consistent on those kind of questions. He's changed his position on. He's suddenly come out and said that he thinks that immigration is bad for working class wages, when he's previously said that he thinks it's either neutral or positive. He used to be in favor of the European Union. He's now very, very anti-European Union. He does shield for Russia a bit as well. But anyway, sorry, Karen.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but like that could just be changing your opinion on light of new evidence or new arguments or whatever. I mean, what I really mean is that like one of the classic things that politicians do is they make they swear one thing and they cross their fingers behind their back. And George Galloway is not one of those people. And
okay,
and that's where the reverence I think for him is deserved. Because whether we agree with him politically or not, I mean, I probably side with him economically more than most, but on that end, he's just very, very consistent.
Christian Price said, "Sir, I salute your courage, your strength, and your indefatigability." Oh God, I can't do words. Sorry.
Indefatigability.
I don't think Mr. Saddam Hussein really understood that word properly. But... Saddam Hussein, don't know really. Bit of a nut job, wasn't he? To be fair, but I suppose
he was a dickhead. But you shouldn't have replaced him if you have no fucking clue what you're doing.
Well, he had nukes.
Did he though? I mean, like the whole thing with the Middle East is right. I think they're naturally suited to having. I think the same is to an extent true with the Russians. Like with the Russians, you had the Tsar, then you had Stalin, and now you've got these line of Soviet Unions, and then you've got Putin. They've never really had like a liberal democratic government. Like some groups of people can't do. I mean, a lot of people watching the stream or on the stream might say, no country is good with a liberal democratic government, which I might to an extent agree with. But I think like Arab states can't do liberal democracy in my view. Historically, they've there's been no successful liberal democracies, unless you could argue Lebanon, but there's a whole thing to do with ethnic violence and stuff there. I'd say like in terms of the Arabia and the Middle East, you've basically got a choice of Islamic fundamentalism or Arab nationalism, right? And I think you've to an extent got to pick your poison with that one. Someone said
I don't think it's even picking poison though, because as a general rule, and at least I mean, I think if you hold a firm line with these countries, you say what's there is your business and what's here is our business, then I even like the jihadists I don't think will be a big problem. I mean sure, you get your Erdogan's, and that sure, they're a pain in the backside, but that's because we're not firm enough with them. But like I'm pretty sure that like if you said, look, we're not going to do any wars anymore, we're not going to fund Israel, you guys will have to you and Israel will have to sort out between yourselves, we're just going to back out, we're done with you guys, hopefully you're done with us, I'm pretty sure they would be absolutely fine with us. Like
I think that's probably quite likely. I don't know, that it's the point of when do you need to. It's a difficult question. Like, would you say that intervention is always wrong? Is it never correct?
G-factor intelligence in India, that's wrong. I'm sorry, mate, that's wrong. It's lower in less developed countries. 50 to 60% is the number I normally hear, but it's Western countries where it's higher. Erdogan's buggered anyway, lost Istanbul to opposition, and once he yeah, I mean, I don't know all the little tidbits about Middle Eastern politics because it's not my business and I don't care. And this is where I differ from many people in foreign policy. It's not our business. Why are we there in the first place? Why are we talking about it? But for me, regarding like just like if we just left them alone and we didn't have like this huge fussy, like, I mean, the Labours and the Tories have this huge bitch off.
Oh,
hello.
Aussie's mic's gone. Right, uppercast G-fact. He's talking about uppercast. I think Aussie, I think you might. Oh, there you go. Unmute. Can't unmute. He muted himself apparently.
Am I back?
Yeah. You muted yourself. It said.
No. Yeah, I muted myself because I was just trying to play with stuff. I mean, that may be true, but I I mean, the numbers I've seen just about everywhere is 0.8, but I'm happy to see the paper. But yeah, that's spurging off about something relatively unrelated.
Christian Price said, our previous intervention in Iraq, Libya, and Syria is a bloodstain on moral right to intervene in sovereign states. Like Ozzy said, it'd be far better to leave them be. As a general rule, I think yes, but like I don't have this kind of. It's like, do I have a moral thing in my head that says it's never right to intervene? Like, what if a government is like, I don't know, like abusing fucking like we could give the example of like a government like slaughtering Assyrian Christians or Coptic Christians or something like that. Would we not intervene in that case?
I mean, the big question that you should probably then asking yourself is things like China and like the Uyghurs. Like, do we do nothing? Do we sit with it because they are a superpower? Well, almost a superpower. I mean, what are we going to do about it? I mean, I think there are things we can do, but and of course, historically we can look to things like Nazi Germany, but the big reasons we've normally gone to war historically as Britain is because a country was tipping the balance of power. And for the time being, at the very least, a country could control the entirety of the Middle East and they would not control balance of power in the world. So I just do not see the fuss, at least for now.
Okay. Yeah. I can't think of any specific examples. I'm not against intervention from a moral standpoint. But okay.
Yeah.
Right. Let's go through. Jihad is an obligation. They don't need pretexts. I mean, there was a whole thing I think in the 1700s where we allied with the Ottomans because there was a general consensus. This is partially for geopolitical reasons as well, but obviously Britain at the time of Elizabeth II was a Protestant Christian country, and I think there was a general consensus that both the Muslims and the Protestants believed that Protestantism and Islam were actually closer together than Protestantism and Catholicism. Whether or not you think that's true, that was the opinion of the time, or maybe they made that the opinion of the time for geopolitical reasons. So there was generally an alliance between Protestants and the Islamic world for that time. Jihad needs no pretext, maybe, but I mean, you get into very sticky territory with this stuff because, again, like this actually happened on the Right Reaction stream. You get into quite sticky territory because then you can bring up verses about the spreading of Christianity in by force. So I mean, like,
so
okay,
questions been submitted to me. Do you think Muslims care about quality of economics or material questions of sustenance? Maybe they do. I don't think it matters to them as much as it does to modern middle class liberals. What I would postulate, and I think the data bears this out, is that like most minority groups through history, they have a vested, and they almost always have they vote as a semblance of group solidarity. And for as long as we've had democratic data, United States, Belgium, Russia, etc., people of the minority seem to vote for distinct parties, and are not swayed by political arguments. The only difference, I would say, is that the only exception to that, of course, is whites, and that's why that might be is complicated.
In the UK, I think that's probably to an extent true. If you look at the US, there's a lot of groups that are quite changeable. For example, the Vietnamese, Hispanics are starting to shift over to the Republicans. I think there was an example of an 80% Hispanic town on the border with Mexico. It's actually just elected a Republican mayor. There's also, I think there was a 65-70% Hispanic district that's flipped, I think, 20 points over to the Republicans. So there seems to be a shift among Hispanics towards a more sort of equal voting share. I'm not sure about the share of the specifically like sort of Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Asians in the UK. I think they're a little bit more split as well and might vote along political lines. If you're talking about like like Pakistanis or Indians or whatever, I think they do to an extent vote along group lines. But I don't think it's true to say that all groups always vote along group lines. I'm not sure if that's true, Ozzy, but maybe.
I mean, so okay, so there are a few fluctuations. I mean, the classic one brought up is with Florida and Cubans, but you have to remember that Cubans are actually basically.
Well, it wasn't the Cubans voting in South Texas.
Yeah, I'm sure. So I don't really know about that, and I'm sure there are exceptions. One of the big problems with America, of course, when you consider this stuff, is that the Republican Party can be very different in different places. A Republican candidate in Mississippi is very different from one in Texas, which is very different from one in New York, and which is very different again from one in California. So what that actually means is it's subject to variance. But I mean, maybe this guy is a based hardliner guy. I mean, one of the things I could see, the reason why Latinos might start voting Republican is because Latinos are more religious than white people. And they may have a larger disapproval rate of what's starting to be taught in schools. I mean, you're seeing it in the UK with what George Galloway is talking about. But there we go. Five Liver, I'm going to be clear with you, mate. I'm not saying if we just leave them alone, they'll leave us alone. I'm saying if we leave them alone and draw a hard boundary where you say you don't cross this line and you're fine with us. And if you do cross this line, then there'll be problems. That's what I mean. I'm not saying that they're not going to try their luck. Everyone tries their luck. That's human nature. Anyway, I've talked for long enough.
Here is the article. I believe he was a pro-Trump Republican. I believe Texans. I think he actually was technically McAllen, 85% Latino. Jello Villalobos, a city commissioner, with 200 votes. Last year, Trump GNC were wild. Hillary Clinton was 39, won by just 15. Latino growing out. Trump fipped 5 Latino majority Texas counties last year, almost doubling his count in McAllen and doubling his support in 94%. Yeah, the new this was actually before this, but the new representative for Zapata County is also Republican pro-Trump as well. Strongly boosting his numbers. Again, I think it's partially over the religious question.
I think it's
naturally,
in the
sorry, carry on.
interests of immigrants not to allow more immigrants, you know?
That's true.
Obviously,
that's true.
You know, if you come in and make a life for yourself, you don't want more people coming in and taking away your livelihood.
There was a specific example. I think there was a PragerU video on this. The specific example of the picket lines. I think it was one of these lefty sort of figures became very, very anti-immigration because he saw those immigrating into the US as more likely to pick picket lines. But yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger was a typical California Republican. Obviously, they've got Caitlyn Jenner now running.
Save us all, Caitlyn.
Oh dear, Caitlyn Jenner. I've heard a great deal of Cesar Chavez. That's the one, Mitch. Hoping the Heritage Party gets a good vote. Any thoughts on the Heritage Party? Anyone?
I think they're good. They're good dudes. Don't think they'll do well, but they're good dudes. I like David Curtin. I think he's good. I think he's a good man. But anyway, I don't
think they bring anything new to the table, to be honest. I mean, if you want to vote for that kind of like ideology, I think there's other options out there, like the Christians Party and the Christian parties and so on and so forth.
Well, they had quite a promising result in Hartlepool. I think they beat the Greens and the Lib Dems in Hartlepool, the Heritage Party. I suppose one thing they do offer is a more of a social conservative pressure on the Conservatives, which I think you can't deny in value.
And a relatively Christian social conservative message of that.
Yeah.
It doesn't come from a sort of nebulous global social conservatism. It's a very homegrown style, which is interesting.
Batley and Spen. Let me get up I'm going to look at some of the candidates for this election. Got quite a way to go. I think probably we started the stream a bit early. I think they're not going to come until like midnight, are they?
No, I mean polls haven't even closed yet. So
Should we do an open panel?
Well, I mean, whenever we do open panel, we always get people come on and say like F packies and things. So I don't want to take the stream down. I mean, I can't edit the stream if it's over like 5 hours. So yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So what we got here? You can see
so
that
we have
that
the
was
one
actually the polling.
by-election.
That was the polling, but that was again not quite a long time ago. It's only 510. Doesn't count. I think a big question is turnout. I think if there's high turnout, I think the Tories will get it. I think if there's low turnout, I think a lot of the Muslims.
It's hardly safe, is it?
I think they'll get a lot higher than 6%. I think they could possibly even win the seat. You can see there's a lot of candidates here. We got Christian People's Alliance.
Yeah.
Do you like the Christian People's Alliance, don't you, T-Bus?
Yeah, and also I think I'm not sure which one is the more right wing of them. There's the Christian Party and there's Christian People's Alliance. It's very confusing. Not sure which one is the more.
I mean, this is sort of the tragedy of first past the post. Like every time, every election cycle, there's like a new surgent party. It doesn't do well, and then it goes into 4th or 5th place, and then there's a new surgent party, and it goes into 4th or 5th place, and they just keep splitting the vote. Yeah, I mean, heck, even UKIP's running that old dragon. So, yeah,
I don't even know who the leader of UKIP is anymore.
I think
Isn't
it's Neil Hamilton. I think he's actually interim. But yeah, I think from what I've heard, they're trying to wind it down. Because there was a whole thing between Hamilton and a load of other people were on the pro Nigel Farage side and wanted to wind down the party, and then there was a whole thing between the pro Batten side who didn't want to wind down the party, and there was a whole thing about them not allowing party meetings. I'm not fully aware of it, but someone gave me a rundown of it like 3 years ago. Probably someone knows about it somewhere. But anyway, what other party we got here? Alliance with Green Socialism. We got Jada Franson. Jada Franson actually went on the Ralph channel. I think I asked her one question, I think.
Yeah, and then she just like fucked off because her dog was going mental or something. Yeah.
Right, how would say my conclusion? Right, okay. My question panel is very simple. If George Galloway counselled on the single issue of improving the material conditions of the working class, could he do well? Based on that, I mean,
no, would the actual question is, would the Muslim bloc vote for him? And he said, my conclusion is overwhelmingly no. They only vote for George Galloway because he says they're going to protect them from Islamophobia.
Yeah, I think that's somewhat true. I think there is certainly a market if you look at the way that I don't pretend to understand the northern people, but I'm half northern myself. But I think it looks to me like a lot of their values sort of align with this kind of like blue sort of old Labour, Galloway, sort of socially conservative, economically quite left wing sort of thing. I think there could be potential. I think it would be very, very interesting to see how Galloway does this evening. He's obviously, based on that video, it looks like he's run quite a good campaign. I think he looks like he's gunning to win it. He wants to win it, certainly. It'd be nice to have him in Parliament, actually. I think he'd have a lot more ability to hold Johnson, the odious Boris Johnson, to account than perhaps Keir Starmer from a sort of, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you've watched PMQs lately, but it's it's painful, really.
Starmer just can't do it, can he, really?
No. Yeah.
Is there still any more of that Etonian banter that you got in the Cameron days? Because that was like the only reason I watched. Oh.
It's just Boris saying the same shit over and over and over again.
Yeah. I mean, clearly what Boris Johnson does is because the vote for the Tories is being pretty strong right now. So my guess is that he sends out all the posters to all the focus groups and they say, just keep saying this and don't talk about the bad stuff. And then you're fine.
Because obviously, like Keir will just ask him a question about blah 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 so and so. Do you think it's right that this, and then he'll just change subject, or we've got best vaccine rollout, etc., etc.
Yeah,
You know.
I think the criticism of Starmer, there's actually quite a good video we could put on the sort of from Joe, which is like sort of like actually why don't I put that on? It's quite a funny one. So just try and break the stream up a bit from just constant. We're having a good discussion actually. It's going quite well. We'll see how it's going in an hour when the polls close. But, okay, Joe. But I think to an extent he's sort of like being pulled two ways, isn't he? He's sort of got the sort of like old Labour sort of like left wing thing going on, and he's like, do I want to be like Tony Blair or do I want to be like more like Jeremy Corbyn? I think to be fair, I think he's probably more left wing than like Bernie Sanders in the US. Like he's actually like a pretty committed lefty. He's a Republican. Yeah, eternal PR dictatorship. I don't know what the fuck that means. Sargon of Akkad on video talking with this Neil Hamilton. Is he doing a
Is he
stream?
still shilling for UKIP?
Jesus.
After all this, is he still?
I think
he's kind of shackled to them, isn't he?
I think War Plan
I'm
Purple
pretty
is
sure he
technically still
left.
going. War Plan
pretty sure he
Purple.
left at the fucking
Oh, sorry.
time.
And he's really need to get ad blocker.
A little bit of tennis.
A little bit of tennis going
I
on.
found that my ad blocker stopped working recently. I don't know if YouTube's done anything.
Possibly. I did as a local YouTube candidate.
Lovely stuff.
I know. I researched this, Rory. I'm a total spurg. I can't remember which one it was, but okay. Right. This is quite a funny one. So we'll play.
Keir, 58 years old.
Bitterly disappointed in
The way things are going, he decides
to do whatever is necessary to fix things.
and suddenly his conscience comes into play.
All right, stop. Before you try to settle the score and reinvigorate support in an attempt to end the civil war, you better think of the consequence. I'm your Labour left-wing conscience. Go on, shuffle the party and start running Labour like I did. Just borrow the vote left until you can get rid. Tell them it's unacceptable, that is unelectable. You should just stick to growing vegetables. But that won't all go through like it's supposed to. The core membership chose you, and they'll expose you. Think about it right before you trust this load. And look at his hair. He looks like Peter Stringfellow. Say, fuck that. Don't be a drip. Keep it with. Assert some leadership victories with grit. The party for the many is not just for the rich, said the man lost to a bacon sandwich. The dodgy dossiers, the WMDs. He can't tell guacamole from mushy peas. Unite the party, that's the way to go.
What are you actually going to do?
I don't know.
These voices, I hear them. And when they talk, I falter, I falter, I falter, I falter. Oh, these voices, I hear them. And when they talk, I falter, I falter, I falter, I falter. Oh, these voices, I hear them. And get out of my pub!
Sweet Mason. Buttery biscuit base, man.
I like the base. I like the buttery biscuit base. Sargon's playing the game. He's got a wife and kids. He's made his choice. I think he's taking kind of like a really weird social conservative turn now. Like he did a whole video like moaning about there was this whole like trend on Instagram of like kids that grew up in very conservative households that now have like half red, half black hair. And I'm just like, do I care what colored hair people like? If someone wants to dye their hair half red, half black, that's a good bit of self-expression, frankly. That's like they're destroying beauty. Like if someone goes from like
that's a pretty good impression.
Yeah. What? Actually, Richard.
I have a theory that I just want to float across you guys in the chat. So Tony Blair, back in heydays of New Labour, basically said that he wanted half of the UK population to go to university, and he succeeded.
It was above half, wasn't it? I thought he said 75%.
Oh well, yeah, okay.
Might have even been 80%. Actually, I think he said 80%.
I wonder if that has shot the right wing of Labour in the foot, because now you've got all these students who are getting inflows of who are getting very, very politically active because they spend all this time at university, and they all want to start changing the world because they're young people, and young people like to change the world. And so they joined the Labour Party, and they all want to start voting for the more radical people. And so I have a wonder, just a little gander in my head, that because of this hyper politicalization of the youth, Labour is basically now going to turn into a almost Trotskyist party just by construction of the new its new membership.
Well, I think probably the cleverest thing that Corbyn did was the membership at one point was like £3, wasn't it? When he was in charge, his goal was just to flood the party with those kind of like lefty student types, and eventually he got the NEC as well because of that. So I mean, I suppose.
Yeah, but that's not electable.
I don't know though. I think that probably the thought behind what Blair thought is that he knew eventually, like places like in the north full of like working class people that Blair was never particularly fond of. He basically, I think probably the university thing was to an extent, like you remember, you probably would know in the 1980s, Thatcher did Help to Buy. She let people buy their houses, and the goal of that, essentially, it was to create a counter. Like you can see it, like it happened in the north of France during the monarchy era. If you want to create a counter-revolutionary class, what you've got to do is give people property. And that's probably partly why, if going back to why Trump won in southern Texas, that's probably partly why, because these people are moving into the property owning class, they're becoming middle class, so they're in essence become counter-revolutionary. I suppose what Blair was doing in sending everyone to university was in essence trying to create a large liberal middle class. It didn't work, but I think to an extent, like largely those kind of students, once they leave university, they just become liberals anyway. So to an extent, it probably has worked. But I think up north, a lot more of the like people moving into the middle class and becoming quite ambitious, and they're sort of buying into this kind of
Hi, Clegg.
Hello, Clegg. Buying into this kind of like what's what I'm looking for here? Like this kind of like ambitious worldview that they have up there now. But I don't think. Hang on. I don't think the youth of Labour will become Trotskyists, as Trotskyists are hostile to the EU. Yeah.
I mean, what I'm simply trying to, I mean, you can call it what you want. I mean, you could call it British New Socialism or something like that. But like, Labour has lost its sort of traditional voice as a party of unions and work, and it lost that because Thatcher destroyed the unions and traditional honourable work. And so Tony Blair basically saw an opportunity, but I think it was probably like a one-trick pony, and he used it very, very well. But I have a suspicion that basically Labour is forever going to now be stuck into a path of going more and more radical and more unelectable to, not only the traditional Labour bloc from the pre-1980s who are now sort of without a voice, but also to the ethnic minority vote who typically would vote Labour. So
never even like Corbyn back in the party. I mean,
I think he is back in the party, but I think he doesn't have the whip, does he?
Yeah, he doesn't have the whip. Sorry, that was my mistake.
There was apparently, waiting for the shocking workers,
which is an odd choice. I don't know.
As you saw,
I don't know why they're keeping it from him, but
yeah, I mean, who knows? I think I'll get on time in a minute. I think there was some suggestion, there was some like weird leak or something about him. I think the two like sort of Asian Pakistani looking people, what are their names? I think one of them's called, I'm not very good with names, but there's two. One of them's from Coventry East, I think. One of them's from somewhere else. The two like really left wing ones who you always see shared on like Facebook and stuff on your lefty friends Facebook feed. You sort of see them shared. Apparently, a few of like the left of the Labour Party were thinking there was some suggestion that they could split off if this centrist what do you call it, sort of platform or direction continues. Zara Sultan, that's the one. I'm no good with names. Clegg is waiting for a shocking Workers' Party victory. Like I said, I think he'll win. I think he'll win the Batley East ward. I think he'll win there. But the question is, there's three wards here that are, 95% plus white, you know. So he's got to. I don't know if he can win over the white working class. This question, but because he's obviously his campaign is centered towards Muslims. Probably his goal is to split the Labour vote. I think he'll definitely do that. I think he'll the woman said, like, the Tories aren't there. They're just letting the left fight it out. You know, it's too easy. It's too easy. And I think sorry, Karen.
Sorry, do we know what George Galloway's opinion on Jeremy Corbyn was?
He's pro Jeremy Corbyn.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, like one of his campaign things, that there was a campaign speech he did where he said in one of his campaign speeches, like, yeah, vote for me, I'll be a friend to Jeremy Corbyn. I think Jeremy Corbyn needs some more friends in Parliament. Obviously, he's on his own, isn't he, really? But anyway, Christian Price says, I disagree with the last bit, Aussie. I think the ghost of Anthony Crossland, interesting, and his comprehensive school system has become the new clause for perhaps Crossland. I mean, was Crossland much of a socialist, really? Like, if you say so.
I mean, I'm so cautious to talk about education, because then that's when my, you know, that's when the classist overtones of my background comes in.
Yeah. It looks like the
all the pros are going to
comprehensive. I bow down to my uppers.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, I can see the case for grammar schools, but I just don't really have an opinion on it because it's just not my field of expertise.
That's fair enough. I think Peter Hitchens is releasing a book on grammar schools at some point.
Oh.
Could be
Abolition of Britain contained a lot of stuff about the grammar schools, and also just the education in general, and how, like, utterly de-Britishized it's become.
I'm a poser myself. I don't actually read any books. I've read literally 2 political books in my whole life. Unless you count 1984. I've read that.
I don't.
I've read it twice, actually. 1984 is not a bad book. The egalitarianism is at its basic sense. Okay. There's a post. Yeah, she screamed F the police. Yeah. I campaigned for Lady Olga. That was the I know she is. My brain's saying I know who that is. Didn't she write for some, like, really right-wing magazine or something in the 80s?
Olga Maitland.
No, he didn't attend Eton. You don't have to say where you attended.
That's a good English name, Maitland.
Rape Abolition of Britain, damn good book. Miles better than the Fall of Western Man by Mike Collett. We're not talking about them this stream. Right, exit polls are at 11 p.m. I don't know.
Surely they
did. I attend Eton? No, I attended somewhere else.
Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to say. You don't have to say. Abolition. But the exit polls are at 11. I think the actual results will come in about 12, which is going to be a bit of a drag, seeing as we've already gone for an hour. I think my granddad's start voted touring after Thatcher won the Falklands War, plus helped to buy after voting over most of their lives. So it did work anecdotally. It sort of did. I think to an extent, Britain's always been, to an extent, counter-revolutionary. We haven't had a popular revolution since the Peasants' Revolt, of course. But I've said that enough already. Didn't the Biden administration elect a transgender? They do have a transgender as Secretary of Health, I think it is. Starmer is fueled by. I'm going to go through again. We'll get a bit of a deeper understanding of Mr. Galloway, because I think I have a little slight suspicion we might be in for a surprise this evening from Mr. Galloway.
What's he going to do?
Yeah, I don't know. He might just win. Maybe he probably won't, to be honest. But I thought initially he would. I think it's quite likely he'll win in the 2 Muslim areas. I think those other 3 areas. What are they? I've got the notes here. I think Cleckheaton, Heckman Dwight, and the other one was it. Heckman White and one of the other ones. Burstall and Birkin. Those are 3 largely. I can actually get the numbers up. Let's have a look at some graphs. Would you like to see some graphs? Medita. Right. Cleckheaton. Right, we'll do Burstall. Batley West. Let's do Batley East first, shall we? Right, Batley East. This is the Muslim one. Okay, there we go. When it loads. Right, there you can see Batley East. So you can see, I think there's a mosque there. Unless that says museum, in which case that's a museum there.
I think it is.
You can see those are the kind of. You can see this is Upper Batley, Muzz. Could be mosque.
The suspicious Muzz.
There's Dewsbury. Obviously, is a very very big Muslim area. That's just there, and you can see it's just the edge of that.
Well, that's conservative now, isn't it? So
yeah,
Dewsbury.
It is, I think, now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Let's have a look at these numbers. So as you can see, you've got so it's 41.23% white. It's a very small amount of those other groups. Very small amount. You've got a few mixed whites. And then you've obviously got, it's actually largely Indian, which is quite surprising. There's only about 3,000 Pakistanis. But I think those, you can see there's barely any Hindus. So they said they're Indian, but then they're Muslim.
They're northern, they're probably northerners.
They're Kashmiri, I imagine. But if you were Kashmiri, you wouldn't describe yourself as Indian, would you, likely?
No, because you could get, there's a big Muslim area in India, particularly in the particularly where the old Mughal Empire used to be. So, I mean, they would probably say they're Muslims, and there's like, I mean, back in the imperial days when we were thinking about giving autonomy to India, people like Churchill said, "I'd rather give autonomy to the Muslims to rule over India, and like the Hindus would be subservience." And he was thinking about the people in northern India of present day. I'm
kind of confused as to why they describe themselves as Indian if they're Muslim, but I don't know. That can't be the case for most of the country. I don't know why specifically there's loads of Indian Muslims in this specific area of Batley, but anyway, Batley, you can see there's doing unemployment.
Look at this graph.
Look at this graph.
Yeah, so India's 14.2% Muslim.
Okay, let's have a look at these numbers. Right. When are the results? What percentage do you reckon George Galloway will get? I'm not sure if anyone wants to give it a deeper level analysis.
A good, I don't know, 37?
30, you think
37?
37.
37.
I think it would be like a three-way split, pretty much. I don't know.
The polls, he's not looking good, but I think he'll do better than the polls. That's my view. We'll see how the exit poll goes.
Yeah.
But,
unlike most people, I think that, well, at least most people in this corner, I think anyone right of the Tories will just do miserably.
Yeah.
And I mean, just from the basic evidence, I would suspect that it will be the Tories will capture this, but that's I mean, hey, who knows?
Well, it looks likely again. You've got three of those constituencies that look heavily Tory. Batley by-election deserves its own documentary. East meets West. Tories are going to win. I'd be pleasantly surprised for Galloway victory, but it probably won't happen.
Is that the real Sarah?
It probably. Oh, yeah. I didn't know she was subbed to this channel. Hello. Right. Okay. Where are we?
Scary.
Famous people don't come in. I'm trying to read all the comments. Right. He still do the vote because he knows how to appeal to them. Yeah. Hang on. I was up here. AJ, that's quite surprising because obviously you're a Tory councillor. But I don't know. I hope he does. I think he's a strong social conservative.
Yeah, I don't think people in this constituency are afraid to vote for like the third parties or whatever, because obviously if you look back at, well, you can go back quite a long way, but you know, you can see there's quite a few thousand voting for like third parties and so on. I don't think it's, I don't know.
How many actual candidates are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, maybe all these are going to get like 4 votes, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 candidates.
Monster raving landslide.
I think, don't you have to get like 10 signatures in order to be able to stand?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of boxes of chocolates going around in Batley and Spen for people willing to sign that they'll vote for, who is it? Fucking the Alliance for Green Socialism or Rejoin EU or the Yorkshire Party. But yeah, dude. Today is the 105th anniversary of the first day of the sun, lest we forget.
Lest we forget. Yeah.
I'm surprised that Muslims are still voting for Galloway after all his scandals. What scandals has he really even had? Does anyone know?
Educate me.
I have no idea. Daddy Galloway can do nothing wrong. I have no idea. Kedmon, you're gonna have to elucidate us. But
Right, daughter of Albion, the world famous, said, even though I disagree with many of his views, England needs manly me like George Galloway to stand up.
Manly me.
Manly me. Is he particularly manly? I don't know. Not particularly.
You guys know that meme of Alex Jones coming out of the tunnel? I just think of this idea of all of them being called manly me's.
Manly me. I wouldn't say he's particularly. I mean, he's like, I suppose he's like 5'9", isn't he? I mean, I don't think he's any more manly than many other people.
His father was a Dundee factory worker.
I'm not being very manly because my voice is breaking. Manly man. She did correct herself. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Loads of comments. Loads of comments. Right. Okay. Even hey, my God, yeah. Don't like most of his politics, but I buy him a drink. Or Galloway.
Your
Why don't you like
sources
most
are
of his
wrong.
politics?
He's not a councillor.
To be honest, though, like I'd probably buy Jeremy Corbyn a drink. He seems like a nice guy.
One thing I'll say about Jeremy Corbyn, I think he was pushed in by people that, I think he's rather a little bit bumbling. I don't think he really even wanted to be leader of the Labour Party. I think he was pushed in there by a lot of people on the left. I think I did a quite bumbling job, but I will say one thing: I think he stuck to his principles. And he's one of the only
quite an
people
upset when he was.
He's one of the only people in
leader.
British politics who've actually stuck to his principles pretty strongly. And I think Galloway's another one, even though he does shill for the Kremlin. But anyway, sorry, carry on. T+.
He does actually. He does have a show on Russia Today. Shout out to Russia Today.
Okay. You like Russia Today, do you, T+?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Over GB News, anyway.
Yeah, I would have a drink with Jacob Rees-Mogg. Maybe he can give me a job and I can red pill him in return.
Hello, yes.
Dear boy, hurry out!
It just gets so posh that everyone else just wouldn't be able to understand what you were saying. Do people know that Aussie's from Scotland? Like, do you just forget, don't you?
Blimey.
You can play the clip. I think I have a perfect summarization. You're a mod, Harold, so you can put it in the chat if you want.
Surely from the borders.
I'll get it up. I'll get it up for you, Areno. I'm actually quite a long way behind on these comments. There's quite a few people actually. Marco, is Marco doing a competing stream and then coming in to advertise it? That's not allowed, son.
I prefer Piers Corbyn myself.
Haram.
I didn't know about Piers Corbyn until something like 2019 or 2020, and then I saw him
6 minutes. Jesus Christ, I'm not putting that on.
And I like remember Piers Corbyn like doing this huge interview with Sergen of Akkad and doing
hello, welcome to this.
Oh, it's this guy.
Who?
These Aaron Bastani. He got like I think he's actually ran in an election before. I seem to remember. I might be getting this wrong. Did he run against Boris Johnson? He might have done.
Kedmon gave us a response. Galloway has been married 3 times and he has been accused of sleeping with Bankside ladies. Probably has. He's a cheeky chappy. I mean, has he ever said that he didn't have manly passions? Should we say?
Manly passions.
Same could be said of Boris Johnson, so you know.
Yeah, I mean, Boris Johnson shagged half of Whitehall for fuck's sake. I mean, yeah, I mean, maybe that does go a bit against his social conservative platform, but I mean, I don't know. I think most people when they vote, at least these days, pay less and less attention to the scandal stuff. Although then again, the counter to that would be flat cock in hand. So I mean, it's
Right, he said did he say 135?
Ooh, is that?
That's Zara Sultana. She does have nice eyebrows. I'll give her that. I don't like women with short hair though, personally. It's just my view.
She's tasty.
Just had to comment on that. Don't know why.
Yeah.
She's probably given some really interesting political thoughts.
And it gave me an opportunity to really exert my politics. I was really concerned about the direction of the European MEP elections, especially given the referendum result. And for me, it was really important to show pro-migrant solidarity and have that anti-racist politics, just given the direction of the Leave campaign, which was unashamedly racist in every single way. So it was a really exciting campaign, and I'm really glad I did it.
And what date's your birthday?
Why is that relevant anyway?
Just don't like it. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. So what date's
I want to see what date her birthday is.
What, are you going to find out a star sign or something?
Halloween. There we go.
31st of October. Her voice, to me, signals she'd be bloody annoying.
Yeah, I don't really like that estuary, like sort of. I mean, hey, who am I to talk about annoying accents? But I don't. I'm not
Plymouth. Well, I mean, Royal Oak. Yeah, I'm from Exeter. Green Army. I mean, Red Army. Right. George Galloway is a furry. Okay.
There is a quite famous thing from him. Like, is it Big Brother, in which he did an impersonation of a cat, and it was so bad. It was so bad.
I gotta play it. We gotta play it. We're on 19 thumbs up. If we can get that. Can we get up to 20? Thanks, much appreciated. Subscribe if you haven't. I think I'm one off. I'm one off. I'm one off 1,040. So if you could, that'd be very much appreciated. I've done it, but it's been an hour and I've not asked yet. So
subscribe, ring that bell.
Ring that bell. Turn notifications on. Follow me on. There's no donation button. I've not got enough hours watched. I've not got enough hours watched to do donations. Right. Okay. What is it? George Galloway cat. Let's get that up.
I'm sorry for what you're all about to witness.
We're an hour and a half in, and we've already gone a long way downhill.
Cat girl.
Right, George Galloway's. This is 3 minutes and 7 seconds long.
3 minutes. Can we?
The exit polls coming in half an hour, so we can have a look at those.
Allegedly.
Can you play a brew video? Which brew video do you want me to play?
I don't know, some grandstand meme.
Here comes the bit we've all been waiting for.
Did you hear that?
God.
We got that? Yeah.
George's defining moment from Celebrity Big Brother.
Now, would you like me to be the cat?
This was a completely innocent improvisation.
Innocent?
About a human being communicating in human-animal language with a cat who wasn't eating its food.
What the fuck is this?
So
I've never seen this before.
And he responded in a catty nature of some sort.
It was just disgusting. It just gave me the creeps. It was just like a shiver all down me.
Quick reminder: he was an MP when this happened. He was MP for Bradford East. He took 6 weeks out of being in Parliament for doing this.
Felt physically ill.
Good girl. Good.
Man has no shame. Stigma male in action.
So awful on so many levels, and again, just tinged with that. Why is he doing that? Why is he not thinking? What does this look like?
Purring, fuck.
I honestly thought, thank you, George. Thank you. I could never have destroyed you the way you have destroyed yourself.
Has it been a trying day with all those people coming into the house? Has it? You don't like it when lots of people come in, do you?
Of course it was ridiculous and absurd, but I think his argument would be, well, you know, they asked us to do it, so we did it.
You just like being alone with your mummy at home, don't you?
Maybe he just has an obsession with pussies. You know, I think a lot of people are obsessed with pussies.
Man's not even attempting to motivate her. He's just low game, bro.
How deeply Mr. Galloway was going to throw himself into the improvisation. And I was absolutely gobsmacked when I saw the photographic evidence afterwards, which will probably follow me until my dying day.
George Galloway did seem quite shocked when he came out and Davina showed him all the headlines. I'm sure he thought they'd be, front page of all the papers. Isn't George Galloway brilliant? Don't you wish he'd win Big Brother and be Prime Minister and everything?
George, I see you biting your lip nervously there.
Oh dear.
People will be meowing at him wherever he goes, probably for the rest of his days. When he dies in his obituary, it will be mentioned. He will never escape from that, and nor should he be allowed to.
It'd be nice to hear his side of the story, wouldn't it? But he'd probably put a spin on it. Blame Tony
Discount
Blair and
Rowan
bugger off
accents.
home.
We did invite George to appear on the programme, but
Sigma
unfortunately,
male. He's trying too hard to be fucking Che Guevara, isn't he? I mean, like.
Come on, all men with cigars are Sigma males.
Oh, and then they did no.
You did the meow. Yes, very good.
Right. Okay. Royal.
You're meeting a hard lad in the bar. He's got a cigar out. He's got a pint. You think this guy's a proper hard fella. He's got a big rough beard. All of a sudden, he lets out a meow.
Oh my lord! That's new to me.
This is Special autism service. Get him into Parliament. Right? Yeah, he actually, to be fair to him, he gave all the money he did all the money he got off Big Brother to charity. So he was actually in Parliament when he did it. He was a member of Parliament. I can't remember. He might have been when he was in Bethel and in Bow Green. It might have been when he was in Bradford. I'm not sure, but I'm not sure that would go down well in Bradford. But yeah, there we are. George Galloway Catboy moment. Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
Galloway's intro music on talk radio was Top Cat because there's
Sigma male. I think this just confirms that he's a Sigma male. Like, just doesn't care.
Right.
Maybe he is autistic.
Indeed.
I mean, he's got the fedora,
Right, I want to get something up in a minute about the fellas confronting Kim Ledbetter. There's a whole thing to do with that. Can you play? What brew video? Would you want me to play brew videos? What's your favorite brew video? Anyone got a favorite brew video?
It is brew. There we go.
It's not even been around for 2 years. Like, what do you want me to say? Right. Okay. Let's get Kim. All right. Muslims.
Do you think the fact that she's cooperative will actually play into it? Obviously, Cooperative Party are more centre left than Labour are. And she is standing for the Co-op Party as opposed to just regular bog standard Labour.
I don't think it will. I don't think most people even know about the Cooperative Party. I didn't until quite recently. Who Dares Wins video was sick. Was there Galloway on Who Dares Wins? All right, I might get that up in a minute. Galloway, Who Dares Wins. Marxism,
just
autism.
one of these people who are everywhere.
Who? Galloway?
Yeah. Like Boris used to be on all the fucking talk shows and shit.
What, LBC and stuff?
Well,
Don't
it
see
was
Galloway
everything.
much
He was on Have I Got News for You and Top Gear and, Boris before he was like the big cheese,
Boris went around that circuit, didn't he? He certainly went on Top Gear. I remember that. I don't remember it, but I remember he did it. I can't find Galloway on Who Dares Wins. Right, what were we getting up? The thing of confronting the right. So this guy, let me get it up. No pun intended. Right, there we go. So this guy, you might recall, those watching, when it loads, if I don't get any ads. So this guy, you may remember, he did a whole thing, actually allied with Katie Hopkins over there was this protest. I think this might have even actually been in Batley, over kids in a school being taught an LGBT education from a head teacher that had been brought in from Brighton, I think it was. And there was a big protest, and this guy headed up the protest, and now he's confronting Kim Ledbetter. That, by the way, is the guy who was led the Rochdale grooming gang report. I just recognised him.
Are they outside the mosque there?
Looks like it, yeah. So he's going to confront Kim Ledbetter. A lot of people were very, very upset by this and they said he's really homophobic and stuff. But he's a lunatic.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's give this a listen, shall we?
Member in Birmingham in the whole Green constituency. The question, very nice to meet you too. The question I have, and I've travelled up from Birmingham today because I have deep-rooted issues. I have deep-rooted issues with the. Excuse me, sir. I'm having a conversation. Please don't block my path. I think it's the wrong person to block here. I have deep-rooted issues with the Labour Party and why Keir Starmer has done a U-turn on the people of Kashmir and our indigenous issue, our indigenous movement of the Kashmiri cause being an international issue. Why, as a British Kashmiri, as somebody who has been supportive of Labour Party, whose family has gone out and canvassed for Labour Party, what do you think that us Muslims are going to give you our vote just without your words? Why is your leader, you are representing the leader of the party, and I have utmost respect for Nashal standing right next to you, but in this particular area, why should we, as British Kashmiris, on the first point, this is to Kim, not to Naz.
The woman there, you just missed her. She's from GB News. But anyway, sorry.
Naz, you are very vocal, and I respect that. This is to the candidate. I'm a Kashmiri. Listen to me. With all due respect, I have a lot of family here. I have a lot of things here. The fact of the matter is, I have to say, in Birmingham, I'm for Kim, because Kim is the candidate. It seems like the candidate cannot even answer. I'm proudly from Birmingham. Look, listen, this is a question to your candidate. Guys, can you see the candidate cannot even answer?
Batley and Spen
Guys, the
people.
candidate students are having to answer for him. I'm coming with a question. Answer the question. I would like to know why. I've come from Birmingham. How are you? I've come from Birmingham. I'm respectfully asking you a question.
This is a free country. Don't block my path.
Answer the question.
It's not funny. We don't find it funny. We'd like you to answer.
Go
ahead, Kim.
1 second, please let her answer.
Go ahead, Kim.
There hasn't been a U-turn on Kashmir, so you need to check your facts. Absolutely check your facts on that.
Well, I apologize with all due respect. By you even saying that, you are trampling on the life of martyrs, British Kashmiris, and us people have talking. Not Nashar, the candidate, the Keir Starmer directly did a U-turn by saying that the Kashmiri is a bilateral listen, Keir Starmer, please let me finish. Keir Starmer made an open statement that the Kashmir is a dispute between India and Pakistan, which is incorrect. Which is absolutely incorrect. The British Kashmiris have seen through the Labour lies. We've seen how members of Parliament who have forced down LGBT indoctrination to children. What do you feel? How do you feel about Muslim parents who don't want their children to learn? Because I'm very angry. I'm very upset.
Let us speak. Go ahead, Kim.
Muslim parents who don't want their children to learn about sensitive sexual relationships. Are you going to stand for those Muslim parents now?
You know what I'm not going to stand? You shouting at me.
An
innocent woman who has put herself forward.
Go ahead, Kim. No one's going to interrupt you now.
This is where I live. This is my community. Don't come here and shout at me in the street. The Muslim community of Batley and Spen deserve better than this. They deserve better than this.
We're the community.
I'm asking you, are you going to support Muslim parents who don't want their children to learn about LGBT indoctrination? Are you supporting those?
She running. She don't want to answer.
Oh, are you running? Kim, I'm here to talk to you. Are you going to support Muslim parents who don't want their children to learn about it? We are going to chase Labour. We are going to chase Labour at every step. We are going to chase Labour. We are going to out your lies. You are the colour of red. It's right. The colour of blood. The colour of blood is what you are. Brothers and sisters, boys and girls, I have not come here to cause any issue. This Labour Party is a lie. It's a facade. They have put people up as our representatives, as touts. Are us British Muslims, British Kashmiris not competent enough to represent ourselves? We have nobody in Parliament who's talking about the Palestinian issue as they should. All we're getting is half-hearted letters of condemnation. I took an oath 2 years ago that I would use my resources to stop people like this, and you've seen how she ran. I didn't have to say you've seen how she ran. I'm upset. I'm disgruntled because this party has been reaping the rewards of my people and trampling on their rights and not representing them at any corridors.
Interesting.
Yeah, I thought walking away like that doesn't really show the right message, I don't think.
Yeah, well, I mean, she doesn't want to answer. She doesn't want to say she doesn't agree with the kids not being taught about LGBT stuff. She just doesn't want to answer.
But they have to hold together an unholdable coalition of progressive white students, socially conservative minority groups, and the old white working class. It's impossible. And you can't. The only thing they're really bonding over is left-wing economics, and of course, no one really cares about economics these days because not even I care about economics, and I do it as a degree. So, like, I find it very. I find this just a classic autopsy of why Labour is falling apart.
Well, we'll see how Galloway does. I think probably Galloway's plan is to get the social conservative end of the sort of left, and also you got these Muslims here. I think that's probably his goal, isn't it? But I think you can see it. It's over. This sort of like left. We'll see how it goes this evening. I think a lot of the Muslims will vote for George Galloway. I think pretty much all of them will, actually, based on the result in Bradford. I think Brew went. This guy hates white people. He had a thing with him and Kate. There was a thing between him and Katie Hopkins. Like, him and Katie Hopkins had this like brief alliance or something because of she likes his social conservative views. I don't know. I don't think that's still going. I'm not even sure what he's doing, to be honest. But you can see. Let's have a look at the comments. He's a lunatic and hopefully not any kind of representative of the average Muslim. You'll see about that, won't you? Give him a chance to answer. Go back to Kashmir. Muslim. That's all they want. But anyway, we haven't actually yet touched on the issue of the person who's actually in hiding because of being sort of tracked by the Muslim community because of him drawing a picture of the Prophet Muhammad. Any thoughts on that, anyone at all? Other than it being awful, obviously, but
yeah, don't draw pictures of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him.
Yeah,
it's not very smart.
No, it's not. There was a thing. I don't know. I've not read into this properly, but I think based on something I read, it may have been a deliberate provocation. But obviously, no one deserves that to happen to them. But it's interesting because Galloway's actually made some conflicting statements on that, because I think initially he was supportive, but he's gone very quiet recently on the issue. I don't think he's at all talked about it. But I think when he was asked, he was told that
if you go back to the leaflet, he said, I'm going to make sure that nothing offensive will come up to you guys.
Yeah.
So that seems to indicate that his stance is, I'm no longer a free speech guy. I believe in religious dignity before then, which is a view you can have. I don't think it's the wrong view, but I don't think he's I think he's definitely picked his side in this one.
Apparently polls closed at 10. I thought they closed at 11. Apparently they've closed.
Yeah,
I want to see if they've got any exit polls. Galloway won't do as well as you expect, possibly. I think, Colin, looking at some of the sorry, I just called you by your first name. It's probably very rude in our culture. Looking at these constituencies, I've actually gone through them. As I said, 3 out of 5 of the councils are just white Tory areas. It's just because the Muslims pushed it over to Labour. I think we'll see how he can do with the white working class. If that video is true and he's the only person that's banged on every door in the constituency, then I don't know. You never say never. Never count him out. That's all I can say. People said he had no chance in Bethel Green. He won Bethel Green. People said he had no chance in Bradford, and he won Bradford. But you never know. You never know. Right. Steel Karma. Foreign FC 1, Lesbo FC 0. Okay, let's have a look. See if we got any exits. Someone look for someone. My peace be upon him was in anger. There was a whole thing. There's a thing in the Quran that says that suggests Muhammad may have been white. Muhammad, peace be upon him, may have been white. Did you lose subscribers? You used to have 1.04k. Yes, now I've only got 1.03k. It's because there was one. So I think I got one person unsubscribed, and then it dropped down.
This is tragic, you guys. Together we can stop this. Please.
Together we can stop this. Give me one more, and then it will go back up to 1.04.
Please spread the word. Thank you for your attention. Now, I think this is now just before the exit polls come out. I now think it's a pretty good time to give pretty concrete predictions, so we can see which one of us was a complete idiot running up to what the exit polls say.
Well, the exit polls to an extent don't matter because it's all about turnout. So what people say on the phone is to an extent irrelevant.
Well, exit polls ask the turnout. So once you leave the polling station, they say, "How did you vote?"
Okay.
That's what makes them accurate. So I guess my call would be 40% Tory, 25% Labour, and I think probably 30 to 35% Social.
Okay, let's have a look. Right, so there's a lot of candidates. Do you think Lib Dems will do anything? You think they'll get like they actually have a councillor in this constituency? They've got one out of the 5.
It's
in 2010 they got 9k votes, which is about 17%, which isn't bad. But that was 2010, but
yeah.
Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the last one, shall we? Batley and Spen. Right, let's get it up.
Yeah, they got 2k last time.
40 viewers. Hello to the 40. Not bad. Very good.
Every single one a Chad.
Every single one a Chad, indeed. Right. Okay. So this is what they did in the last one. Heavy woolen district independence.
Yeah. See what I mean? Like they're not afraid to go for these third parties.
So you can see Brexit Party on 3 and a bit. Tory's a bit of a way off. 3,000. I think it was 3,500. See, this is sort of one of the red wall seats, isn't it? Really, 6,000, 8,000, 5,000, 6,000. So it's one of these old red wall
safe. It's marginal, isn't it?
It's not safe at all. I think again it'll depend on turnout. I think it looks a lot of the good predictions have looks like Mr. Stevenson. I think Ryan Stevenson's not even campaigning. I think because he thinks that the George Galloway and Ledbetter will split the left vote. But anyway, I'll give some more concrete predictions. Like pretty much nothing. Shit, there goes my phone. My phone just fell on the floor. It's not correct, so I don't think that's right. Right, Jada France will get pretty much nothing. Galloway, I think. Right, I'll go back to that. So that's 5% there. So 95% remaining. Pretty much nothing. Pretty much money. She might get 1 or 2% for the heritage. Be nice. Ledbetter, I think she's not going to win. Purser, SDP never do that well. Yorkshire Party actually have been doing a bit better. They might get 1%. So that's what 7% are on. Obviously, Anne-Marie Waters might get a couple percent. So we'll take that 10%. So we've got 90% to play with. I think she'll be quite a way behind. I think people don't want to turn out for Keir Starmer. I'll be surprised. I think based on Hartlepool, they got all the other candidates put together wouldn't have beat the Tory candidate. I think people just aren't turning up for Labour. I think she'll maybe get a third of the vote. So that means we're at 40, we'll call it 44%, so 56% to play with. I think, no, she probably will get under the 30, to be honest. I think she'll get 25%, so that's what?
I think it will be 3-way, like split.
I think it'll be pretty well 3-way. I think, right. That was a really long and drawn out conclusion. Lol, do you support the IRA because Royal Note does funny? I'm laughing so hard. Right, okay. I'm against violence. Oh Jesus. Guys, can we not? I don't want to get arrested. Jesus Christ. Right. You're just jealous because Toppy uses me as a bench press, something that you wouldn't be able to do even if I lowered my okay, thank you.
I don't think that's Sarah.
Oh goodness. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, he's more than a rough stream mid, so anything's possible mid. It's good to know everyone's having fun in the chat anyway. Yeah. Demographics of the area. I can go over that again. I've written it down. I've gone through the demographics of the different areas. I can go through that again.
Something you guys have to bear in mind is that the numbers are now 10 years old.
True.
In fact, they might be 11 years old, depending on.
I don't think they are actually. I think it said 2017 on them. I seem.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I can go back and check.
Yeah, they redraw.
2018 they were. The
redraw
numbers I read out earlier. So Batley East is 52% Muslim. Batley West is 30.5%. Bristol and Berkhamstow's like 90, 95, 97, 98% white. Cleckheaton, same again. Heckman Dwight, same again. Oh no, actually that one's 20%. Right, so sorry, there's five right, there's 5 councils. One's majority Muslim just, it's like 52%. Batley West is about 30.5%. Heckman Dwight is 20.5%, and then there's 2 that are just white. So that's your rundown. I think overall, I've got it written down here. 60% of people voted to leave, and 76% of people are white British. So it's a majority white area, except for Batley East. So there you go.
Yeah, it's like this weird mix of urban and like sort of rural to an extent.
There's bits of rural areas, yeah. It's just to the northeast of Dewsbury.
It is quite an odd constituency in that respect, in like the makeup of it geographically.
Indeed. Right, let's go through some comments, shall we? The comments getting a bit feddy, to be honest. Calm it down. Right, okay. Looks pretty. Some bits are.
How do we think Milady Marie Waters will perform?
Terribly. I think she was on it. She's oh my goodness. Fulbright. Like I thought she was going to do. I remember. I think she was it Lewisham. She ran in a few years ago.
I have no idea, but
Lewisham, because I thought she was going to do really well. And Lewisham ended up getting 1%. Because there was a whole thing. There was a whole massive argument between her and some like local newspaper or something weird. There was a whole comeuppance. It was in this one, I think. No, it wasn't. Was it this one? Yeah, the Lewisham by-election. That was the one. Mandy Reid since supports fucking Boris Johnson now. Anyway, right. So this was the election. There was a big comeuppance about it. You can see all these like new parties came in. So you had the Democrats and Veterans who went nowhere. And you have obviously UKIP under David Curtin, and then for Britain Anne Marie Waters. And there was a big protest I remember outside the hustings. There was a big comeuppance about hustings, and then everyone's saying, "Oh, Anne Marie Waters is going to take the seat. Anne Marie Waters is going to take the seat." And then she ends up getting 1%. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay.
Marco, you need to cool it, bro. You really need to just chill out, G. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, come on, guys, be more centrist.
just fire up the grill, bro.
I think it's because Marco's just finished streaming, so all the 37 people are in here now. It was really good optics like an hour ago. All the Tories come back. Anyway, right. We need to balance
perfect
out.
time to open up the panel.
we need to balance it out, I think.
No. I do understand what you mean.
They're all clicking off now. We've gone down from 40 to 35.
Rest in peace.
I don't not want you here. I just want like a balance. Okay, I'm sorry if it just gets if it gets too sided to you, we'll end up getting taken down. So we're down to 30. There we go.
No. I'm Mr. Marco. I am a Scots by blood and raising, but and I understand what you mean. I just don't want you to
get arrested.
I care about your life, dear boy. I care about your life.
Right. So if anyone wants to hop on, send me a message on Discord. I'm not putting it in the chat.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's good.
In the chat.
Get some names we know.
Hey, Thomas. We don't think it is.
It's not probably.
We don't think it is because she said some things that were sus. Among us.
Yeah,
but
it's weird that you can't just go to the channel of like these users.
Yeah, I don't know why they got rid of that. That's stupid. Centrist running for the hills, indeed. The 12th is coming up. Right, I think probably the
12th. I love to wear the sash my father wore.
Batley and Spen exit poll.
Yo, Oak, come to Belfast for me for the 12th.
You in fucking Belfast?
No, come. Let's go together.
What, going to Belfast?
Yeah,
man, on the 12th. Vlog it. I'll vlog it. Put it on the Royal Oak YouTube channel.
Come to Aussie.
Right. Let's see if Brit. So someone asked me on Twitter. So it might come out on Britain Alex.
Yeah, do we have any catches, Oak? Any excited young guppies here to?
Right, I'll check my. Hang on, who's online?
Yeah, I don't want to be the most northern person in the stream.
We could get Wurzel Roots online. Do you want to come on Wurzel Root? We get Wurzel Root on the stream. I don't think so. You're going to put on Ian by. I might do in a minute. I'm going to have a look if there's exit polls, because there might be. Because the polls have been closed. I think they're going to come out at 11. I'm looking on Britain Elects because they'll have it.
Yeah.
Or politics.
Load of nerds.
Fucking nerds. Someone atted me, but it's just saying. So someone atted me, but the thing just says polls have closed. But that was 49 minutes ago.
Well, yeah.
Labour, Source and Batley and Spen say they have fallen short. No shit. The Royal Oak analysis was correct. Right. Okay. I think there's probably one. There's one out of the 6 wards that I think they could win. And obviously, the only ward, like I said, I think they could win is the one that was really narrow. Narrowly went Labour by like 100 votes. That ward. No, sorry. Which one was it? Batley East, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, Batley West was strong Labour, but it's got a quite high Muslim population. So I think that one's a bit swing. I think that's probably the only one in which they could win. I think it looks like Galloway will win the Muslim vote based on a few things. Tory's going to take it probably. Labour.
Here's an interesting poll. 40% of Labour members would want Starmer's exit if Labour loses Batley and Spen. Only 40%. That's quite interesting.
Turnout is predicted to be around 70%. Says here, which is good. Turnout.
That's pretty decent.
Which means Tories will probably win.
Maybe
that's the prediction. Ugh, Jesus Christ!
It's not real, bro.
It's not the real one. Can everyone just stop making fake accounts of people? Also, could you do a cameo of Nigel Farage? How do you even do a Nigel Farage accent?
A great pop day, and I gotta tell you, a big chungus.
Send cheese regards. Greens Party, Romanid Kissy Deborah, clearly of pure Anglo-Saxon ethnicity.
There's no such thing as Anglo-Saxons.
Anyway,
can we get Farage on the stream, please?
Yeah, Nigel, do you want to come on the show? I'm just going to send him a DM.
Listen, guys, you clearly do not understand, but the matters of Kashmir are of immense importance to the people of Batley and Spen. Without, whatever goes on in Kashmir has a huge impact on their GDP or whatever they care about. So you have to. Will Ozzy admit to his ties to the IRA? I've got a brand new shiny helmet and a pair of kinky boots.
Yeah, it's
right.
only 4.
Next Labour leader. I think there was some polling that said it looked like it would be Andy Burnham. Obviously, he's the mayor of Manchester, quite a popular mayor of Manchester as well.
He's like a Miliband sort of guy, isn't he? Like very middle of the road.
Yeah, I think whatever happens, I think Labour's going to continue on the centrist path. I don't think they're going to go for another left-wing person. I think even if Starmer gets blown out, but I think after this one, this is an interesting thing to say. Dawn Rose said she'll challenge Keir Starmer if he loses this, and he's going to lose it. So Dawn Rose could be the leader of the Labour Party. So looks like it's Conservative governments for the next 20 years, folks.
Buckle up.
If Dawn Butler gets in charge of the Labour Party.
But Boris Johnson is your king eternal, but bow now.
Don't diss the people of Somerset and Devon. They're very regionalistic over their accents. Indeed. Yeah, Mitch is
right. Was I dissing them? I didn't intend to.
Deep Moravan nostril boy, innit?
I don't know. I'm not from around there.
To be fair, I can't really tell the difference between different Devon accents.
I think I can.
And there's like the Plymouvian, and then there's just like Devon. It just sounds like to me. Who is Dawn Rose? I think she is Shadow Equalities Minister or some balls.
The one with the massive fall.
She's got no. That's someone else. She's been suspended though.
Well, I've got to see this now.
What? Who? Her forehead.
Dawn Rose's forehead. Yeah.
Dawn Rose has got I think it's Claudia Webb's got a big forehead.
All I get is a very, very attractive blonde model. When I look
Have I got a name wrong? Dawn Rose politician.
I think you're getting confused.
I've got a brand new shiny helmet. Sorry, it's Dawn Rose's fucking. That's Rose of Dawn.
Dawn.
I thought Dawn Rose. That's what's her name? Have I got her name wrong?
Is she black?
Yeah, she's black.
Dawn Butler.
Dawn Butler. That's the one, not Dawn. Who's Dawn Rose? Anyway.
I don't know.
It's an attractive model.
I was like typing it in Google. Who's this Dawn Rose?
That's Rose of Dawn. That's Rose of Dawn. She's a libertarian YouTuber. I don't think I mixed up with her.
Oh, look at the majesty of that forehead.
It's not that big. There's Claudia Webb's the one with the big forehead. I'll get her forehead up.
Well, I guess it's just the hairline, isn't it? It's way.
I got it. I'm not going to sing. That's probably offensive to some people somewhere.
Oh, you got a brand new combine harvester, and I'll give you
the key. Go on, let's get them together in perfect harmony.
I can't read.
I got
write.
20 acres.
I can't read. I can't write, but that don't really matter because I come from the West Country and I can drive a tractor. That's a good one. Right, Dawn Butler. That's the one. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I thought Dawn Rose. Anyway.
Look at the hairline though.
Claudia Walsh.
Way back. That's what I mean.
It's not that big. I think Claudia Webb's the.
It's literally on top of her fucking head, dude.
Claudia Webb's got a big, enormous, bulging forehead. Look at that.
It's a wonder the Royal Navy doesn't have Claudia Webb's forehead as a reserve aircraft carrier.
Yeah. Sorry for the people who've just tuned in. We've now got 41 people, and it's just probably people just randomly came in. And look, we're looking at Claudia Webb's head.
She look at that
one. Yes.
Wowee.
Look at that bonds, gentlemen.
Left wing politics, folks. Aussie's for. Do you know my grandma was actually at Brighton Hotel? She headed up the Southampton Conservatives.
Aussie's forehead is so big, the IRA hid behind it her eye. I was going to say, I'm not sure what one has to do with the other, but okay. I don't be told how big my
most of the 37 gang run away with their tails tucked between their legs and block me and the truth. I mean, what have you really said? We can't really. I mean, what is he? He's just coming. I don't think all he said was, "Is that daughter of Albion?" I mean, that's not really. I'm not really exposing the truth. We can't make him
her out on stream. Really.
It's probably not him. It's probably Top Cat, to be honest. Right. We can't really speak.
Chads ask each other. Ask women out over anonymous streams on the internet.
Okay. No further comment. Megamind, look at us. Right, Claudia Webb would be looking like a Klingon. Bruh. I'm sorry, Miss Webb. On the highly off chance you're watching, I apologize.
We're very sorry.
We should be bowing down before thy truly Megamind. I
think she's been kicked from the Labour Party as well. I think.
Yeah. Where is she?
On the 28th of September 2020, Webb was arrested on a harassment charge against a woman between the 1st of September 2018 and 26th of April 2020, and scheduled to appear at Westminster Magistrates Courts on the 11th of November. She was subsequently suspended from the Labour Party pending the outcome of the case, but remains a member of the Labour Party. So she doesn't have the whip, but she's, again, like Corbyn, doesn't have the whip, but is actually in the party. The whip, of course, means
which is probably the best fucking outcome, to be honest. I mean, imagine that you don't have to vote in line with the whip. So
you are just jealous because you don't have the stomach. That's why I get the chinks and you get Mrs. Palmer and her 5 daughters. I don't know what that's a reference to.
I have no idea what this guy is on about. What an absolute Sigma male. Can you type in Priamvada Gopal? Priamvada Gopal.
Priamvada Gopal.
This is what democracy looks like. The broad and huge reach of her forehead emblemizes all the people coming together to vote for the party.
Do you know
We're doing
how-
some high-level political analysis earlier now.
That's why she was suspended. That was her harassment. She fucking headbutted them.
Right.
Sorry, Miss
Okay.
Webb. Again. Sorry. Yeah.
It's 11 p.m. We might be getting exit polls in a minute.
Maybe. Britain Alexa's finally gone live.
Britain elects. Britain elects. Sorry. Right. Okay. So look, shall we? Politics for all. Politics for all tweeted. Right. So what was the predictions again? Oh, T-Bus, you haven't made a prediction.
I said, oh God, I said 37% for
Tory?
Galloway.
Oh, Galloway.
Which would be a
Exit polls
win.
in a minute.
Which would be a fat dub.
Shit, there goes the fucking mouse.
But hey.
She looks like a Klingon. Right, okay, let's go. 39.
Claudia.
Okay.
Klingon
Ireland
from-
face to back. Oh god. Ireland's not backing the global corporate tax rate. Naughty.
Well, why should they? I mean, they make so
Can
much
anyone hear
money.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I mean,
God,
yeah,
I lost audio.
Yeah.
Shit.
I can hear you.
Is anyone just not talking? Hello?
No. You said that. I was literally just talking about. You
It's
said
the
the
world.
Irish cut their won't raise their corporate tax rate.
I
And
think
I'm
they've lost me, boys. Hello?
We can hear you, bro.
Press 1. Press 1 if you can hear me. Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Damn.
Right, might mute. Unmute. Talk, please.
Okay, can you hear me
Hello?
now?
Ah. Right.
Oh,
let me
dear.
check if the audio's working. Sorry, everyone. Right.
I was literally just talking about. You said the Irish.
I can hear him listen to the
Oh
stream.
god, it's all gone wrong.
He's going insane. We're just voices in his
It's all
head.
gone wrong. I can't hear them.
He's
Right,
fucking
I'll press the page
schizophrenic.
All right, guys.
Okay, I'd like to
T-Bus and
welcome you
Aussie.
to
This is now the T-Bus and
T-Bus
Aussie.
and Aussie
podcast.
stream. Welcome.
All right, what's your favorite brand of cereal, bro?
Oh, there we go.
Golden Nugget.
No!
Right, hello. I don't know what happened there.
Now I expect we have to talk about politics.
What were you talking about before I was?
Favorite
cereal.
Yeah, favorite cereal brands, bro.
Bro, gotta be right. I think Rice Krispie.
It's Golden Nuggets.
Oh, you guys are clearly wrong. It's crunchy nut caramel.
Tasty shit.
I've
bro.
never had that. I've had regular crunchy nut, but not caramel.
Crunchy nut
I
caramel.
didn't even know that existed. Honestly, I'm not much of a breakfast person, to be honest, so I don't really eat cereal all that often.
Epic political analysis. Right, more of an exorcism. What the hell is this?
As we end today in Britain, we end our look at the world's reaction to U.S. presidential election in the United States, where on Wednesday, Prime Minister Boris Johnson was
Why are you
Who is
laughing,
this?
even
All right.
relationship to Trump and the incoming Biden-Harris administration.
This is a bit dated. They're all wearing poppies.
Dude, it's Angela Eagle. Remember her? Anyone?
Yep, I remember.
Lol. She said
What happened?
she thought Jeremy Corbyn was brilliant, and then like 3 weeks later said he wasn't brilliant because she wanted to
What
run for
happened to
leadership.
her?
I don't know. She probably just died of hair dye. It's like it's gone a bit wrong, isn't it, up there?
She's still in. She's still...
Okay, we have to wait for Gopal's head.
Right. Okay.
You might want to put it on like stream volume because I don't think the people can hear this.
Can you not hear it?
I don't think that. Well, I can hear it through your microphone.
Oh, was that the case the whole stream?
No.
No.
Just
I'll try
ever
again.
since you came back.
Sorry, I shouldn't have come back. It's my mistake.
Yeah, man.
Right.
We were going to go on an epic serial rant.
Damn, bro. You ruined the
Oh,
crunchy
yeah,
nut news stage.
ruined my own stream. Now you got it.
There.
Much better.
Mr. Speaker, I had
Yeah, there we go.
a good relationship with the previous president. I do not resile from that. This is the duty of all British prime ministers to have a good relationship with the White House. But I'm delighted to find the many areas in which the incoming Biden-Harris administration is able to make common cause with us.
That's Britain's Prime Minister Boris Johnson publicly calling his ally Trump the previous president. Well, for more, we go to Cambridge, where we're joined by Priya Gopal, university professor in the Faculty of English.
Oh my goodness!
No, it's enormous.
Empire, anti-colonial resistance, and British descent. Professor Gopal, welcome.
Oh, what is that?
And it's
back to
problem.
Right ass voice.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Right, have we got any exit polls? Exit polls.
No.
Ireland is apparently not doing. There's a global 12% corporation tax. Ireland said no. The Eternal Irish.
Yeah, because they make a load of money off corporations.
They control all the banking. You know, it's not the other guys. It's them.
The average Irishman's richer than the average Brit these days.
Well, yeah.
I mean, sure. I mean,
they do have like the highest GDP per capita because of just like how low their corporation tax is, and they just have loads of corporations just based there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sure that like it doesn't actually go down to like the average G, but like it makes the GDP look good.
It doesn't go down to Shane McFergus and his fucking farm in Cork.
Mm.
Yeah.
Right, I'm getting this up now. This is another constituency I think. A ward that Galloway could win in. I think you can see there. It's a sort of again an urban district. You can see this one largely older, but again, look, you've got I think it's about 30% Muslim population. It's about 30.5. I think they could. This is the one that was quite swing. I think if I get this up here. What's it called? Batley West, isn't it? Yeah. Batley West went. So in 2020 by-election, council election, it got 3,000. Labour got 2,900, and Tories got 1,500. So, but again, that could get split. So that's the one that could go to Galloway, could go Labour. It's going to be a flip, but yeah, I need a piss. So if everyone wants to talk amongst themselves for a few minutes, that'd be much appreciated.
Back to cereal.
Hopefully, when I get that, we get
cereal,
some polls. Right, see you in a bit. Well, Daughter of Albion, check DMs in my. It'd be quite funny if it's actually both Bard and Reese and Daughter of Albion, or perhaps it's actually neither. Maybe it's the same person talking to themselves.
I'm pretty sure Sarah has a boyfriend. At least she did when I watched her back like 2 years ago or whatever. So.
And that's why I stopped watching.
And then I stopped.
All right, BRB.
All right. Have a happy slash. All right. So now you're stuck with us, guys. All right, Zivas.
What's your Weetabix topping?
What's your Weetabix, bro? Jeez. What does the chat want us to talk about? I mean, like...
Yeah, come on, chat.
Come on, chat. The new Cruella movie. Yeah, they're making a new movie about Cruella de Vil.
Oh god, is it going to be live? Is it live?
It's like got Emma Stone in it, and I actually quite like Emma Stone. I think she's.
Is it live action?
Yeah.
Okay, it's another live action remake.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it makes some money.
Well,
but
I don't know. I've not actually seen any of the live action remakes. All I've seen is the reactions to them, and yeah, they're never good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't watch those films. It's just like Emma Stone in it. Yeah.
Talk about Saudi Arabia.
Talking about Saudi Arabia. What else is there to say about Saudi Arabia? Give us your oil, please. You don't get weapons in return.
I mean, to be honest, I do have like a Saudi Arabian person that I like to talk to on Discord and stuff, but it's quite weird to think that we, the British, like had a major way in how Saudi Arabia actually developed. If we actually upheld our side of the bargain, we could have had a Hashemite Saudi Arabia.
I mean, like Saudi Arabia, like I guess I guess my opinion on them is basically the same as most other countries in the Middle East. It's just like,
obviously,
yeah,
it
it's
wouldn't
like,
it wouldn't be a Hashemite Saudi Arabia. It'd be a Hashemite Arabia, but
yeah, I don't know anything about that. Hashmir, yeah, but
basically, we funded separatism within the Ottoman Empire, and we promised that the kingdom of Hejaz would go to the Hashemites, the house of like Hashemite, which is like the kings of Jordan and Iraq, essentially.
right.
And we didn't uphold that, and then the house of Saud took over, and they've been in charge ever since.
Damn. I mean, I think Jordan's great.
Obviously, I'm massively oversimplifying there, but
Galloway wants to give away Northern Ireland, traitor.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably does. Coming to think of it, because I mean, I was thinking for quite a while that Galloway was, a native Kirkman Scot, but it turns out he's actually one of the Irish Catholic migrants, or at least he's a son of one. So it wouldn't surprise me if he.
Ireland would probably care more for Ulster than we actually do currently, than our government does.
Oh yeah, I mean,
which is sad.
I mean, we've all got to admit that Ulster is basically the best part of this country these days. It's just so based.
Yeah, I feel like obviously the DUP and the UUP will go on about this till like the dogs come home, but Northern Ireland Protocol is a betrayal, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, we're loyal Ulster Orangemen here. But no, Galloway said that the DUP are akin to the KKK. Yeah, well, I mean, that's obviously ridiculous, but I mean, the thing is that Northern Ireland has an advantage over us in that they're more religious, and so they can get away with being, more religiously inclined. And DUP is, of course, more religiously inclined than other parties. The Indian office backed the House of Saud, while the colonial office supported the Hashemites. Yeah, not my point of knowledge.
Then again, the UP are having some pretty major issues at the moment.
The KKK were founded by Democrats.
Right. Ah, yes. Guys, the Democrats are the real racists.
Well, we've got a lot of
Did you guys not know that?
Is Oake going to apologise and go back into PK Top Cat? Never. Not in a million years.
What is PA? Because people keep saying this, and I have no idea. Am I better off not knowing?
Paraplegics Associated. What?
Okay.
No, it's
Right.
It's a group of gamers, and they're
no.
We live in a society
who do very gamer things, and it's evolved. They are basically a bunch of nonsense. I mean, there's that funny
what does that mean?
You need to time it. Oh, we were supposed to time you for how long you went for your slash.
Oh, I was getting a drink as well.
All right.
From the toilet.
Yeah. No, I went upstairs to kitchen. It's no.
Drink
Just
your own
mention the email.
piss.
I won't mention the email. Anyway, if it's a live action remake, it's rule of thumb. It's rubbish. Indeed, that's usually the case. Do not think anyone in there has name recognition. I think Burnham does to an extent. Galloway wants to give away Northern Ireland. I think he has some quite differing opinions on that, to be honest. He wants to keep Scotland in the Union, though, doesn't he? But we should. That's a rather libertarian view. Most of his supporters are Muslim. That's true. Is that the reason Niall doesn't like him?
Who?
Shifting. Niall, I think, doesn't like Galloway. I think that's probably the reason he doesn't.
What did
because of Northern
JB
Ireland.
say? I like JB's takes.
The shit in his spoke to yeah, but other people gave that take as well. I think that's perhaps an oversimplification. I think it's due to a variety of things. I think partially it's because they're moving into middle class. Partially it's because immigration is not positive for a lot of southern Texas, because of Cesar Chavez stuff.
Yeah.
Partially, it's religious things as well. The left is becoming very socially liberal. That doesn't really align with Hispanics' values. Again, BLM's probably a small part of it. I don't think a lot of Hispanics side with BLM. Galloway said the DUP are akin to the KKK. Interesting. We should rename Londonderry to just London. Interesting. There's a road near me called Derry Avenue. I think my last day down there, I might just put the word London above the sign. Just be Londonderry Avenue. You're welcome. Brutus was right about the Irish question, indeed. The Indian office blocked the House of Saud while in the colonial office and supported the Hashemites. It was very funny and embarrassing when Ibn Saud went to war with the Hashemites.
Yeah,
Hashemite. Yeah,
missed out on like a million topics.
Hashemite Arabia very nearly happened, didn't it? It could have been
Yes,
Hashemite Arabia instead of
but
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that was sort of our doing. We didn't like uphold our side of the bargain. So
I think Saudi Arabia wasn't like internationally recognized for like 20 years until like after it was founded. Then there's like the Italians and people started recognizing them. So interesting time. ROI doesn't want to touch Northern Ireland with a barge pole. Yeah, there's quite a large state apparatus there, isn't there? That they'd have to back. Northern Ireland loses masses of money every year for our
well, I
government.
wouldn't be surprised if Sinn Féin win an election in Ireland, soon, because they are going up and up in the polls. Last election, obviously, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil had to go in a coalition to actually form a government.
They're quite supportive of. I think most people in Ireland are supportive of the current Premier Varadkar, aren't they? But I think he's quite popular.
At the moment, it's Michael Martin of Fianna Fáil.
Is it at the moment? Varadkar's gone.
Yeah, and then they like switch over halfway through because it's a coalition. Obviously, bargains have to be made. So I think in 2022, Varadkar will be Tisic again.
I think that's something that people don't mention quite a lot. Northern Ireland. I think the state is actually the biggest employer in Northern Ireland. So if Ireland were to take Northern Ireland over for whatever means, they would have to inherit quite a big state apparatus. And I think that's why a lot of people in the Catholic community, despite like what you might hear from like Sinn Féin and stuff, if you look at a lot of the polling, a lot of them are actually quite skeptical about moving it into the Northern Ireland.
I think it could be like a
some
kind of weird autonomous zone within Ireland, maybe, if that's the way. If it were to reunite, then I think that would probably be the way they go about it and slowly like integrate it or somehow.
I think an intelligent view, I think that a few people have expressed as an independent Ulster. I think that would probably solve a lot of problems. But again, I think the Republicans wouldn't want it, and I don't think the Unionists would either.
I think it would be a very, very poor state.
Probably.
No offense to any Northern Irish, but I think
Galloway is a Republican. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
That's no problem. I'm fine.
Galloway is a Roman Catholic in origin, so he despises also. He did. I think Ozzy's mentioned this to me actually. He did bring up the fact that he was a Catholic quite a lot in his All for Unity campaign. Got anything to add about that, Ozzy? Or?
I don't think it was me who brought that up, but because I actually thought for quite a while that he was a Kirk boy. I mean, I don't know an immense amount about the guy. I just I just appreciated his very sort of foot out there style. But he has been pretty big about his Catholicism in his thing. I'm agnostic on that. But yeah, it's definitely a classic divide between the Scots of the Kirk and the Scots of the Roman Catholics that I just didn't pick up on until I didn't pick it up on him until then. But yeah, I mean, All for Unity was a complete failure either way. So
yeah, it was. I think the main goal of it was just to get him in the Scot Parliament. It didn't happen in the end. They weren't actually. To be fair, they'd only need like 3.7% or something, wouldn't they, to get in?
Yeah.
They didn't get that. Tear up the Good Friday Agreement and declare Northern Ireland as the king. So saith Clegg. So saith Clegg. Eventually, when this channel gets like 3,000 or 4,000, I might just finally say I don't actually think we should try and integrate the South of Ireland into the UK. It's just not going to happen. I'm sorry, it just isn't. Okay, just be real here.
What? You never?
I think we could have like closer integration, like cross-Irish integration.
Yeah, I don't think
I
it'd be a good idea to like try and annex. Yeah, it'd be a bit silly. What we got?
But I think we could definitely be more integrated, if not for the EU, obviously. But
Vote Heritage Party. I think. Do we all support Heritage Party here, generally speaking?
yeah, sure.
I mean, I'm certainly like not against them. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, if they won through like some utter Sigma male tactic, then yeah, I think that'd be great. But
it's difficult. Yeah, it's difficult for me to guess how a lot of the lockdown stuff will age. It might be in 10 years that we see it in the same way we view the Iraq War. As a we should have had less restrictions or yada yada yada, or it could be viewed in a different way. It's too early to say, really. He has taken quite a big gamble on the whole "Keep Britain Free" thing, isn't he? That's kind of a wide.
It's all just a bit too libertarian for my liking.
It is a bit. Right. Okay. Pretty much making deals with India's visas. He's explained Hispanics do not like blacks. That's true. I cannot stand Galloway. He's married 4 different Muslim women. Is definitely a secret. He's not now. He's a Catholic now, isn't he? I don't know.
He's a self-declared Catholic, but I think the idea is that he's secret. Pay attention to the secret, dear boy.
Indeed. We're about 7 minutes behind on these comments, so if you keep leaving comments, we'll eventually be able to get real JB. I think it probably is the real JB. Galloway defends grooming gangs. Does he? Maybe, probably not though. Most Irish in the Republic do not consider the Northern Ireland situation an immediate concern, and many just see them as an economic and social burden within the Loyalist community. Yeah. I think it would be a big burden. I think perhaps the British state's done that deliberately. Speaking of which, my dad's got like a reverse conspiracy, like a reverse COVID conspiracy.
Oh, okay.
Basically, he claims that like Rupert Murdoch wants less lockdown restrictions, or like some people in government, including Rupert Murdoch, want less lockdown restrictions, and that's why they've got rid of Matt Hancock and put Sajid Javid there. I think it is true that they've had. I think it is true that they've had the Matt Hancock footage in the drawer for quite some time, and they've just drawn it out because they think it's his time to go.
Yeah, I mean, when would that have been? It must have been. I don't know.
I think what they generally have, what the Tories have as a general rule, is they like to put stupid people in the secondary positions.
They did say it was like during a lockdown, so they must have been like it must have been around for a while. And how come it's just suddenly come to like light now? You know,
I suspect that someone wanted something in some high up place and they didn't get it, and that was
possibly.
That's normally how these things leak.
I mean, I don't want to engage too much in conspiracy, but that because Sajid Javid is a member of the Ayn Rand Institute, isn't he? You might be aware. So I think he's more on the side of less lockdown restrictions than Hancock was. So possibly, we'll scroll down and hear the position on that, because I think a lot of people on this channel who watch this channel, because I used to go on Brutus's channel, are a little bit more conspiratorial about COVID, which is fine. You're entitled to your view, but I'm not totally sure myself. I'm not really particularly a fan of conspiracies, but most Irish Christians have already done that. For Colin Liddell had a really funny comment earlier. I might have to scroll up. A Republic of Ireland will get Northern Ireland will become a conflict-ridden shithole, and all the Catholics will move south. Then Northern Ireland will become either British or independent. I think it's unlikely it would swing from Britain and back and forth. I think that's quite unlikely. Right, let's see if I can find it. It's like I had a funny comment. I've lost it. Never mind.
Oh
well. All right, where were we? I'm now 8 minutes behind.
Have we checked for the exit polls, by the way?
We'll do it in a minute. Catholics in Northern Ireland are all for United Ireland, so the Southerner takes their parking space at Tesco. Oh god. We haven't heard T-Bus's poll predictions. Can we have some poll predictions, please, T-Bus? I think you did say it's a third each, didn't you?
Yeah.
Fair enough. And you think everyone else will get practically nothing?
I think Galloway will take it. That's me being an optimist, but you know.
Jyoti is the leader of the Communist Party of Great Britain, Marxist-Leninist. That's
Again,
true.
I'm not even a fan of Galloway, I don't think, but you know, just more independent voices in the Commons is just good, generally.
There's no exit polls as I see it at the moment.
No, I don't see any.
Well, then,
Right, sorry. There we go. Right, okay. Galloway uses Catholic in the same way Jews use Jewish. Generally, he's speaking culturally, it seems. He's been uniting the Muslims. Inshallah, salam alaikum. From
Salam alaikum.
Right. The British Salam. Yeah, he's been doing a lot of that. He was playing It's Coming Home, flying English flags, and then saying Assalamu alaikum, my name is George Galloway. So he's not I don't know. He's playing to all crowds, isn't he? He's Scottish himself, so it's a bit strange he's playing It's Coming Home on the bus and saying, I'm George Galloway, I'm the only choice for Batley and Spen in the selection. The British government should regard the prominence of Sinn Féin and in the Dáil as a major threat. Indeed.
Yep.
Guys, there is no exit poll.
I mean, yeah, Sinn Féin.
There is none.
There is
none.
none.
There isn't. I haven't seen one.
They're not doing one.
No.
Right, okay. The British government should regard the prominence of Sinn Féin
only like 10 years ago, Sinn Féin was like a fringe party, wasn't it? And now they've got like the second most seats in the Dáil Éireann. It's interesting.
I might check the election odds in a minute. That might give you a clue. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, I think Fulan, whatever name, Fulan, and the other people.
They're all pronounced weird.
Finnafol and what was it? The other one?
Fine Gael.
Fine Gael. There's the two. They're actually quite anti-Sinn Féin, aren't they?
Yeah, obviously they've teamed up in a coalition, despite being like.
I think they sort of view them as like kind of terrorists. I think.
I mean, they are. They definitely have strong like IRA links and stuff. So, well, in the past, definitely, but
the Scottish elections. Colin Adele says the Scottish election system is set up to grossly overrepresent the Green Party, possibly. They've got quite a few seats, haven't they?
I don't
They're
know.
independent as well.
Well, a lot of people defaulted away from. I mean, some people defaulted away from the Greens. I won't say a lot of people, but some people did default away from the Greens because the SNP because everyone was having second thoughts about Sturgeon, and that's a good thing in my opinion because Sturgeon is arguably the most formidable politician in the UK at the moment.
Annoyingly.
Annoyingly, yes, but she's really good at her job. So,
Humboldt F just tweeted me on Twitter saying, I think Galloway in his heart loves Britain. I really would like him to humiliate Labour as many times as possible. I don't know, maybe it's true that like the old Labour is coming back to bite them. I think that's what Galloway said. It'd be nice to see, I think. But it would be nice. I think he like I think I said this already, but I think he'd be able to hold the government to account in a way that Starmer can't. And yeah. Man loves talking about Sigma. You do.
Embrace it,
Right.
bro. Embrace
I'm
it.
now 10 minutes behind on comments. Please ignore my Joe. Please ignore my significant English ancestry. Biden wants to know your location. No. He threatened to sue Zach Goldsmith after he claimed he converted to Islam. Yeah, Zach Goldsmith has like a really weird history of like borderline anti what was it, Islamophobia. He did it a little bit, engaged in it a small amount with what do you call it? The London mayor election back in 2015. Can't remember. Maybe 2014. Labour was not created to serve the children of the Hindu Kush or Jamaica, indeed. Other than me, obviously. Given Joe Biden is a friend of Jerry Adams and so was Trump, though. To be fair, Kaidman. It's not the perfect time. Yeah, to be fair, Trump was also friends with Jerry Adams. So I mean, there's no exit polls. You have to wait for the actual count. Anglicanism needs to get shit together. It does. I really hope Joe Biden starts speaking out about Northern Ireland so we can get more anti-American sentiment. The mosques will be the linchpin as I don't know actually what you mean by that. And that's the comments. I've got through 10 minutes of comments in 1 minute. There we go. Right. Okay, let's have a look. What's
That's fine. There wasn't that many comments.
Right, Britain elects. Batley and Spen. There's a lot. There's 15,000 tweets. Let's have a look at these 15,000 tweets, shall we? Right, I'll get this up. See what the general public, Joe Public, what are they saying?
Wow. What Twitter thinks? What the general public?
This is probably what they're doing on Sky News. To be fair, I mean, It's just like Sky News, but worse. Right.
I don't know about that. Probably
Yeah,
don't.
not sure I'm with you on that one, Chief.
Yeah.
Right, what have we got here? Got a comment coming in from 5 Liver saying, "Don't be a cuck. Everyone should have a history of Islamophobia." I wasn't saying that was bad. He got married at Whitchurch Church down here in Devon.
I'm
Nice
just thinking
church.
of 5 Live. That's what I'm thinking of football.
Yeah,
you know.
I think
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I think we should be clear here that, like, at least I haven't been trying to lean in too much on my opinions in this stream, because everyone has opinions. I'm just trying to call shots here and make general guesses about how things are going. I'm not sure that.
Yeah, we're all centrists.
We're all the radical centrists, bros. Only kill half the children. Okay. Wait, what?
Something's gone wrong. It's all gone wrong. Well, it's not even. Royal Oak laptop moment.
No one cares is the moral of the story. There's no tweets.
There are no tweets. Might have to share it from Firefox. I'm using Firefox, but I have to use Google Chrome. Oh, there we go. Please, Batley and Spen, don't be fooled by that dickhead showing up to tell you he'll sort jobs, police, public services if you vote Tory. He didn't actually show up, though. He's not even campaigned. Piers Price didn't bother to do that. Vote for Kim Ledbetter. Mind you, like, the fucking Labour Council is shit there, so fuck you, Sarah Murray.
Yeah, this is probably all going to be Ledbetter simps, you know.
So this is why we this is why people hate the Anglican Church. Look, LGBT, just please make sure I've voted for someone local. Yeah, he's fucking voted Kim Ledbetter, faggot. Please vote for conservatism. Please vote high employment cash for Trump. Next stop, Colette Heaton. She's probably you're gonna lose. Sorry. Like, according to the Royal Oak maths, you can only win one council seat.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. A lot of us are looking at the vote to give us hope. Yeah, you're not going to do anything. Sorry, Tim. You're going to be disappointed. Vote Ledbetter and you'll get Starmer, Rain, and Burgeon & Co. Don't do it. Labour canvassers here in Batley and Spen admitted to criminal damage to our PA system on the streets today. And Kid Leopard. Here are some local supporters of George Galloway. Things Labour could have done to keep Batley and Spen. So Bastani said they've already lost 5 hours ago. Keir Starmer visits constituency via consultant and has a round table on Islamophobia. Starmer goes to Colette Heaton to say Labour got it wrong on Brexit. Give Jeremy Corbyn back whip. Get him and John McDonnell up there. No, that would be terrible. Don't do the last two. Maybe the first two, but like don't. They're just gonna think you're just like trying to cuck to us if you like do a round table on Islamophobia. What they want is George Galloway to come in and say like, I'm gonna fight the Jews for you.
It's one of your fellow townspeople. Argyle.
You know what I mean? Stop doxing me.
Is that a dox? Yeah, okay.
Not really. Levelling up is a vacuous slogan like "Get Brexit Done," and it's designed to seduce people. Universal credit is uplift is going up in September. Senior education advisor because the Tories wouldn't fund schools properly. Johnson levels up to rich only. Yeah, well, I mean we've had a pandemic for a year, but okay. Thoughts after Batley and Spen. Many hope to triumph, but I hope they fucking won't. Sorry. Waffle from Ledbetter, yeah, so she won't even back the teacher either. So both of them have just said like fuck this teacher, put Prophet Muhammad on there. Both. I don't know what the Tories have said. Owen Jones argues that Labour Starmer must resign. No one cares. Sorry, you're irrelevant.
Yeah. Who are you again?
Best of luck today, Kim Ledbetter. You've got 88,000 views. Sad. Best of luck today, Kim Ledbetter. No matter the result, you've done all you can. Yeah, we've made you all so proud. Here's George Galloway on his Russian propaganda news channel.
Yeah.
Followed by 94,000 anti-Tories. Don't vote for the twat in the hat who thinks he's a cat. That is a bit embarrassing. Hi, Keir Starmer and JV and Caroline Lucas. Whatever the result, but please announce a pact for tomorrow for one to beat the Tories introduced Bloomer. If you're voting that, here's my MP. If you're voting Batley and Spen, please support the new local candidate, Kim Ledbetter. She has been an incredible candidate. All the Kate in the boosters. Yeah, don't abuse people on the internet, please. It's not very nice. Win or lose, Kim Ledbetter has brought huge value to our politics now. How has she done that? Like, she doesn't even have a Wikipedia article. Like, no one knows who she is outside of this constituency. Chris Williamson, he supported. That was a good film. We watched that earlier. Batley and Spen, never forget the Tory promises. You know the ones they always deny making, never keep. Yeah, who cares? Like, you just don't like the Tories. Here's another tweet from Sarah Murphy. She's been on the Twitter today. To nearly Royal Oak levels of tweeting she's been doing. I honestly can't get my head around how seriously messed up the people in the North must be. Voting for Tories after 11 years, never mind the last year and a half. just how low the expectation of Britain and its government. I mean, you're just a lefty, so who cares? Today, Batley
We're just roasting random people on Twitter.
Right, okay, let's
I mean,
do some...
I just find that fascinating, though. Like, I can't believe you don't disagree. You disagree with me. What is wrong with you?
They should be coming in tonight. The results, according to Twitter, all polling stations have arrived at Cathedral House in Huddersfield. Tom Harwood's recent tweet. If it goes to if it gets really late and they've still not announced it, we might just finish. But I think it will be about. I think last time it was like one.
It won't be this long. It won't be that long. It'll be, I don't know, a while, but it won't be that long.
Tom Harwood Twitter. Tom Harwood lol.
I mean, it's a small constituency, like in geographical areas, so it shouldn't be that long to get all the votes in.
Yeah, we'll
Not
be
like
fine, you guys.
Chesham and Amersham. That's just pretty big constituency, I think.
We'll be fine.
2 notifications.
Okay, here's the question. I mean, T-Bus says that he wants Galloway to win. What do you want?
I like Galloway to win. I think realistically, he's probably I don't know. Probably who would even be the ideal candidate?
I just think more independent voices is the best.
In an ideal world, who would you rather win in this district?
I mean, I would probably want Respect to win, but to be honest, the pragmatic
Christian
the pragmatic answer from me would be anything that makes Labour go into yet another civil war. As far as I'm concerned, is good.
Yeah.
I think anything that will happen. In an ideal world, so the right wing party is Christian People's Alliance. We've got Jada Franson, Independent, Galloway, Theresa Hurst for the English Democrats, Susan Laird for the Heritage Party, Social Democrats Ollie Purser, Tories Ryan Stevenson, UKIP Jack Thompson, and obviously we got Anne-Marie Waters as well. Out of those, who in an absolute ideal world, everyone's voting. You're the only voter in Batley and Spen. Who do you pick?
CPA.
Yeah, CPA or Heritage.
You're gonna go CPA. Part of me wants to say Franson, but I think she's a bit wacky, to be honest. I might probably go Heritage. Okay, all polling stations. Actually, I'd consider Jada Franson. Right. Okay. Let's have a look. All popular analysis is going to be a wild night. He's got. I don't really like ginger beer. It's a bit gross. Anyone here like ginger beer?
I do. I definitely do. Well,
Bundaberg is very good.
I like ginger beer. Dark and stormy that's what I like. Rum and ginger beer. It's really nice. I love it.
The Tories are bullshitting to make the win look more impressive when it comes. They have it. That's a Labour source. Tory source on Batley, too close to call. Always was going to be tough. We didn't win in 2019. We lost by over 100,000 votes in the West Yorkshire mayoral race. On top of that, the governing party doesn't normally win big elections, so they're trying to. No, Galloway. Is he going to come? Who knows? Because that seems like we're about to lose. But whatever the results are, the first priority must be bring our community together and start working for local people in every part of the constituency. I'm proud to call my home. Kim Ledbetter, well, the polls are closed. It's been a full-on 6 weeks, but it has been a privilege to speak to so many people across Batley and Spen to listen to their views. I want to say a huge thank you to every single person who has sent me messages, wishing me luck over the last 20 years, and everyone who has given up their time to help with my campaign. There are so many highs in such a campaign, but sadly there's also been some unacceptable lows. The acts of intimidation and violence by some who have come here within the sole aim of sowing division have been deeply upsetting to witness. We haven't really seen much from the what might be described as the far right, like Franson and Anne-Marie Waters and people. I haven't heard much about what they've done. I haven't really heard much about what they've done, to be honest. I think Jada Franson was there with one guy, I think.
I think there is a base for it, because in that 2016 by-election, after Joe Cox and stuff, there was some people who did vote for the far right ones that stood there, because those the only ones who had the balls to.
Jack Buckby run, didn't he? I remember that. That was quite interesting. That was just after he went on Channel 4 News and said to the woman, "I hope you don't get raped." After she said she's going to let in a migrant or whatever.
Lol.
Lame. It's a savage.
I remember we were talking about that at school, and I was like, "What a dick!" And I was like, "Jack, you're so based. I love you." Don't know how they let him on Channel 4. Like, he was an ex-BNP member. Why the fuck did they let him on Channel 4?
Make fun of him.
70% postal vote will be higher than the average postal. Postal vote. Seems 70% is the turnout of postal votes rather than votes overall. Many ballot boxes not yet in, so hard to know over turnout at this stage. That's 48 minutes ago. There was a point where our campaign time was that Galloway supported car following us and shouting at us through the megaphone to the point we had to leave the area and come back later. Galloway's lot did lots of stir up tensions even more than the far right parties did. Oh dear. Galloway waffen. What can I say? We had a man who was following his loudspeaker for one session of shouting. There they are. That's Galloway boys making all the noise everywhere they go. Anyway, sorry, I disavow. Polling day has been an admin nightmare. Ground campaigning was not. They didn't do any ground campaigning. Apparently, because they think they're just going to let the left fight out, but maybe they did. Apparently, they didn't think they did very well on the ground. But,
I mean,
who knows? It looks like it could be because the Tories are being conciliatory. Labour, like, yeah, we've lost. So, because they're saying they're not doing very well on the ground. So, I mean,
Murph, if someone votes for a far right party after like someone's been assassinated by a far right person, like, I think it's fair to assume there's some far right people who are voting. I don't.
Right, hang on. Where even were we with these comments? We're miles behind. Right, let's talk about you passed of Islamophobia. Let's talk about futurism. Did they vote? Did they? I think I've got the notes. My notes are over there. I think it was 60% leave. Yeah, 60% leave. Right, I'm not going to read that now, man. What happens during a roundtable on Islamophobia, and how is Labour Islamophobic? I don't know. Who knows? Who cares? They're pretty pro-Islam, aren't they? George Galloway made 150 grand in 1 year from Russia Today. Yeah, exactly. Just ignore it. Yeah. I'm actually 20 minutes behind on these. How based are the British public when we reject a murdered politician's sister? Indeed. Because of the shit policies and crap candidates, Labour has a surprisingly strong election machine. No small change. I used to watch quite a lot of RT. What's Armour been saying? Why isn't Jack Buckby standing? I don't think he even lives there. I don't think he's even doing anything. Russia Today protest with no car who's quite based. I don't know who he is. It's coming home shit from Liberal politicians doing my head in. Is Galloway a Liberal politician? Sort of a lefty, I think, old lefty. Curtin to win, I hope so. I might be getting Curtin on this channel, actually. Curtin. Galloway's had a podcast on RT for ages. Jack Buckby ran off. Has he worked for Hope Not Hate now? He wrote a book about like how like conservatives need to be more identitarian to stop people from going to the far right. But anyway, the far right probably is real, to be honest. The ideal candidate is Anne-Marie Waters. How? In what way?
Yeah, she successfully identified that people were plotting in their basements. Have you guys seen that video?
No.
All right.
It sounds like something she'd say. She took a lot of money to run in, what was it, the last one, Hartlepool. She took 60 grand to not even run a candidate. She used to be in the Labour Party. She's a social liberal. She just doesn't like Muslims. She doesn't like Muslims because they're not liberal like her. So and vote for Galloway. It's far too base. I mean, that's a respect, my man. Can we get it? Can we get an 07 in the chat for this man? 07, my friends. For 100 gex. If we get none, that's a disappointment, and you should be ashamed of yourselves. This is a based man right here. I like ginger beer and reading the famous 5, the non-woke version. Good man, yeah, indeed, he is a good man. Hoard the stream on Twitter. Everyone else share it. Thank you very much, Anglo Nile. We got Murph Gaming. Good evening, Murph. Who we got? There's nothing far right about for Britain. Ha ha, boom boom. They just don't like Muslims. Wondered why Murph the Destroyer of Nat Socks was going to be here based. The only people who stood after Jacob's assassination were nut jobs because of the major Protestants in that respect. True. You can't go after after this assassination there's far right people because the far right ones the only ones running. Yeah. So for Britain, rad by godless feminist Anne-Marie Waters, indeed. We have a full skip too many. We have a full Britain council in my area. Good there. Some of their councillors are okay apparently. But I think their leaders a bit. Anyway, Tories did a bit of campaigning. Bojo visited too. My impression was based on that video and based on some other things they said, they were largely just doing phone campaigns. They probably did do a bit of door knocking, but again, it'll probably be selective door knocking on people that usually vote Tory, which is what they do around here. Actually, to be fair, One of the only ones, I think. Thank you very much. 100 Gex. Thank you, Abdullah. I don't know what that means. Isn't Anne-Marie Water Irish? Yeah, she's from Dublin. I disagree that the only party is Labour and the turnout is going to be relatively low. No, the turnout's quite high. It's like 70%. So in comparison to minor parties, will have a much higher percentage. Oh, you might be talking about the previous election. If you are, then I apologise. But they got quite high vote, I think, all of them put together. But I think they were a long way off. Sad boy British, okay. Labour is pretty much the British version of the Muslim Brotherhood. Wouldn't go that far. I think the section of the Workers' Party probably is now. 07, yeah, we got 107. Shit, not good enough. Need more.
We got 3.
Anne-Marie Water should be deported. You are retailing the lines of Ralph. Sorry, he's just influenced me in a lot of ways. I'm not a fan of everything he says, to be honest. I don't know. I think he's right about a lot of things. This stream isn't really about Ralph though. 07, yeah, we got a few. Come on, boys. There we go. Anne-Marie Waters was the director of a secular society and hates Christianity. She does. Lashings of ginger beer, indeed. Right. Is Anne-Marie Waters out? I think she's apathetic or doesn't have an opinion on it. Seems this by-election. She's voted for it. How many votes are they? Yeah, indeed. I don't think people just like get so bored of like voting. If there was like votes like every 2 weeks, then maybe they would. But I don't think, generally speaking, that people get tired. People would get tired of voting once every like 2 years. Like, bro, it's like 5 minutes out of my day. Tory source polling, yeah, but I think it said 70% were postal. I can't be right. 70% being postal votes. 70% being postal votes can't be right.
Yeah.
Probably 70% of people that registered postal votes sent in the postal votes. Anyway, that's my best guess. Anyway. Batley and Spen has not been a pleasant by-election. One strange figure is that they've not seen intimidation as nasty as this since the Scottish partition referendum in 2014.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
Yeah, a lot of division about, sadly. A Conservative source earlier told me there had been a horse with problems with Tory GoTV operation. Some volunteers were sent to addresses that were marked down as solid Labour a week ago. They went in to say we might win, but despite the ground campaign. Yeah, apparently they said the ground campaign was terrible for the Tories. So Labour haven't done well. Tories haven't done well. We shall see. We shall see. There's not going to be an exit poll. Right. Okay. Socialist campaign couldn't get 40 MPs in his but left candidate with only 20 nominations if Stalin resigned. Could be that he resigns. It'd be interesting.
Which would be good. Unequivocally, that would be good.
Right. Cool. I think we're going to have a look on here. See if we got anything else coming in. Any tweets at all? Thank you, Niall, for the shill. I'll give you a fat retweet. Good lad. Not really talking about anything at the moment. Okay, let's have a look on the old Twitter. Shall we? 15,000 tweets. Right. I'll read the chat again in a minute, but we'll get these tweets up. That's what people are saying. It's just gonna be full of people saying like, we'll go latest this time actually, shall we? Let's go latest.
Did Ralph do a stream about Batley?
He did loads, but he's not doing one at the moment. Right. Gaslighting Marxian Church of England. Yeah, he's got this Church of England guy told people to vote Kim Ledbetter without saying vote Kim Ledbetter, which is frankly an outrage. Jane Green can't sleep. That's a shame. But it's only like 11 o'clock. I mean, come on. Emily Thornberry, I've got work tomorrow. Emily Thornberry's description of George Galloway, a bully, disgusting, divisive, says whatever he needs to get votes, is accurate. Emily Thornberry's not a fan, really. Evening from Huddersfield, where they're being counted. They're counting at the momento. According to Ben Baston, I think he was the SDP candidate. Yeah, he was. No, he wasn't. But going back tomorrow, which is considered by-election, has been going on for about 20 years. It's quite sickening to think that anyone voted for George Galloway. Oh dear. Ha ha. Philip Proudfoot. If Labour has lost Batley and Spen, we've almost certainly going to see an opening. Why Northern's thick? Like, come on, bro. Like, no one's going to vote for the Northern Independence Party. Like, I swear, this guy put out like a load of tweets saying we're going to win in Hartlepool. We're going to win in Hartlepool.
They got less than 1%. They didn't even I can't even remember.
They got 140 votes or something. Like, I think my tweet about them got more likes than they got votes. So I mean.
Yeah, on the other day on Twitter, they were like ranting about getting verified, and I was like, "You got less than 1%. Shut up."
Isn't the guy who leads it like a student from Brighton or something comically hilarious like that?
I mean,
he's not from the north.
They want to cut 2 counties in half, like Lincolnshire and Derbyshire in half, for some
I'll
reason.
check that. Northern. Let me get my keyboard. Keyboard's over here.
Wait, did they count the Midlands as part of the North, or just like?
Only the top bit of it. So like parts of Lincolnshire and Derbyshire are like split off in their little ideal map of an independent North, which is a bit weird, considering I'm from Derbyshire and splitting my county in half isn't really ideal.
Right, Northern Independence.
Vote for Rat Boy, you guys. Vote for Rat Boy.
Currently has no elected representatives. Get fucked. I think they actually, so they've been registered 1 day ago. So they've literally just been registered.
I don't think. What? I don't.
1 day ago, it says here.
Oh right, yeah, because I think the Electoral Commission was like really slow. That's why the guy stood as an independent.
Slogan: It's about bloody time.
Look at they got this stupid, like, what's it called? That kind of dog.
Greyhound.
I don't think it's a greyhound. I think it's a different kind. I thought it was a whipper or something. Whatever. You can see, I don't know why they've.
Nerv says he swings for the wrong other side, Londoner, who puts on a northern accent and claims that the most talked about topic in working man's clubs are.
Yeah, Murph. I think I actually said that's what I thought it meant. Right. Okay. Tom Howard is a prophet, indeed. Poster. I think what it means is 70% of people that registered for poster votes voted in the end. Poster voting is right for lots of Muslim members vote twice for their wives, possibly. He said he wouldn't resign no matter the result, so he might be forced to though. Has the NLP been registered? It has. Great to see anti-fascists show up to stop the far right. Tommy Robinson, real name Stephen Yaxley. Very brave. I don't like Tommy Robinson. I think he's a thug.
Yeah.
I think he perhaps has done some work to expose grooming gangs, but not someone I like or have ever liked.
Yeah, like when he can't even control his own like anger against someone, like and just fucking punches them in the face. It's not really a good show of yeah.
I mean, I remember back in the day when like he was arrested for like doing the coverage, and everyone was like, I remember everyone was thinking, even I was caught in on it. It was like, oh my goodness, the media are locking him up. But it actually turned out he was breaking a genuine law that he had been warned about before. And it's like, it's just
we haven't even dropped any viewers for that take, so we know the opinion's really shifted against him. usually when like we give like a really, or like on the stream someone gives a really liberal take, you usually see the views drop. But for that one we didn't, so it means perhaps Tommy Robinson's perhaps not very popular anymore. So I remember when Limbu said he was like pro-vaccine, we dropped from like 25 viewers to like 17. Oh god, they were switched off. Anyway, we've actually gained viewers from that. Thanks, you're welcome. Just imagine they say Stoke, yeah. Philip Ratboy Proudfoot is a homosexual Londoner who puts on a northern accent and claims that the most talked about topic in working man's clubs are trans rights into. Right, okay. Hold on a second. Who's overseeing the vote count? Indeed. Twitter banned me for saying the NLP. Yeah, you probably will get a ban for that.
Mate, don't say stuff like that. Come on.
I told one of my Asian friends to stop eating dogs, and I got suspended for that.
Shoot. They all wore the newspaper caps as well. Fucking northern cosplay, indeed. They're not even from. I'm more northern he is probably. Well, he's from northern Lithuania, though, isn't he? I think.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Loads of Muslims, stacks of poster votes. Looks like another Labour victory. I'm gonna have a drink in a minute because my voice is going. I'm talking to
gentlemen. We have a person from Full Brighton in the chat.
Oh
goodness. Oh my.
Oh my.
Bloody hell.
Oh, good sport, dear boy.
I'll get round to if there is someone. I'll get round to the comment when I've got through these. Hold on a second.
He's not saying anything.
Whip it. Yeah, that's what I meant. I think it's a whip it. It's not a greyhound, is it?
Probably.
Right. Okay. Lots of Galloway will win. No doubt. My insiders tell me this. Indeed. Insiders in Batley and Spen, my friends.
I thought you said my inside, like his gut tells him that.
Yeah. He is a cokehead. Which is much more Robinson. Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, I used to be kind of sympathetic to him, but be nice to whippets indeed. They're cool kind of dogs, I suppose.
I like dogs.
Tommy Robinson has massive respect for where I am. Yeah, he does actually have quite a lot of support in the working class, I think. I sort of, based on my Facebook feed, obviously I went to a comprehensive school, so there was a variety of people I went to school with. And you do actually see a lot of the working class, more like working class people, tend to support him. But in my personal view, I think, again, I think, to be fair, I did say I think he's done some good in exposing grooming gangs. But I think largely the English Defence League and things like that, it's thuggery at the end of the day. Oi, Tommy, you got the stuff. I don't like Tommy said he's a thug, said this little girl. Funny. If it's view, where are we? Hancock did just enough to secure Labour victory, probably. Actually, no, I don't think he's going to win.
But Murph wants to join, bro. He wants to join.
Right. You can send him the link on Twitter if you want. I don't actually.
That's
He doesn't
another
follow me.
thing. I wouldn't be surprised if this whole Hancock thing plays into the election.
This dude is just a wannabe.
I would
stream
send
live
him
stream
the
for
link,
kids.
but he
Excuse me,
doesn't follow me on Twitter.
Well, no, I can't DM him if he doesn't follow. Anyway, this stream is just a wannabe Ralph stream for kids, not up to much, bro. You've literally watched for like 2.5 hours. I mean, like, what can I say? If you didn't like it, then don't watch. I mean, it's pretty simple. But anyway, where are we? Batley and Spen. Right, one tweet, one new notification. Has anyone tweeted at me? And I'm not a kid. I'm 20, and I'm 2/3 of the way through a politics degree, so I'm perfectly well qualified. Galloway will come third. Don't think so. I think he'll come. It'll be pretty close. Murph has followed. Thank you, Murph. It's very kind of you. Right, you can come on the stream, Murph. Here you go. I assess. You're here to assess, are you? All right, interesting. It's like that was that PA guy who like said I'm here to report back. Like, bro, like they sent me an email complaining about me talking about them, and then they like, hi, I'm here to report back from the patriotic alternative, and here to call you all twats, and then report back. Anyway,
Yeah.
You want me not to talk about it?
Do you have like an official rank, bro? Do you have like a little rank, like your private runs with water or whatever? I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's like, they send all these people to like do stuff for them, like it's a military organization, isn't it? It's kind of weird.
Get Murph in.
Like, sorry, honestly, one more fucking thing. Like, there was a stream that we did. The first stream that we did, that was like after like they said, "Why are you talking about this all the time?" And then we did the stream and said we're not talking about PA, and they're like, "Why are you not talking about PA?" So I mean, like, either I win or I lose.
PA gossip
Catch 22, isn't it? Anyway, that's enough PA gossip. Thank you. I have nothing.
Excellent.
If it doesn't crash, please don't crash.
Please don't crash.
Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash.
Hello.
Hello. There we go. Way. Hello, man.
Where is he?
He's not on the stream, bro.
He's not on the GUI, mate.
He's not on the GUI.
You need to let him in. He's backstage, apparently. You've put him in.
You're segregating the poor northerner.
Get him in.
Oh, Oake.
Oh God, he was in and then he left. He was in and then he left.
Oh,
what you put me in for like half a second. I was going, it's the Murphinator, and then you fucking got rid of me.
It said here he joined, and then it said he left.
You put me.
Oh,
you must have.
I really do need to get a new computer. This is ridiculous.
Kicked him again.
I didn't kick him. What have I done? I just click add. I forgot. I'm refreshing the page.
We have to stop this anti-northerner action right now. This is unacceptable.
Yeah, this is, thankfully, I'm not caught up in it. Obviously, I'm not north and north, but hey, you need to stop being anti-north.
It's just broken. It's just broken.
Oh, Jim Bob. We actually do know who it was, but that is not within my proclivity to disclose. That is only up to Oake. Put it like she was. Fuck, basically getting away. They were quite senior. Oh, it's just us again. Back to serial streaming.
Yes. Like I said, we didn't answer the big Weetabix question. What's your Weetabix topping?
I mean, apart from like just milk.
Not even a little bit of sugar?
Nah. Gotta be healthy, innit, boy? No.
I normally pile sugar on there. A little bit of fruit, maybe a little bit of blueberries, strawberries.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. Now I feel like I want a cereal.
Maybe some almonds.
It's almost midnight, and I want cereal now.
Am I in?
Yes,
Right.
you are, dear boy.
Don't kick me this time.
Oak.
There we go.
Murphcist, bigot.
What does Murph? All right, yeah, I get it.
Put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah. I got there in the end.
What's your predictions, Murphinator?
Me. I am predicting a Galloway victory. That's what I think.
Hello. There we go.
Now, I think it's for me. It's a toss up between Tories and Galloway. I think, and this is my main prediction. Whatever happens, I think Labour will come third.
Ooh,
it's a good prediction.
That's the Murphinator's prediction.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet.
I genuinely believe Labour will come third. And one of the main reasons is Labour, I think, especially compared to Galloway, is really going to struggle to mobilise the Muslim vote. And that constituency is 1/4 Muslim. So that you need the Muslim vote if you want to win that constituency. And I think Labour is going to fail to do that because of their pro-Israel bollocks.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You guys don't understand. Okay, the policies of Israel are of quintessential importance to the people of Batley and Spen. They are just. You guys do not understand. I can't believe.
Within Muslim communities, that is genuinely a very important issue because of the whole Palestine thing. Free Palestine and that. So it is genuinely an important thing in those Muslim areas, and. For example, when Jeremy Corbyn was Labour leader, he made loads of stands against Israel and for Palestine, and he was called an anti-Semite for it, which I don't believe, by the way. I don't think he was an anti-Semite. And then after, in the Labour leadership election, all leader contenders, including Keir Starmer, took a anti-Semitism pledge, which is not as based as it sounds. It's actually against anti-Semitism. And as a result,
dear boy, careful.
I think that was a joke. That was a joke. I think that they have lost a lot of the Muslim vote as a result. So that my prediction is Labour will come third.
All right.
Actually, you know who will come first? English Democrats.
Based. Good news, we've gone up 1 sub, so now it says 1.04k again. Yay. Right. Okay. So let's have a look at some of these. Numbers, shall we? My voice is going.
But yeah, Galloway has pulled it off before. In 2005, he took I think it was a London seat from Labour with a brand new party.
Yep, Bow and Bethel Green.
That's right. And I think it was a similar issue because Blair neglected something that was important. It was a very high Muslim population constituency. So it's honestly, I could totally see it happening.
All right, Batley and Spen.
You did it. Congratulations.
I said the word. Thank you.
The left needs to go sensible and versus.
Guys, I think I'm going to grab a beer. How long is this stream going on for? Are you guys doing the whole night?
Something of results, I guess.
Until we get the results.
Well, they're expected at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
What?
If you guys are going until 4 a.m., I'll go to 4 a.m., but I'll need to get some drinks.
Hell.
I mean, if we're going till 4 a.m., we better start talking about something that's not Batley.
Yeah, well, I'll fucking stick around.
It wasn't 4 a.m. for Chesterman Amersham. Oh, why is there fucking...
Yeah, but I bear in mind 4 a.m. is very basically, I saw someone replied to one of George Galloway's tweets saying, when can we expect the results? And George Galloway said probably around 4 a.m. So that's not like a set in stone time.
3, I imagine.
But yeah, it'd probably be a bit earlier, but that's what George Galloway said. But anyway, I'm just gonna BRB while I grab a drink. Don't kick me while I'm gone, please.
Did I kick him? I didn't mean to.
Yeah, you were not a very nice man.
Sorry.
You're like bad man.
Right, let's go. What we got? Iron Dome for Batley. You want to explain this?
Yeah, we just need anti-missile defense systems for Batley.
Yep.
Stop the Jews. Launching missiles.
Right. Okay. Not all Muslims support Galloway or the Palestine stuff enough to swap from Labour. I live in an area similar to Bradford, and Galloway wouldn't win now, as many Muslims are fairly liberal. We shall see. We shall see.
Yeah,
Galloway to create the Democrat. Sorry, Karen.
I'm from nothing. I was just going to say I'm like familiar with communities like that, and I don't know. I feel like I know the mood, if that makes sense.
What's your
That's all I
assessment of the
want to
mood?
say.
Do you have an assessment particularly?
Pretty much what I said already, but you know.
Right,
I feel like it's all very it's all very
Based.
stereotypically northern. It's all very matter of fact. It's all very I don't know.
Have you guys seen the one from Patrick Coulter, Last Scenes at Batley and Spen?
No.
I'll stick the link in the chat. Oake, can you make me
Private chat. Oh, sorry, you're not mod. I thought you were. Have you changed accounts? Is that why?
No, normal account, but you just never made me it because you hate me.
Sorry, man.
I hate MK Dons. Okay.
Fuck the MK Dons. Fuck the MK Dons. Fuck the MK Dons.
Milton Keynes is a weird city. Have you ever been?
It's isn't it like one of those post-war constructions?
Yeah, it's really weird. It's like a big block system, and if you go there and just like drive through, it's like really weird.
I had a black
Isn't it
phone from
American or
Milton
something?
Keynes.
Is it? It's probably like really American, isn't it? Like in construction and stuff.
Well, yeah, it's all like city blocks, but it's like big boulevards with like trees and like.
Ugh.
I don't know. It's like
it's
any,
like we can look on Google Maps actually. It's quite an interesting construction. Yeah.
Or we could play GeoGuessr with the chat.
Oh, that could be fun. Genuinely.
My computer doesn't break down. Right, Google Maps.
Have you ever been to Bletchley? That's
Bletchley Park.
Yeah.
I've never been.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Where is it?
Milton Keynes, pretty much.
Oh right, okay. No, I've never been. It's on the thing, like the circle that shows someone speaking is really like finicky for me. You guys can hear me fine. I'm not cutting out.
Yeah, you're absolutely fine.
Okay, it's just StreamYard being bozo.
Is my volume okay? Because
yours is fine.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine, bro.
Okay.
I was just making sure.
We all have
when I like talk,
level
like
volume.
it doesn't look like the little grey circle comes out that much.
I'm not sure if Milton Keynes as a city does it have a cathedral-based criteria. Isn't
that the official criteria? Hang on, that's the official criteria, isn't it?
That is, that's...
Yeah, it has to have a cathedral.
Yeah, what's
it says largest
city
town.
Like, there's some like really small cities
Yeah.
just because they have a cathedral.
Yeah, there's a I can't remember. My dad told me because my dad knows all this stuff. There's like a city.
So Wales
somewhere.
is a city?
There's a city that has like a population of like 1,000.
That's
still
St David's. That's in Wales.
Yeah.
St David's.
Yeah.
But as a cathedral, so it's a city.
Yeah, even though the cathedral's actually not in the city as well. It's like in the middle of nowhere. The reason they built it in the middle of nowhere is because of Viking raiders.
That makes sense.
You can see here's Milton Keynes. It's like built in little blocks.
I played as Vikings in CK3 recently because I got into CK3, and it was pretty funny. I invaded Morocco, and I sort of like colonized Morocco. And then I found out to reform the faith, you have to own holy sites, and they're all in Norway. So I did a sort of reverse invasion of Norway. And because I'd been in Morocco for so long, I had all these Viking generals, and they were all like black guys. So I literally did a we was moment and took over Norway as like Africa. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I'm still on CK2 because I don't like. It's too expensive. CK3 at the moment.
Dropping down to 20 viewers, talking about fucking map games. Jesus Christ!
Actually, CK is a role-play game.
It's a role, actually.
Crusader Kings is actually a role-playing game, not a map game. There's just a map in it.
But yeah,
right. There's a map in Call of Duty. Idiot. Right. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Is Call of Duty a map game? Idiot.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
this is Milton Keynes, as you can see. It's all in like little blocks. I'm trying to remember which one my black buddy used to live in. There you go. I think it was Monkston actually.
Very depressing town.
I heard Jeremy
it is
Corbyn.
a town. It is confirmed a town.
Yeah,
you can see it's like looking at city skylines, isn't it? Like there's
yeah. It's really depressing and horrible.
I remember back in 2019, Jeremy Corbyn saying it's like the ideal future of British British society, like because it's like
You know the ideal future. Do you guys know Poundbury?
Oh yeah, that's based. I love Poundbury.
Yeah, Poundbury is the real future. None of this. I hate this suburban style planning where you have all the houses in one area and all the shops in another, and it needs to be integrated.
Don't go
they
on
all
one
need
of the
to
main
be
road. There's someone
together.
Some of the
This is the middle of Milton Keynes, by the way. So this looks like that looks like a fucking motorway service station.
The middle of a town should be like a marketplace where there's like, you know,
Go into
a
some
high
churches
street
and stuff.
Yeah. It shouldn't be a fucking roundabout and a motorway. I hate it. This kind of planning, this suburban style planning, strangles the lifeblood out of a community. I bet
Have
they
you
vote
guys
Labour.
ever been to Stadium MK?
Nope.
No.
It's got padded seats.
I know it has. I think I've heard that.
It's great. But why don't all stadiums have padded seats, man?
Well, Milton Keynes Dons is a stolen football club. Used to be Wimbledon FC. We all hate the MK Dons here. See, even this little like suburban neighborhood's got like fucking roundabouts. Like, why do you
whatever,
need a roundabout?
Stadiums.
Look at these houses; they're fucking horrible.
Suburbia sucks.
I stand
depends
by
on
my
suburbia.
pro opinion that we should play GeoGuessr.
I agree, but maybe in a bit. But the thing is, like, I live.
I'll do some chats in a minute.
I'm in an interesting area because the village I live in I live in like the old bit where it is like a traditional style British village where all the like housing and high street and shops and stuff are all like integrated. And then across a bridge from me is this new place where it's all housing and then there's an industrial estate like at the back. And honestly, it is a labyrinth. You can get lost because every house and every street is identical and it sucks. And I'm so glad I don't live in the new bit. I'm really glad I live in the old bit because the new bit sucks.
Indeed, right. Anglo Nar says Labour just won a council seat in Islington, but with a 13% reduction, Greens up. Yeah, the Greens are having a bit of a surge, aren't they?
Yeah, my mum, who is lifelong Labour, she has never voted for any party other than Labour, even during Blair. In the local elections a few months back, voted Green. So,
yeah,
and I think that's representative of a lot of people. The Green Party is going to fucking go through the roof in the next general election. I reckon.
And he voted
If I
Lib
still
Dem.
lived in, sorry, what are you saying? Your dad's Labour and
He voted Lib Dem last local election.
my grandma, my grandmother on my mum's side's lifelong. She's like working class Labour. And she voted Liberal Democrat. Even though like she's not, she claims to be a socialist. She's really not. She actually has some pretty right wing opinions, to be honest.
The thing is, Labour, they're losing the economic left vote to the Greens.
Britain elects, hello.
And they're also losing the social left vote to the Lib Dems because Keir Starmer's doing that weird, like, you know, I don't want to call it patriotic because that's not what it is because he's still taking the knee and stuff, but like putting flags up everywhere. And, you know, the lefties don't like that. They're like, oh, he's a flag shagger, you know. So he's losing those people who do make up a significant portion of the vote. He's losing them to the Lib Dems, and then proper socialists, he's losing to the bloody Greens. He's a fucking idiot. He's got it the exact wrong way round. What he should do is have economic socialism, but be more socially conservative. That's what the appetite's for. He's literally doing it the wrong fucking way round. It's just freaking annoying, man.
I mean,
Sorry, Karen.
Sorry, I hold, and I've held for a long time, that all Labour needs to win a election these days is basically say, yeah, we're closing the borders.
That is all they need to do.
Is
be anti-immigration. That's it. And the thing is, anti-immigration is a socialist view, because the whole the whole point is that people from poorer countries will work for less. So capitalists mass import poorer people so that they can pay their workers less. That is what's happening. It makes no sense for socialism to be in favour of that, and it is socialist to be anti-immigration. So it boggles the mind, you know.
It does. Speaking of that, this might be a bit relevant. This is an article from the New Statesman. He just made a speech 40 off bed making. So, bed factories are the mainstay of campaign trail. I think there was quite a lot of bed factories there. I think Galloway is saying here, I think that he thinks that he's winning with Conservatives. Paul Hamilton standing for the he isn't standing this time. I thought it's a substantial number of protest votes up for grabs. He's saying here, social conservatism can appeal to both demographics. It's not a left-right question. We are concerned about clash issues. Which is cringe.
Absolutely. Yeah. I agree with him though. I think especially in a seat like Batley, I think that is absolutely the case.
To be fair,
it does depend on the seat. It does depend on the seat, but I think in Batley, that's how it is. In pretty much all the red wall seats, that's how it is. I think.
Right. Even if it's opportunistic, so social conservatism can. Yeah, you're right about that. I think social conservatism. I think perhaps this is an over-optimistic point, but I think to an extent it could be on the rise a little bit with the Common Sense Group and things like that. But a lot of people say that's perhaps too much of a white pill.
I never think it went away, to be honest. I think it's always been persistent.
Look at UKIP.
I think the average person is a social conservative.
I think there will be a swing back. That's my view.
At the end of the day, you get. I mean, let's look at it as a timeline. Okay, start of the 21st century, you have Blair dominating the polls, who's a total liberal, and then you have the Tories try to make up for it by basically doing what Blair did to copy Thatcher. They copy him. David Cameron turns the Conservative Party into being socially liberal. This causes UKIP to rise in response. I mean, UKIP was mostly because of the Euroscepticism, but it wasn't entirely that. It was because the Conservative Party went liberal. So I think that the reaction is definitely there. And I do think it is. I think it is probably on the rise as well, because nowadays, in the sort of last, it's been going on for the past like 20 years, but it's really the past 5 or 6 years that the whole transgenderism and that sort of thing really started to take off. And a lot of people look at that and go, that's fucking ridiculous. And that makes them socially conservative. Yeah. So I think that's what happens is as the progressives and liberals start to ramp up their dogma of ridiculousness, common people with common sense just go that, that's fucking ridiculous. This is dumb. Here's why. They get called a bigot or racist or a transphobe for it. That's not going to help. That's going to make them believe what they believe. That's going to make them believe that it's ridiculous even more. So I agree with you that this is a very long-winded way of me saying I agree.
Yeah, common sense conservatism. That's the answer. Murph, totally right. I think there could very well be a swing back.
Yeah.
Galloway to create Democratic Republic of Batley and Spen. Anti-Semitism is not Zionism.
I love ranting. It's like my whole thing.
Amazing. Anti-Semitism is not anti-Zionism. I know because I'm both. Imagine if Tories lose all the Remain suburban middle-class areas and have to rely on red wall Brexit seats. Could well happen. A lot of the South, especially you saw in Cheshire and Amersham, was shifting away from the Tories. I think we could be seeing, people talk about the red wall, perhaps some breaks in the blue wall as well, but not necessarily for Labour at the moment because they're not doing very well at all. Anywhere really.
Yeah. Rise of the Liberals.
Indeed.
It's going to be 100 years after the Liberal Party collapsed. They return with like a phoenix from the ashes.
Yeah, I mean, something that's definitely been very emergent recently in terms of the British meta-political scene is that you've got the new right-wing split. Although the Tories hold it much better than Labour hold their problems, but you get that problem of the city bankers sort of people who, I want to remain and continue making profit, and then of course you've got the fractious old proper conservative style working class people from Lincoln, and whether the Tories will be able to keep a cap on that is anyone's guess. You've got to remember that Brexit was such a success because you basically got a lot of the political class sort of people who were like liberalism, undemocratic EU, and a lot of the working class anti-immigration vote to synthesize. Will that lapse? Possibly. So,
Well, like I said, you need only look at the rise of UKIP during the Cameron era, or the dissident right in general during the Cameron era. I think that is the best way to look at it. And I think after Cameron left, the Tories sort of had a bit of a wake-up call. And Theresa May took her time getting to it, but I think eventually she did get to it, especially when she allied with the DUP. That is like, these are core voters. We cannot disregard them to appeal. We cannot try to appeal to liberals who will never vote for us by being liberal ourselves. I think Theresa May, not really. She had an idea. I don't think she really got it. I think Boris Johnson, while, like I say, I don't consider him a conservative, he's definitely trying to appear that way. He is trying to buy into this dissident right faction. He is trying to take a bite out of it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that you shouldn't get twisted about the Tories in particular is, and my idea fell out of my head. I think I interrupted someone.
Socially conservative.
Yeah, no, it's nothing like that. Duke's in the chat.
Hey, Duke.
But yeah, something fell out of my head. I'm a complete idiot. Everyone called me an idiot in the chat.
You're an idiot.
Speaking of Duke, thanks Arn Carlson for the shout out on Twitter. Very kind of you. Right, next comment. Galloway's radio program was mainly focused on the Israel-Palestine conflict. It was a real circus by British standards. I think there was a whole thing where he called Alexei Navalny a Nazi or something because he.
Well, he was. Well, at one point.
Well, okay. So Russian opposition rallies, they have a lot of different people. There probably were some extreme nationalists there, but to call, I don't think his positions are at all extreme nationalist. I think he's literally said that he's anti-Russian expansionism.
Well, not anymore, but obviously he was.
Was he though? Is there any evidence of that?
I think he was white nationalist.
Who? Galloway?
Navalny.
Oh, Navalny. I was about to say. I don't know. I know, but I do remember there was a period of time where 4chan really liked him.
I think that's an anti. I think that's a Kremlin storyline.
Because there was. I remember seeing this thing where Navalny, someone a Putinist. Tipped a bucket of green paint on Navalny, and everyone was going, "Yo, he looks like Pepe the Frog," and Navalny was posting Pepe memes, and it was pretty. It was peak 2017 4chan stuff, but I do remember that happening because I used to be on 4chan all the time. In 2017, that was when I was really into 4chan. So.
Never really used 4chan myself. I went in it a bit around 2016.
Well, I haven't used it in years, but
I was on a bit more of the hobby boards rather than anything else.
I was a poltard for a depressingly large amount of time. I think 2016 till 2018. I just was on that.
Yeah, I was around that time. I was involved in Windu.
Right.
Yeah.
I was big in Windu.
That's enough about 4chan, right? High turnout should help Labour. I think the other way around. I think it will help the Tories.
Yeah. High turnout will help Galloway more than anything because I don't think because like I say, because Galloway's whole thing is mobilising the Muslim anti-Israel population who like him more than Labour.
Okay. Was that the Lieb Stand data, Royal Oak? I don't know. You'd know better than me.
Leibstander.
Sorry, I can't.
Sorry, I should
Ich
stop.
kann Deutsche sprechen, Herr Aussie. Do not correct me. Whatever. I'm not sure that Milton Keynes is a city. Does it have a cathedral? We're not sure.
It's not.
Oh my goodness!
We established this.
If it's 5:30, I'm not waiting until then. Belfast is a nice city, especially in July. Nice. Common Workers' Party of Great Britain. I want a good laugh. We all do. Milton Keynes is famous for its concrete cows, indeed. Vote counters will pay by the hour. They'll be in no hurry to finish, maybe. All right, good evening. This is 10 minutes ago. Still better than Birmingham. I hate those reddish-brown houses. Yeah, they're not particularly aesthetically pleasing. Good evening. Hello. Good morning. The votes are okay, if you say so.
You don't have to click all the comments.
Yeah, I'm just trying to go through them. Yeah. My dad, a lifelong Labour man, also voted Green. Mate, imagine your dad voting Green. It's a bit cringe. Joking. To be fair, if I lived in London,
I genuinely prefer Green to Labour.
If I lived in London, and I still lived in Hounslow next to Heathrow, I might be persuaded because the air quality there is dreadful.
Yeah.
Galloway for the win. Alhamdulillah. That's how you say it.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Did you guys see that video with Galloway outside the mosque, where this like lifelong like Labour councillor like basically says, you know, I am going to vote for George Galloway, and it's just like George Galloway standing there while loads of people are going like Alhamdulillah, like Allah Akbar and stuff like that. And it's just hilarious.
If you send that to me, I'll
Galloway,
play it.
like this fucking like Scottish working class like guy with like a fucking hat on. You know, and he's just like standing there, just sort of like smiling nervously while everyone's going, "Allahu Akbar." I don't have the video to hand, sadly, so I can't send you it. But it was pretty funny.
It'll be
to
out there
see.
somewhere. Anyway,
it'll be out there
got some more
somewhere, but I'm not
comments to do.
looking for it.
No, I'm not saying you should. I was just saying I might be. Galloway, yeah, we've done that twice. Okay, it's true, Rory. I'm okay. Blue Labour, cool. Blue Labour is cool indeed.
I like Blue Labour, but they kind of died because of the they kind of got killed, didn't they? Blue Labour.
A bit. I think what do you call it? I'm no good with names. The fella in not Norman. What's his name? He's got Maurice Glassman. That's the one. I think he's still in the House of Lords. Pubs closed, borders open. Indeed.
Yes.
Looks like trying to look like a gammon. So North FC will come back to Labour. Indeed. Tories just held. We might have a look at some local election results in a minute. I think there have been a few.
Yeah, there were.
Socialists are often pro-third world, though. Immigration, wage suppression, immigrants are likely to be wage. Yeah, we talked about that a couple of hours ago. I was looking at the power lack of people watching the vote count as well, possibly. Hope you have that. Yeah, very kind of you, Kelsey. Thanks.
George
Free to
Galloway,
bet.
king of white boy summer.
Indeed. Inshallah, Galloway will win. Indeed. I'm still 15 minutes behind on the comments. That's why I'm trying to get through.
Mashallah.
Mashallah.
But we still need the immigrants to support the most holy institution of our land, the National Health Service.
I would die for the NHS. Would you guys die for the NHS?
No.
Right. Okay.
Sadly, many people have died for the NHS, or that's what the government will tell us.
Clap for NHS.
It's a bit of a
Clap
broad
for the
statement,
daddy.
probably.
Should we listen to the
Messianic,
Thank You NHS
yeah.
song?
Oh God. Immigrants in the NHS make up the majority of malpractice. Cool. People are likely more socially conservative because they're starting to value the things they lost, such as community, religion, tradition. People see, totally true.
That's absolutely the case.
The left wants to destroy anything of meaning, pretty much. Things were better when Tories versus Liberals were the main fight rather than just Tories or Labour. Agree. People have already become counter-jihadi. That's a bit 2015, bro. Yeah. Exactly.
What's that one group? Jihadi Watch. Are they still around? Or Sharia Watch. That's it. Sharia Watch. Are they still around?
I'm not googling it. I'm on a list already. Right. Okay. That's 70%. That's for poster votes. Anyway, sorry. Carry on. What you're saying?
Wait. You're on a list?
Yeah, on a list of based people. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's one way of putting it.
I'm probably on a list. I can't prove it, but I probably am.
Everyone waved to their MI5 agents.
Hello.
Freedom of information request.
A man like Benjamin Disraeli and sorry.
My MI5 agent likes watching me jack off.
Based. A man like Benjamin Disraeli and hit One Nation Tory and social programs they probably would.
Yeah.
Disraeli was actually quite based.
I agree. I agree. I am probably a One Nation Tory.
Indeed. England cannot be made again. That's a good Disraeli quote. England cannot be made again.
Exactly.
Turn out 70%. Again, that's the case of votes. I wouldn't call him conservative, however. George Galloway is more socially normal. Interesting. Anti-woke than the Tories. Well, I think he's like a Catholic and he was a Muslim, so I imagine he leans more socially conservative. He is now.
Because he is pro-union.
He is, but he obviously his last name's Galloway, so I mean, I think he's a Catholic.
I don't know if Galloway is one of those names you can associate things with.
Maybe not. I think
Galloway's a place in Scotland. I don't think it denotes religion.
It's probably where Oz.
That's Galway. It's Galway in Ireland, isn't it? Not Galloway.
No, Galloway's
that's
a place.
in Ireland.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was confusing it.
Right.
Dumfries and Galloway.
Yeah,
yes, that's sticky
it's on the border.
I believe there's something he said that suggests that he's part Irish and Catholic. He definitely is a Catholic. I'm sure about that. Of Brexit means Brexit was a peak of our politics the last 5 years. There was quite a lot of hype around Johnson about that time, wasn't there? Got a lot of energy behind him.
I remember I went to my local constituency's hustings in the run up to 2019, and my MP, who was the Tory, literally to every question said, like, you know, get Brexit done. Brexit means Brexit. You know, all those slogans. It was insane. Every question that was asked, no matter what the topic, he was like, "Oh well, your Brexit will sort that." And it was like,
if not too much of a dot, who is this?
Yeah, I can tell you, Philip Hollowbone, who is hilarious, by the way, because he wears on all his public appearances, he wears a jacket that's just like the massive like Union flag just emblazoned across it.
One Britain, great nation.
Oh, you're not even Northern.
No? Did you think I was Northern? My dad's Northern, but I'm not.
Still
I'm a
the
Midlander.
most Northern person on the stream.
I'm a Midlander. But I'm not
Well,
Northern.
Aussie's from Scotland. One Britain, great.
Yeah.
nation.
I mean, he's not there now, is he?
I mean,
Stop,
I'm
stop.
I spent half the time here, half the time in England. No,
I'm
I'm not a
the
fan
one
of
with
it.
the most
I'm going to return.
geographical proximity to Batley right now.
Yeah, in
One Britain,
I think
great
about
nation.
40 miles
Play
away.
the song on the stream, Oak.
What? One Britain, great nation. I don't even know where it is.
Yeah.
I couldn't even find it on
yet.
YouTube. I haven't even seen it on YouTube, to be honest.
I will literally find it right now.
I've been listening to Sink the Bismarck in the background. It's such a tune. We gotta find the Bismarck because the world depends on us. We're here.
Yeah,
running
Now
Oak,
20
it
minutes
took-
behind
it
our
took
comments.
It took me no time at all to find
just
it
read
on
the
YouTube.
comments.
You're just bad at searching. There it is in the chat.
Read the
in the
comments.
private thing.
Just read the comments.
I've got to see who's trending higher. Me or Batley and Spen. Spen election coverage.
Batley count now on a go slow, says Colin Liddell. What's the is that like what's the source for that? Is he just saying like it's going slow, or are they actually on a go slow? Ultimately, we need another BNP. Oh, fuck off. BNP was a disaster for British politics. The BNP set back this sort of general cause, which I assume we're all part of, by goodness knows how much. It's a stupid... I mean, Mark Collett was in the BNP, for Christ's sake. That should show everything. That should say everything that you need to know about it, really. No, I completely disagree with you there.
Why does this stream not show up when you type it in the search bar?
It comes up for some things and not for other things. I don't know why.
Oak
just
is
type in,
probably
like,
shadow banned, let's be
Batley
honest.
and Spen, right?
It comes up. It might be actually.
It shows up Converse Network.
That's Kelsey actually. It was
Yeah.
coming up for some things and not for other things. They fucking shadow banned me, cheeky bastards. It's probably because all the fucking Nazis are subbed to my channel. What on
It's probably just that, and this is like no more. Surely, like any news channels would come up. I put filters on. I put live. Nothing.
I will read the chat while you guys do whatever you're doing.
Sorry. It was coming up for some things, not for other things. It's probably because I've tagged it wrong. Anyway.
Oh, it is Jihad Watch, not Sharia Watch. Yeah, Jihad
Good day,
Watch.
gents. I'm Duke. Sorry, that was a terrible impression. Right, good day,
What?
I'm Duke. To be fair, my channel still comes up for I still do get quite a lot of views from YouTube search, so I don't think it is shadow banned. It's probably just because I've tagged it badly.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Right.
Damn, bro.
You idiot.
While you catch up on comments, I'm going to get another beer. So, BRB. I'm getting fucking wasted tonight.
Cringe.
I already am.
Got shadow banned and blackpilled. Jeez. Right.
Still got one case.
And yeah, I still got 1 point whatever. And Spen by there were some things it was there were some search terms it was coming up at the top, but some things it isn't.
I mean, when I type in Royal Oak, you don't even come up. There's like a million watch reviews.
Batley and
or
Spen
something.
election 2021. I come up top on live. Oh, it says have I ended the stream?
No.
No, we're still live.
Yeah, we're live. I can see you live on my sub
Right.
feed.
It says the 360. That's a bit strange. It's coming up. It's probably because I put the hyphen in by-election, and he hasn't put the hyphen in. That's why it's not. That's why his is coming up and mine isn't.
Probably.
Because if you look up Batley and Spen election 2021, it does come up. If you do Batley and Spen by-election, because there's a hyphen in it. That's why. Not because I'm being shadow banned by YouTube. If I'll get rid of the hyphen, and we'll go up to like.
All right, guys, I'm back. I got a bunch of free beers because I went to the pub a while back and I met this guy and we like hung out and he bought like a case of like 10 cans of lager and we went back to my house and we only drank 2 and then we just like went and hung out in the abandoned factory instead. So like, and he completely forgot about it by the time we parted ways and I went to bed. He had completely forgot about the case. So I woke up and I just had like eight cans of beer for free that he paid for. So it's really cool. I've got so many beers. It's awesome.
Wow. How much does that cost? A couple of quid?
I don't know. I didn't look, but it's a lot.
No, there's people coming in from search. So it definitely.
All right, awesome.
I
am also going to advertise this stream because I forgot to.
So 30 people have come in from search. That's nice. There we go. So I'm not shadow banned. Yay.
That's good.
And on top of that, I've gained 3 subs from 3 hours of streaming. Anyway, right, okay.
Well, that's pretty decent.
Not too bad, but for 3 hours. Anyway, okay. I'm miles behind on comments. Well, I was like quarter. I was like
not that far.
Where was I? Vote counts paid by the hour. They're in no hurry. I hate this. I was at when what do you call it? Just came in. Right. So I'm trying to speed through these. We've got Iron Duke. Navalny did break Russian law, to be honest. Putin shield cut. See, I took out the hyphen in Batley and Spen by-election. We've gone from 30, like 29 viewers to 41. Hello, if you've just joined in. It's because I changed the tags, and now we've increased by and up to 42 now.
So do we get all sorts of people, not just people within our like dumb circle?
Well, yeah, if it's from search. From search.
Are there any? Let's get a show of hands. Are there any Liberals or Labour supporters in the chat?
The thing is, though, is that they might not necessarily be active in chat.
Yeah, that's fine. Obviously, I just want to know because I actually enjoy the discourse. I enjoy discussing things with people that
Me too.
I disagree with. So I think it'd be interesting if there are some lefties in the chat.
Yeah, it's going. It's now 45. I think. See.
I heard that crack open, dude. That sounds good.
Right.
Yeah.
What's the brand, bro?
It's Carlsberg.
Oh.
I'm not the biggest fan. It's free, so who gives a shit?
Democracy is largely a scheme. What?
Democracy is largely.
To be fair, I mean, they probably. I mean, I don't think it's actually. All governments are corrupt. I'd say on the whole.
In the words of Sir Winston Churchill, democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others.
Your checks in the mail.
I think that's a pretty sub-mediocre take, to be honest, because like
I actually think it's spot on. I personally, as someone who has been, I've darted across the entire political spectrum. I've been any ideology under the sun.
We get it. You've got autism. I agree. You do. Okay. To be fair, okay, I have as well. Right. I don't have autism.
I haven't.
You have autism? Oh,
No,
what a party!
I agree with Lord Maddock. Carling. Carling is the best brand, in my opinion.
What is wrong with you?
George Galloway, the king of white boy summer.
I don't drink lager at all, dude.
It goes Tennent's. What's the other one? Amstel, and then everything else.
Don't drink lager. Drink ale. For God's sake.
Ale's good. IPAs. I have a soft spot for IPAs, but
I've got to give a big up to Adam, Clegg, and also Murph for sharing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, +1.
Didn't I say your viewer count would triple as soon as I got on? Look what's happening. Your viewership is skyrocketing. Coincidence?
I can tell you where they've come from, actually, in the last 60 minutes. They've all come from search. You're welcome.
Don't embarrass me.
Right, okay.
Stop humiliating me.
We should ban non-Sigma males from voting. That's how.
There should be a mandatory Sigma test where you answer a set of questions and They determine if you count as sigma, alpha, beta, or omega.
Alphas don't get it. Omegas don't get it. No one except sigma males. That's
only sigmas, and alphas are conscripted into the army.
Yeah.
No, still not turning up. No mind. If I do by-election with a hash, it'll show up.
I love how we dropped down to 35 viewers again.
For God's sake.
It's going to be fluid.
It's because you started talking about Sigma males.
Sigma balls.
Yeah. People don't understand the true intellectual nuances of Sigma males. Discriminate based testosterone levels. I think that's pretty reasonable. Although I would think that the most straightforward way of doing it is just like contributions. Like, has this person got medals for military service? Has this person done a great deal of charitable work? Like, that's how I would give out the vote. But
no, not showing up for anything.
My only issue with that is for the one with charitable stuff, for example, it's not like charity is it's not like the charity would be unwelcome, but there's a lot of people that would just do it not for moral reasons, not because they believe in it, but because they're just like, oh well, it gets me power, so why not?
I'm not so sure actually, because if you need the vote, because I don't think voting is that big part of people's lives. Only 65% of people have read a manifesto.
No, but consider it. People have died for the vote. It's like I personally believe everyone died.
Come on, they didn't die.
I'm Shadowbanned. It's not turning up. It's not turning up. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, we already established you were Shadowbanned about 10 minutes ago.
It's Murph's fault.
Yeah, Murph. Damn it.
Murph got you Shadowbanned, Oake.
Well done. It wasn't Shadowbanned a minute ago because it was showing up for some things. Now it's not showing up for anything. Anyway, it's probably not Shadowbanned. It's probably just because I fucked with the algorithm too much.
Right,
how do you think
picking up and down?
There is people. It says there's people coming in from search, but on live. But
does it say how many people are coming from my tweet specifically?
No, I wouldn't do that yet. You have to wait for more detailed statistics. Because it says in total there's been 308 people that have clicked on, out of which 5%.
Yeah, that's true. How many women?
We don't have those numbers at this point.
Are there enough to constitute me making ape noises?
We don't have those numbers as yet.
Return to monkey.
Well, I'll put the hash in and see if it turns up again.
Just fill it with tags.
I did do. It's full of tags.
Every tag under the sun.
I can't stand Celtic getting used.
That's
unacceptable.
If you haven't put PewDiePie, you haven't done it properly.
Hashtag.
You need to put PewDiePie in.
Anyway,
hashtag. What did you do with Big
let's
Chungus?
actually. I'm not even gonna. Just never mind.
Let's get back to some comments. How large do you think about Galloway's voter bloc is?
Yeah. Batley and Spen is 20% Muslim, probably 5 to 10% are under 18. I think I do think Galloway has a large voter bloc because 20% is not a small figure when you consider average voter turnout is just over 50%. Maybe for this, because it's such an important election, it'll be 60-70%. So a 20% Muslim area is it's a big deal. It's not negligible. Absolutely. I do think that 20% Muslim is enough to get Galloway a W. I believe that.
It could well be. Right. I'm fucking.
Does
why do I
anyone
care so
know
much?
who this Asian woman he poses with is?
That's his wife.
Oh, his wife.
Oh.
He's got a lot of kids. He has a trad number of kids. He's got 7 kids or something.
Who's this G?
George Galloway. I'll actually have a look how many kids he has because I might be chatting shit. Why doesn't this? Why do I have to?
He has a fedora, man.
We have to.
Is it a fedora?
Ship that's making such.
Yeah.
I thought it was a trilby.
No, trilby is the one that you think of.
Yeah, it's off search. It doesn't even come up when you search in Batley Royal Oak. It doesn't even come up. Anyway,
I can check for you.
Fedora is like
You might have
Indiana
corrupted.
Jones.
You might have corrupted your search engine by over googling it.
Possibly.
Maybe.
It won't be. It's probably if it's gone off, it's because I've changed the tags like 5 times because I'm trying to get it back on.
I can't see it
Because it was on a second ago and then it went off again.
Yeah.
He has 5 kids.
Is it off?
He's been married 4 times.
It's off, isn't it?
Yeah, it's off.
I don't know.
6 kids. 6 kids. That's it.
Right.
Yeah, I can't see
We're
it.
doing this for no extra viewers, so fuck it. Who cares? Thinks he can reform because it was getting viewers earlier from search, but now it's not. Probably because I've mucked about with the tags again, so now it's the algorithms got confused. It'll probably be back on again in a minute. Thinks he can reform Labour, should get Blue Labour to support SDP at the end of the day. Clap for RNHS. If there are any lefties, you're welcome to come on. I won't bite, I promise.
SDP is like a non-party.
Jihad Watch is owned by Robert Spencer. Yeah, but Robert Spencer.
Here's something funny, and I know it's kind of cringe because more Lord Buckethead, but in the I don't know if you guys saw this in the London election, in the London mayor election, there was a bit where all the candidates met because they were going to announce the results, and the Count Binface guy had a chat with all the candidates, and he went to the SDP guy, and the SDP was like, I've been at home, with my children, and Lord Buckethead, he goes, is that relevant to the campaign? And he goes, yeah, my kids are very relevant to the campaign. And then he goes, is that the whole party?
The SDP?
Yeah, the whole SDP
Right.
party. It's just this guy and his kids.
Get no scoped.
Yeah.
Right.
He did apparently run for the Brexit Party, which is pretty crazy.
Who did?
The SDP candidate for London Mayor.
Well, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Brexit Party was very, very broad tent. I mean, there were self-professed communists running under the Brexit Party.
There were.
Extremely broad tent.
99 and Duke says, I cannot believe that George Galloway is going to save us. I couldn't believe it.
You can't
better
do it,
believe
mate.
it.
You just stop it.
I think
You just
Galloway's
offend
victory
people.
will be the perfect start to White Boy Summer.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not going to say obviously Galloway isn't I don't know, whatever. But he's vaguely socially conservative. It'd be a good bit of opposition to Johnson. Don't see it as a negative if he wins at all. Ultimately,
I completely agree with you. I don't see it as a negative. I actually see it as the best possible scenario. Obviously,
That's
the
an
best
extremely
scenario.
strange takes.
Best scenario, full stop, is Heritage Party, because that's the party I'm a member of. Big up the Heritage Party. Big up David Curtin. Hashtag open the curtain. But
Indeed.
let's
He's
be
gonna
honest.
he might be coming on this channel, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Can I be there when he does? I'm a
If
member.
I can get him, yeah, you can come
I
on.
want to ask him if I can run for MP in my area in the next general election. Because I do
Feel
want
free.
to.
Yeah, do it. Good lad.
sure
Anyway, what else?
now.
What else were we talking about? I've forgotten.
We have to sink the Bismarck because the world depends on us. Sorry.
Based.
I live in Batley. Galloway is based. No other option. Okay.
Bro, gust of wind in your microphone.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I just breathed out very loudly.
Okay.
Now we're getting views from search again. Okay, fine, whatever. Hello, if you just come from YouTube search.
If I breathe out through my nose, I fucking
Whatever.
do that. So I have to be in disgusting.
It's Thomas
mouth
Cranmer's
breather.
birthday today. Sorry, I just interrupted you.
Who is I don't know who Thomas Cranmer is.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's very based.
Thomas Cranmer was basically the founding theologian of the Church of England after Henry VIII kicked the bucket. Pretty important fellow is the way I put it.
Right, interesting.
He wrote the first
Tudors
book
are my weak spot. I don't know much
Yeah,
about the
same.
Tudors, so I'm more of an English Civil War guy. That's my thing.
I'm more 18th century.
Fair enough.
99 and Duke says, we need a totally non-Nazi loping British nationalist party.
Why are you making him?
Why is he South
Australian?
African?
Today I learned that Iron Duke is Steve Irwin, hunting the crocodile from underneath.
Sorry, I mean he's probably not very happy. about
Fucking
me.
oath, mate.
Don't worry, you can do a Royal Oak.
Look
Hello,
at his
I'm
bloody
Royal Oak.
crocodile. So what I'm going to do is stick my finger right up his bumhole.
Right, that bit's fucking
ING
Very,
is correct.
very high. Only very highbrow jokes on this stream.
Subto 99 ING on YouTube. He needs a few more. He needs to get to
Yes.
600, doesn't he, to get to his
I don't actually subscribe to ING, and I don't know why. I need to remedy this immediately.
Do this right. Do it right now. And if you're in the chat, look up 99 ING on YouTube. It's a very, very good channel.
What kind of videos does he make, actually?
He doesn't actually make videos, but he has done some in the past. But he usually does a stream. I think it's on a Saturday.
Oh yeah. But what
At 9 in
kind
the
of
evening.
streaming is what I meant?
Well, it's just like a politics stream. Sometimes talk about history. Sometimes talk about a lot of other
Fair
things.
enough. Fair enough.
I think that was a very, very good advert and makes up for my appalling impression.
Yeah.
Right.
But
okay.
yeah, I agree with him. And that party that he's asking for, a non-LARPing British Nationalist Party, is the Heritage Party. So become a member, join, because
join the Heritage Party.
I might, because in the next general election, I might be on the ballot paper, or I might not. Depends how my life goes.
Or
the next
just
by-election is a long way away.
join the Ortho-Bro Conservatives, or like dear boy Clegg is running, or
right.
Yeah.
I think I don't know. I think probably the best shout, like if you want to get involved in politics, is to join the Tories. I think we're going to have a Tory supermajority for the next few years, and it's not like you'd be the only like traditionalist conservative within the Tories now.
Well, I'm not. If I do run, it's not like I just want to do it to get the name out. You know, that's
not
why.
running. I said yes, and then I pulled out. And...
Oh, yo, Peter Wheeler in the chat. Respect.
And turns out if I had continued on, I would have won. So.
Oh well.
I think I'm gonna pop off in a bit, guys, because it's getting a bit.
Sure
late.
thing. I'll be here all night, or as long as Oake wants to have me.
I'll probably if the results aren't in, because I've got work tomorrow. If the results aren't in by like 3:20, I'll probably end there.
All right.
They might be
3:20. Did you say?
Or maybe 3. I don't know. It depends how tired I am.
Holy shit! You guys are
very oddly specific. 20 past.
Well, like I've made clear, I have a lot of beers, so I am sorted.
I have got work tomorrow, but alas, I am a soldier for the likes and subscribing. No, it's a soldier for good election coverage.
Yeah.
Right. 99G. So long as they have nothing to do with mid-century 20th century, agree. Right. Okay. So long as I was a disaster for our politics, agree. He fucking talks about the BNP for like 1500th time. Jesus Christ. Okay. Where are we?
Did you guys know that my RAF was a fighter pilot in World War II? What?
What? RAF? What?
No.
RAF.
It's are you guys familiar with the 2009 question time with dear old
a bit cynical from Colin Liddell.
Oh, yeah. Are you talking about the disastrous question time that Nick Griffin had?
Yeah,
that was dreadful.
My father was a fighter pilot in World War II.
My father would have had World War. Why is he ING? Fucking hell! I can only do one impression. It's just like slightly Australian boomer. I don't know.
I thought it sounded South African, but maybe I'm in the minority there. Do you know the easy way to do a shit South African accent? It's what I do when I do a South African. Is you just replace every vowel with the letter E.
No,
you do a South African accent, mate.
Now, what I do, right, is I just put right in every single sentence, right? And
we're back on search. Thank you very much.
And it just seems to come out.
Stop checking.
Sorry.
Spending
You're such
all
a
your time
simp
just
for views,
checking.
bro. You're such a simp for views.
You don't have to worry about views anymore because I'm on the stream. So you
Can we talk about ward results?
I'll stop checking now. Right. Okay. I'm going to go through the rest of the comments. Hi, lads. Lord Maddox here. Hi, Lord Maddox. The 4 dislikes we've had.
Honestly, at this point, you're probably better off just cutting your losses and scrolling to the bottom. Don't do that. Well, you can do that if you want. It's your stream.
Murph, it's not free beer. You're in debt to your friend. There's no such thing as a free lunch, Murph.
No, I'm not. I'm not in debt. I just have these cans of Carlsberg for
Big
free.
Yep. Splendid Isolations tomorrow at 9 p.m. Jig will be there. And people he likes to invite will be there. It's always good fun.
Watch that. It's a good stream. Right. Okay, where are we? Oh, it's really hot.
Mitch is calling out as you as a narcissist. Bro.
I'm with Mitch for once.
Well, I'm a narcissist.
Right.
Am I?
Yeah.
Just keep going with
I'm always.
Did you know the there's like this statistical thing. Narcissists believe that they are like so good that they are actually comfortable with referring to themselves as narcissists. So if you think you are a narcissist, and if you say you're a narcissist, you probably are one. And if you don't, then you're. And if you don't, you're probably not. So,
but what if you hate yourself so much?
I saw that on QI.
Wait. What? Here's the problem though. What if you hate yourself so much, but you think that you're so bad? You think you're so bad because you think all the time about yourself. So you think you're a narcissist, but you're not.
I have that. I have a massive problem with that. Someone once said,
you're so humble in it.
Someone once told me I have both a superiority complex and an inferiority complex at the same time. And I said, how is that possible? And they said, I have no idea, but you managed to pull it off.
Yeah, somebody once told me the world is going to
roll me. You
I
ain't
ain't
the sharpest tool in the shed.
Somebody once told me the world was going to roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
Yeah, loads of Churchill quotes are made up. But to be fair, the whole democracy thing, he largely, if he did say that, he probably would have done it to simp to the Americans.
I mean, my favorite Churchill quotes are the ones he would say to women, like like the one which the like a woman goes up to him and says,
"Why
you're
stand
drunk
when you can sit?"
You're drunk, Churchill. And Churchill replies, "Yes, but in the morning I'll be sober, but you'll still be ugly."
That was a good roast when he did that.
Never
These accents
stand
are all
up
awful,
when you
Chips.
can sit down.
These
And never
accents are
sit down
awful.
when you can lie down.
Right, these accents.
These peeps, sorry, I keep interrupting everyone. Maybe I am a narcissist.
Yeah, you are, bitch.
Shit.
Somebody.
Stop. It's not funny. Do you live in 2016, mate?
Yeah, maybe it was in 2016.
Ooh,
We're sick of getting wrecked by Murph.
I like
right?
Shrek.
Right.
You know, bullying is a sign of narcissism.
Do you know my whole personality is singing Shrek music?
Jemima Puddle Duck says, "White boy summer, stop being sexist." Okay.
Problem.
White puddle.
Yeah, that's the article. Right, what should we do?
Get
Oh,
back.
actually,
Here's what I say to that woman: get back in the workplace because I believe in equal rights.
Hell yeah.
good man. That's very modern and liberal of you, and in line with public opinion.
Did you see how you guys thought I was going to say something, and I said something completely different?
Yeah, subvert.
It's a sign of narcissism, mate. You're a narcissist.
Yeah. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it, Oake?
I'm going to tell David Curtin he's not going to put you up for election.
No.
Wagey,
tell him
getting
that.
cagey. This is the new dogma for women. You know, congratulations, you're now all wages like us.
Yeah, well done. You got equal rights. Now you have
Proud
to
of
work
you.
for money, idiot.
Proud of you.
Well done.
Getting cagey now.
All right. So, seeing as Murph called me a narcissist, I'm not going to let this comment go past. Murph is, to be fair, like autistic people like pretty much rule the world. Like I think they come up with like all the ideas, like all the inventions.
I am not autistic, but I.
There's nothing wrong with being autistic.
With someone, yeah, there is. I'm
like
not.
autistic people in the fucking Gaul. You racist.
It's not racist.
Yes, it is
No,
racist.
it's called ableism. But
Okay,
I'm not
racist.
autistic. My mum got me tested, and I'm not. When I was a baby, my mum got me tested because my brother's autistic, so she wanted to make sure I wasn't as well, and I'm not. By definition.
I'm probably not a narcissist. I'm probably just really autistic about numbers. I don't know.
Yeah.
Replacing vowels with e's, Edith Hitler.
Just call him a highly respected author and well-known artist, and everyone will know what you mean.
White girl summer because of quality. Right. Okay.
Well, no. Hang on. Rory Herbert is not like, if you think about it though, Edith Hitler. That's how you say Adolf Hitler in a South African accent. Edith Hitler.
Speaking of narcissism, I wonder what
Right,
percentage
right,
female
mate.
audience they have. Let's have a look. I think it was about 15%.
With the fury of the Heidrich. That's a South African accent.
All right,
Bad
can you
one, but
quit
it is
now?
one.
Duke's gonna bust a nut over this. Wait, what?
I don't think that's the right term.
This is a PG stream.
Mate,
You
I'm
can't
gonna
talk about
bust
that.
a fucking nut, mate. Sorry, that
You can't
too
do
far.
it, mate.
Too far.
Stop.
It's too far anyway. It's unacceptable.
Me and Ozzy are the only sane ones left on this stream, I think.
Bullying the elderly is what it is. Anyway, sorry, that's a joke.
Isn't Leonardo? Responding to Iron Duke's comment, isn't Leonardo DiCaprio in Blood Diamonds Rhodesian?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not South Africa. He's not even South African. He's Rhodesian.
Right, we're looking at results. Right, Heritage in northeast Lincolnshire. Lincolnshire is actually the most conservative county in the country.
Con Gain from Labour.
Con Gain from Labour.
That's northeast though, so
Con Gain from Independence.
That's a big gain as well. Look, 41.
That is a
28.
massive gain.
Hang on.
Lib Dems up 20.
But as you say though, it is Lincoln. So
it's Lincoln. Well, it's northeast Lincolnshire. So I bet
a lot of that Labour. I bet a lot of that Labour vote defected to Lib Dem because it looks like Lib Dems didn't run in the last one.
Indeed, that does look quite likely. But I thought the Lib Dems usually gained voters from Tories. But
well, it's like I said, Labour's losing to both sides. That's why they're doing so badly. They're getting crushed from both sides.
Henna Eager. I'm looking up where Henna Eager is.
Yeah, same. I'm trying to look it up.
I'm recover from being called a mentally insane person on stream.
Kate Paidmon, I've never met a nice South African, is not on YouTube. Spitting Image deleted them all. They copyright struck.
You can find it on Daily Motion.
Yeah, but who the fuck uses Daily Motion?
The Bismarck coast, the world depends on us.
Well, I've never met a nice South African. And that's not bloody surprising.
Mod, because we're a bunch of arrogant bastards who hate black people.
Right, chaps, it's 1 o'clock. I'm going to sign off. You guys
thank you very much for coming on, Ozzy. It's very much appreciated.
Yeah, have a
no
good
problem.
One,
I hope you can cope with my autism.
Like to replace Oz?
Right. I'll check my Discord in the what do you call it? Chat. Then you can. Oh no, I've got a message from Cowley Streaming Alt. Want to join my stream? You're doing? Oh no, he messaged me. Sorry. Didn't actually read that message. If you're watching, he's doing his own, so I'm not gonna. What's TUS? Trade Unionist Socialist Coalition. It's made up of like loads of lefty people. Play. Yeah, I can't because it's not on YouTube. Muslim girl wearing hijab, so summer. Okay. T-bus picking up girls in the chat.
Hell yeah, brother.
Call me instead, not him. Call me.
Jesus.
No, call me.
People.
I'm the man.
Please get a life. Just please do it. Okay.
It's in Grimsby.
People have actually called me the Murphinator. That was actually my real life nickname for a period of time, and I didn't come up with it.
Okay, I found Heenage. It's in Grimsby or Cleethorpes.
Female viewership is 16.
I love fucking English city names. Grimsby and Cleethorpes. It's just like.
What you want?
There's something funny
There's
about those
nothing
names.
wrong with Grimsby.
It's funny. Grimsby is a funny name. I can't be the only one who thinks this.
Grimsby. I think it's a Viking name, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
But it sounds funny. Don't try and gaslight me here.
I am.
Here we go.
Deal with it.
That you've made your first mistake. You admitted you were trying to gaslight me, so I will no longer fall for it. You fell for the trick.
I have no idea what you're on about. I'm looking at this. Children. So I've not got any racial, demographic numbers.
What for? What?
You see the word demographic, you automatically just, the word racial just comes into your head.
Well, it's one aspect of demographics. Okay, demographics comparison. Hainage, Northeast Lincolnshire. It's Doncaster postcode. It says here.
What?
It says it's Doncaster postcode. So is it Doncaster's in? I don't know, because Doncaster's in Yorkshire, isn't it?
Miles away, dude.
To be fair, Scunthorpe is in Lincolnshire, and that's next to Doncaster. But
not really.
Quite near. It says here as a Don. Anyway, whatever.
It's about I don't know, 40 miles.
So in 2011, 50.4. Yeah, but this is again 10
Sorry,
years old.
what are we looking at right now?
This is the demographics for Heenage. So look, that suggests that
what's the significance of Heenage? Sorry,
there's been an election there. That's
I see. Did the Tories win?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one the Tories flipped.
Right.
By
In
quite a
Lincoln?
way. In northeast Lincolnshire. yes.
Grimsby.
Yeah.
Because I never made a nice city freaking. Parts of Yorkshire are close to Lincolnshire. They are next to each other. Grimsby means visual voting, doesn't it? Strawberry guys here. Good evening. Do you want to? Strawberry guy, you can, if you want to DM me on Discord, you can come on. Aussie's just hopped off because it's quite late. We don't actually know when the results are coming in. They said they reckon about 3. If it's after 3, we're going to switch off. I'm not staying up that late, but okay. Right, we got these results.
Watch my stream and no, I'm joking.
Wait, T-Bus stream based?
That'd be a shit show.
Almost as much as the shit show of the Royal Oak stream were. Narcissism stream, whatever it's called.
No, you've got production quality. You've got like a proper intro and everything.
Well, yeah, that was 4 hours ago.
But still.
Very narrow gain in Stoke-on-Trent.
Very professional.
Right, Strawberry guy wants the link. I'll add him in. Dun, 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 dun. Right, we're asking for some Batley and Spen takes. Here he comes on. 4 hours in. Right, okay. What we got on here? Let's have a look at some other things. Enfield, that's an area in London. Still Tories doing well, even though there's a bit of a demographic shift.
I think the other two are London as well, I think.
That's quite an interesting one because UKIP you think would go to the Tories, wouldn't you? But Lib Dems won there. Labour's gone down 2.5%. 2.5% for Labour. What was the other place? Lost loads of points there. They just can't get any votes, can they? No one's voting for 34 points up in. So they've gone from what 6% to 40.5%.
Yeah, but what? Yeah, but scroll up. What is CIND? Is that something independent?
City independence, I think.
Yeah. That went down 32%. So I think that is.
That's where it's come from, definitely. But,
you have to look at where the game was like 34% gain. That's you'd look on that and you'd go, whoa, that's like fucking mental. And then you look at who they're running against. Independents are the most. If it's a massive independent gain or a massive independent loss, you can't really count it because independents are like a wild card. So
true. This is true.
Yeah, that's why I said it because I know it's true. You don't have to reaffirm that for me.
Sorry, I was just saying that is true. Anyway, what do you think of Trump saying he's going to run again?
He didn't say that. He didn't say he was going to run again.
I think he did.
No. He was asked. Someone said, "Have you made your mind up?" And he said, "Yes."
Well, if he's doing campaign rallies, then probably.
I'm sure he did.
I think he is going to run again, but he hasn't said he has. He said he's made up his mind.
I think he pretty much said it after he lost.
No,
left office, didn't he?
He said literally. This comes from
publicly expressed.
He's been saying maybe I'll run again, and he was asked yesterday, "Have you made up your mind?" And he said, "Yes, I've made up my mind," but he didn't say what it was. I do think he's going to run again. Don't get me wrong, but he hasn't actually said he's going to run again yet.
The question is, I suppose they don't really have any recognizable leaders in the Republican Party other than, I suppose, DeSantis. But
yeah, DeSantis. I was about to say. I think it would be best if Trump ran and had DeSantis as his vice president, and it would be like a Bush-Cheney deal where the vice president is really the one running the show, and Trump just puts on a good image. I think that's the best possible scenario: is second Trump presidency with DeSantis as vice president, who's really doing all the stuff.
It could happen that you keep getting Bismarck-style presidents, I suppose, like old people that are there for stability. With Kamala. Yeah. Kamala's probably running the show, isn't she? Really?
Oh yeah, totally.
I'm getting roasted on my own stream. Jesus Christ. Anyway, what was this? We're talking about here. DeSantis would be best in my opinion. Trump too polarizing. What's Trump's approval like publicly? Do you think he's still quite popular, or?
Well, considering he won the election.
I might have a look on 538 actually. Trump approval. How popular is Donald Trump?
He did win the 2020 election. So
Right. Okay. It says here. Let's get this up. That's Jan 16th was the last one. Trump approval. We've got only 2021. Trump approval 2021. Because at the beginning of this year it says like 35% approval. But last one was Jan 17th. So last one was January 28th, and that said 39% approve, 57% disapprove. So he's not particularly publicly popular. But yeah, that's true. His approval's never been amazing, but he always like was above 40% during his presidency. I think for the most part. But I think Jimmy Carter got elected with 39% approval. So sorry.
I'm just going to BRB for like 5 minutes. I'm not going to leave, but I'm going to mute and I won't. But yeah, BRB.
Hello.
I've got TSG backstage. Should be here.
Yeah, hello, mate.
I'm so sorry.
Let me just turn my phone back on
Should
silent.
be adding
That was a
in
mistake.
second. There he is. It says he's on. Is he on?
TSG. Oh, he's gone again.
He was on, then he's off.
We'll put him back in. There we go.
Hello.
Is he on?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
I am in the chat.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello?
I can hear you.
Can Royal Oak hear me? That is the question.
I assume so. Can you hear him?
Hang on, I'll refresh.
Okay. We get it, dude. You vape.
Pardon me, man. It's been a long day without nicotine. I am vaping like crazy at the moment. I just sort of sent a Sean Bean compilation of Sean Bean saying "bastard" over and over again.
I've seen that. Yeah.
It's brilliant. You bastard.
I wish I could. I'm not from Sheffield, unfortunately.
Wait, so hold on. Someone was talking about Grimsby. I feel like Grimsby's near Sheffield.
It's nowhere near
Not really, no. It's
Okay, my bad.
It's
They're
only
both
about
so-
50 miles away.
They both sound like pretty glum places to me. I don't mean to outcast anyone in the chat who's from either of those areas, but that's my first impression.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
go
really
there.
not far from Sheffield at all. I'm about 20 miles away.
Okay, that's decent.
Islington.
Is it a decent
Islington.
place? How do you rate Sheffield?
Yeah.
I'll take that as a confirmation of my initial suspicion.
The question is Sheffield in the north or the south?
North.
Yeah,
It's Yorkshire. Of course it's in the north.
like obviously it's north and slightly based
It's Yorkshire.
because of
It's
that.
obviously north.
If you say so. Right, okay. What
Yorkshire is the north. Like,
Well, Sheffield's not in the north.
how isn't it?
Well, Sheffield's in what is Sheffield? Sheffield's not in Yorkshire, is it? I thought
Yes. It's in South Yorkshire.
I think it might be actually, but if Sheffield's in the north, then Norfolk would be, isn't it? Because Sheffield's like level with Norfolk. No, if you drew a straight line going eastwards from Sheffield, you'd end up in
No.
Norfolk.
Nowhere
would.
near.
You don't draw in straight lines.
Look at a map.
I'm back.
Look at a map.
What have I
Look
missed?
at a map.
You can't draw.
What are we talking about? Maps? Are we talking about maps?
The world is round, and chill with the map stuff.
The world is
Fine,
not
it's in
round.
the, it's in the north, whatever. I can't bother.
The world isn't round. The world is spherical.
Spherical, suffocate me, bro.
I mean, I live
in a
in the
minute.
West Country.
You
Like, it's
stupid
all-
strawberry. What are we talking about?
Oi, chill with the screaming, bro. I have earphones in.
I'm not screaming. You're very loud.
Typical
No,
Tory.
He isn't.
indeed.
Hold on.
To be fair,
It's loud for me.
people
You're
people in the West Country don't know where anything is. Like people think Birmingham's in the north. Like people at Plymouth Argyle, they chanted dirty northern bastards at Oxford United. Like people think Oxford's in the fucking north down here. So I mean,
what were we talking about though? I just sort of came in screaming. I don't know what we were talking about.
where the north starts.
I think the north starts above the East Midlands. Because
What the fuck? I don't know. Who knows?
hang on,
I'd say it starts around north of, like, Loughborough. I'd say it starts.
Yeah, it's a decent estimate.
He's gone to bed, Mitch.
I would say I'm looking at a map. I would say Sheffield. Sheffield
you
and
call me
up
a southerner because I
is
live in
north.
Derbyshire. I live in
No, that is not. Derby is not is not north or south. Derby is Midlands. Midlands is its own thing. Middle is separate from both south and north.
I will not be grouped.
Wait,
with Brummies.
It's the same. It's the same with East Anglia. East Anglia is its own thing. It's not middle. It's not north. It's not south. It's its own thing.
I'm not being grouped with the Brummies, mate. You can...
Sorry, but I.
Mate, if the North seceded, Derby would go with them. I'm sorry, that's not a question.
Derby is not north.
But they would go with the North. That's what I'm saying.
Nottingham is further north than Derby.
No. Again, if the North went in for independence, Derby would go with them. They're not.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. It's Midlands. Derby is Midlands.
So what? Politically, it wouldn't make a difference. It would be part of a Northern alliance.
That's what. Fuck you,
mate. It's 1:15 in the morning. How are you? Are you high?
Yeah, I think he's just like took a load
I'm
of
a little bit
coke or
drunk.
something.
There's definitely some meth involved in this conversation.
There was zero meth involved.
Zero meth, bro. My grandfather's walked white.
I've never even had meth.
We're not talking about drugs on this stream. All right, it's two. No.
Oh,
Essex. Sorry, yeah.
Oake. Have you ever done the drug?
Which one?
I don't know.
The drug.
A drug.
He's done fentanyl for sure.
Never done fentanyl.
I'm joking.
Don't even know how you'd source fentanyl.
Just to be. Oh, wait. He doesn't know how you'd source fentanyl. Implying you may know how to source other things. I've never even heard that phrase used, by the way. I don't know how to source X.
I think it's a perfectly reasonable phrase.
Yeah, I know. Royal Oak knows the lingo. Bruh.
Do I? If you say so. I mean, you've got a Telegram account, so I mean, whatever.
Ooh,
that's what you use it for, isn't it? So Essex is independent. You're all foreign. I think to an extent, like Essex, Kent, and those kind of places do sort of have a continental attitude, don't they? I suppose sort of left over from 1066. Maybe it's just my view. I don't know. It's quite near to France, isn't it? I suppose. Full of Normans.
I can get on board with Essex independence. I'm not gonna lie.
It's one of the seven kingdoms.
I can deal with that. Yeah. Why not? I mean, obviously, no, we're going to preserve the union, but I like the idea of it. The sentiment is very sweet, bro.
Well, I've lived in Australia and South Africa for the last 35 years. To be fair, down here, no one knows anything about geography because Plymouth's just so far from everywhere. So
yeah, and down in London, we're told to forget geography because the internet's a thing. So we're all a massive global village.
Indeed.
Are people from Plymouth actually inbred?
Probably not. No. Would
the Cornish snap up like all of that part if they went independent?
What Cornish snap up? What?
Like, would they take you with them into their little independence rally?
Plymouth does have a Cornish name, Arbor Plum. That's the Cornish name for Plymouth.
No way.
There's going to be a freaking border at Saltash. Tamar Bridge is going to be blown up.
You'll be at the frontier, Oak. You'll be at the frontier, mate.
South Devon Republic coming soon.
That's it, bro. Let's go.
That is Torquay, madam.
Royal Oak Radio, the frontier of Cornish independence.
Indeed.
Bro, start it. Do it.
You could drive from Sheffield to Bristol. I'm pretty sure Bristol's about 4 hours away because I've done it once.
Why would you drive to Bristol?
I had to go to Ashton Gate for something. It wasn't for football, it was for an event. London resembles...
Okay. Resembles Baghdad mixed with Jamaica. Depends where you are, Halstow. It depends where you are in London.
Nice place. Is that wrong for me to say? I mean, like the centre bit, like all the historical stuff. I quite like it.
There was a riot there a couple months ago.
What, in London?
Bristol.
Oh yeah, there wasn't there? I remember.
Yeah, some vans got set fire to. It was a total hoax. It was like Antifa involved. Police gave them a van. They set fire to it. It was basically a rage quit because they couldn't topple it. Like they tried to, literally, they tried for about 5 minutes to, like swing it onto one side and they couldn't do it. So they just chucked a bunch of flammable materials in there.
Bristol's full of fucking lefty scum students. Always has been. It's not really a change, is it?
Sad.
Essex was like the happy retirement home for Playboy Normans, I think it was. Yeah. Only thing I remember about geography from school is Oxford Lakes, indeed. Plymouth is a nice town. That's true. Back to the ancient shires. I don't know what was true. Something 15 minutes ago, probably.
Everything you say is true, bro.
Thank you.
Everything Royal Oak says is true and gospel.
I don't
and
think
should
I've been
be
to that
taken.
many places.
I
in
don't
Plymouth.
believe you.
I've been on the Hoe.
It's quite nice, that.
That sounds.
Yeah, there's a thing called the Hoe. Yeah.
I've been on the.
Hull Stowe, I recently encountered a fat Somalian. I did not know these things existed.
What is sorry, I've just noticed at the bottom of the stream there's like scrolling text. What is that? Is that the
Those are the odds, yeah.
Those are the odds. Are they what, betting odds or
They're betting odds, yeah. So those are the best odds for which candidate.
who has made those? What betting organisation?
So they're odds checker, and those are the best odds you can get, apparently.
Right, okay.
I just compiled them. Well, no, according to odds checker, those are the best odds
right,
you can
right,
get
right.
for each choice.
Right, okay.
So the best odds for Ryan Stevens. I don't bet, so I don't actually know what it means. But I'm
It
sure
means-
that they have them on Sky
I
News.
I think you know what 22-1 means.
Well, yeah, I know what that means, but like
Yeah.
when it gets to like multiple numbers, I get a bit confused. Like 9 to 2, I don't know what that means.
200-1.
If you
I don't know what 9 to 2 means.
Like,
if you
it's a
put
ratio.
2 in, you get 9 back.
9 to 2 is a ratio.
If you put
Do you
1
not
in,
know how
you get
ratios
200 back. If you put 1
Alright,
in, you
getting
get.
bloody roasted.
The reason
Calm down.
the reason it's 9 to 2 is because you can't divide 9 by 2.
Should be 4.5 to 1.
Yeah. Well, 4.5 to 1 isn't a ratio because you can't do that. So it's 9 to
Yeah,
2.
you can't mix decimal places and ratios, bro.
Yeah.
That's just messy.
Did you actually like do maths at school?
Well, I don't do maths to do gambling, do I?
Well, neither did I. I don't gamble as a principle.
Maybe we should, guys. Maybe we should try and make some money off the
I've
betting
been down
shops.
to the horse races before.
Decent, as have I.
I got 6 in maths, by the way.
Easiest money I ever made was a steward at a race course. You literally stand there all day and make sure people don't like spill bottles down the escalator. That's it.
Sounds pretty comfy job actually.
It is pretty good unless you start talking to colleagues and then you get separated. But you know
That doesn't make sense though. Like, sorry, I'm interrupting. Doesn't make sense though because 2 to 9. So you get put £2 in, you get £9.
Yeah.
But for the other one, it's the other way around. So it's 1 to 6. So if you put £6 in, you get £1. Doesn't make sense. Or is it the other way around?
Works.
I don't know how it works. No, I don't understand how betting.
Let him explain. Let him explain. Let's calm down. Let him explain. How does it work, Muff?
So, okay. For example, I'm sorry, I'm really drunk. So, 9 to 1 means that there's you divide it by. Look, I know how it works, but I'm too drunk to explain. Someone
You've
else
had
explain.
1 beer.
I've had more than 1 beer. I've had a lot more than 1, young man. I've had 1 on the stream.
Mm.
Good for you.
Someone else explain.
You're
not all stupid.
Wait, so
Well, we
else
don't all go
explain
to
how drunk
betting
you are?
shops, Murph.
How ratios work. Explain how ratios work.
One of them's the wrong way round.
What's the ratio of drink to fluid that you have in your body right now?
Fucking
Let's not go there.
99 to 1.
This is a rhetorical question. Oh dear. Oh dear. I feel we may have train wrecked
just
this a little
forget
bit.
it. Just forget it. Just
Somebody in the chat posted a tutorial to this shit.
forget
Pardon
it.
my language. Sorry, am I allowed to swear on here?
Yeah, it's 1:30 in the morning. You're allowed to swear.
Fair.
We're past the watershed.
So 9 to. Oh wait. So if it's the other way around, it means. So 9 to 2 would mean if you put £2 in, you get 11. Is that right?
Evolve just posted something amazing in the chat. Apparently, the Poles are doing white supremacist terrorism.
Right. So I see. That makes sense.
What does that mean? What does he mean?
I don't know. All I know is in London you get an awful lot of gang signs from various Polish gangs like MS-13 and stuff like that. So I wouldn't be surprised. But I don't know exactly what white supremacist terrorism involves in the Polish community. I'd have to do some digging.
That reminds me. Did you guys see? This is ages ago. This is like 2015, where it was a Polish immigrant who could barely speak English, ran over and killed a Muslim immigrant, and then started shouting "Britain first."
Well, that was the thing
And
with the
he
van.
was a fucking Polish immigrant.
Mate, that is.
No,
I don't want to go. I don't want to go
It's
there because there'll be
Pete
bad
Brennan.
optics.
Don't you dare! Right?
There'll
You're
be
gonna
bad optics. Yeah, there will be
It's
bad
not just
optics.
bad
If I say what
optics.
I'm going to
It's
say.
wrong. Okay.
It is wrong. No, it's
Objectively.
absolutely wrong. It's objectively wrong. I get that.
Here on the Royal Oak channel, we.
But it is kind of hilarious.
Well, come on.
You didn't have to say
Okay,
it.
no. It's
the whole thing
no.
now. Well done.
I redact that. It's ironic.
Let's clarify.
It's ironic.
Let's
It's ironic.
clarify. Let's
It's
clarify. The funny bit is that he was a Polish immigrant.
Thank
That
you.
is
There we go.
funny.
No.
The funny bit is
funny.
the irony.
The funny bit
exactly, yes.
is not the murder.
No, of course not. The irony of it is what's funny. If it were a Monty Python sketch,
That could be a Monty Python sketch, actually.
I don't think it.
No, hang on. A Polish immigrant shouting "Britain first." That if Monty Python was in the 2000s, that would be a Monty Python sketch.
yeah.
It's like a Polish immigrant. He can barely speak English, and he's like really
There's
far right.
probably-
Goes Britain first. Like that
You can
is.
come on if you want. I'll send you the link. I thought you wouldn't want to because it's like as just a random stream in the middle of the week. If I was doing like a Britannic roundtable, I would have invited you. Sorry.
Should I grab another bit? I might grab
Yeah,
another
I
bit.
I've just missed Halstow's thread. Bear with me.
I'll be back in a sec, guys.
Please don't.
Yes, Eastern Europeans are more racist than Western Europeans. They've been through hard times, bro. They've been through hard times. That ethnic pride is very strong, and yet the allures of economy drive them elsewhere.
Right.
Is racism like our biggest import when it comes to immigration? Because I feel like the English are less racist than most of the immigrants that come here.
Probably.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Monty Python, don't mention the Poles. That'd be brilliant.
Pokemon go to the polls.
They could make it a
Silence.
double. They could make it a double. They could make it a pun and have something about like election polls in there.
Yeah.
That'd be brilliant.
Polls go to the polls.
Yeah.
Pokemon go to the polls.
They could. Oh
I'm just
god, they could
chilling
do.
in Cedar Rapids.
They could do a Monty Python election special and be like, don't mention the polls. But yes, you know where I was going with that. But yeah, if anyone could provide a source on that, someone actually recently showed me a Guardian article where it was like, yeah, apparently the biggest rise in terrorism is not white supremacist terrorism. He described it as far right terrorism. And there's Evolve's comment, basically, yeah, if someone could provide a source to suggest it's more Poles than English, I think that would be a hilarious way to get back.
Have we still not got any news?
Because I don't know.
Results?
I'll have a look.
I'm fucking tired.
It's not even trending. Oh my god. Taking some fat vapes there.
Yeah, pardon me, mate. If it does annoy people in the chat, please press 1 and I will mute when I vape because this is supposed to be the most basic bitch vape ever, and it's still coming across as loud apparently.
It's not loud. It's just like you can just.
Maybe you're just doing it right.
It's like listening to the drunken peasants back in the day. They used to vape the whole time.
Drunken
Good luck.
Peasants was actually something I never watched. It was something I should have watched. It was definitely on my recommendeds at some point, but I just never went there.
I think I watched like 2 episodes of it, but yeah.
Panels was Amazing Atheist and a couple of others, right? Like, was Sargon involved? I feel like Sargon was involved.
He might have been on it. I think they used to have
Yeah.
vegan. They had vegan gains as a consistent guest as well.
There's
Vegan
literally like
gains.
no news saying like when we get the event, like results or how far we are off. Or...
I don't imagine that's an accident. It's probably being shoved under the rug just a little bit. If it's this is a suspected Tory victory, is it?
It looks like it. We think that
Yeah.
Galloway's in with a shot, but
yeah,
we think it'll be a third. Possibly Labour doing
Like,
worse than the
there's
third.
literally
Whatever
no-
happens, I think Murph said whatever happens, they'll finish third. Labour.
Yes, I did say that, and I just got back. Hello all.
Good evening.
There's literally like no news.
We'll refresh the page. Look, there's Love Island news. Why aren't you looking at that?
Hold on, just a quick response to Halstow's comment. Don't the Polish do like a quote-unquote ultra-nationalist march every year with about 30,000 people?
Yeah, something like
I
that.
feel like that's just a regular thing they do. It's
Yeah.
like a holiday or something.
They got
99
all
Duke
ballot
bringing
boxes
the
in
gender
about an
question
hour
in.
ago.
Was he in? I sent him a link. Hang on. Whatever. Having some fat eating session on the stream.
Iron Duke, join the stream, bro. We had vaping and food. What else could you want, bro? This is the stream to be on right now.
I might end it because it's going to be hours and hours and hours before we get anything.
I don't know. They all came in like an hour ago, so that's like a good solid like hour of counting. Oh, 2 hours. Sorry. Yeah, exactly 2 hours. All the ballot boxes came in, according to Mr. Tom Wood.
Fair point, Halstow.
Tom R. Wood. So there's been a good solid 2 hours of counting already. So
Clearly, some other people don't know how to do
I think he's
maths.
got three big issues. The first is he inherited a very difficult political situation electorally for the Labour Party. Secondly, the Labour Party has all sorts of different factions who want very, very different things. But thirdly, and most fundamentally for him, he doesn't so far seem to have displayed any signs of being very good at politics.
No, he isn't really, is he?
Who, Keir Starmer?
Nope.
Who?
He's not very good at politics, is he?
Oh, right, yeah. Well, he's a lawyer, so.
Edmond, I can't tag you because of your your use of the AE character, but you can actually get arrested in Poland for
Be nice in the chat.
the road.
No fighting.
For what? You cut out when you said you could
Oh yeah,
get
call it with the anti-Semitic remarks, guys. Kill it in the chat with the whole infighting thing.
Right,
jaywalking is basically where you walk across the road when there's no green light.
Oh, Jay, what? Yeah, you cut out when you said the word, so we didn't.
Oh, pardon me. Yeah, you can get arrested for jaywalking in Poland. Even if you are a traveller.
Huh.
Oh, sorry, fined. I think you get fined. I don't think it's an arrest on the spot. That'd be pretty heavy-handed.
That'd be funny.
Duke should be joining in a second.
Wait for the green man or get shot on sight.
Can you imagine, bro? Literally, that'd be such a weird. Just imagine those shows we have in England where it's like inside of what the police do every day. In and out. Yeah, it's just instead of speeding, they have just a bunch of people crossing the road at red lights, and it's just like, we arrest this man. He go to jail for a very long time. He very bad man.
Why are you Russian?
I don't know, bro. Polish is not my strong point.
Generically Slavic. I mean, you do a Polish accent that doesn't sound Russian.
I will.
Will you have a girlfriend?
That sounds Russian. Fuck you.
I will clarify. I do not rate my own Polish accent. I am not trying to be xenophobic to our Slavic friends in the chat. It is unintentional.
Okay, back to cereal chat. I don't know if you guys.
Wheatos are the best possible cereal.
We're
By the
here
way.
for cereal chat now.
Iron Duke in the chat. Hello, Iron Duke.
We got
How are you going,
Iron
boys?
Duke for cereal chat.
Wheatos are the best possible cereal.
Well, no, they're not.
I will die on this hill. I will die on this
Guys, fun cereal story, right? In Australia,
nuggets.
Shreddies were doing quote unquote bad in sales, so they released this new Diamond Shreddies, right? And if you look at a picture of Diamond Shreddies, it's literally just the square Shreddy turned 45 degrees. And they called it Diamond Shreddies. It was really successful up until a point where people in Australia some people started getting fed up and they wanted the old Shreddies back. And then literally they were able to charge a premium for Shreddies. What was it? Shreddies Classic.
That's hysterical. I'm looking
That
at
is
this right
hysterical.
now. That's really funny.
Marketing 101, guys. Diamonds are a winner.
I think I've heard this story before. Actually, that's pretty funny.
You know what else is pretty funny?
What?
Grime music. Grime music is really funny. Mate, I'm sorry.
Shreddies is knitted by nanas.
Why am I saying sorry? Knitted by nanas. Interesting.
Do you know that?
Can we ban Murph?
You guys know that, right?
I did not know that.
There we go. One back.
You have not heard. You have never encountered the ad campaign.
Royal Oak back in his own stream.
Royal Oak.
Has Duke gone off? He was on for like 2 seconds and then went again.
Well, maybe you should let him back in.
He's not in the back room, is he?
Maybe.
He isn't. I've just checked.
Right.
He isn't.
Royal Oak.
Mm-hmm.
Are shreddies knitted by nanas?
I mean, it's kind of a conspiracy theory that they're not, isn't it? You're not allowed to spread conspiracies on YouTube, man. I mean, isn't it a fact that?
No, I think they are. I agree that they are. These two are the mentals.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you at least.
This sounds like a very drunken stream to me, gents.
I am very drunk.
It's just Murph.
Dude, I've not even had a drink. I just haven't had nicotine all day, and now I'm vaping like crazy to make up for it. And I am at that sweet spot, bro. I am in the loquacious zone.
You're lucky because in Australia you can't vape because you can't buy a vape with nicotine in it.
That is poor. That is very poor.
I mean, you can, but you have to order it from Singapore or something like that, you know.
So it's literally poor. It's from the poor.
I would vape actually if I could, rather than smoke, because, like, you know, I've been a smoker since I was 14. But that was a long time ago. Yeah, I'm 56 now, so you know.
Past life, mate. Past life.
A long time. But I can't vape in Australia because the health nuts won't let you vape.
I will, in respect of that, I will mute every time I vape, so as I don't rub it in your face that I'm vaping.
No, I'm smoking, mate. I don't give a shit.
So there we go. It's up on screen now.
I found a source of, shall we say, cheaper tobacco than one can normally get over here. Like normally, you're going to pay $50 Australian for. Like,
Enough said, mate. Enough said. I get what you're talking. Yeah, we have a similar system over here. But yes, Holstow, you are not going to trigger the lads in the chat, so far as I'm concerned. Cider is clearly the superior beverage to beer.
I second that.
But you need the right cider.
Oak, look in the chat.
Still cider and nothing else. All this sparkly shit is usually just sugar.
Yep.
He goes,
Smoked turmeric, bro. Can you imagine?
We are the Workers' Party GP. Expect
literally smoking spices.
When I used to live in Berkshire, like my late wife used to go and get her hair done in Oxford, and I would go to second-hand bookshops because Oxford, because of the university, has.
This is a very middle-class story. I love it. Go on.
Yeah, well, I'm not a middle-class guy, but my late wife certainly was. She went to Cheltenham Ladies College, but. I used to, when she was getting her hair done, which was like an hours and hours thing, because, you know, chicks. And I'd go around the bookshops in Oxford, which has the best bookshops in Britain, I think, because of the university. Second-hand bookshops. And then I would retire to a pub and drink cider while I waited for her to finish getting her hair made lovely.
So you must have learned all about the decent ciders from those experiences, I imagine.
I wouldn't say so, and you're talking quite a few years ago now. I mean, like, you've got to understand, like, my son's in his getting up towards his mid-20s now, so I'm talking a long time ago, when Oxford was still a very, very, very nice town, although it was, even then, it was still very much town and gown. But, So it was a beautiful place back then, and Berkshire was beautiful too.
Decent.
Yeah, lovely little villages. Like my local pub was an old royal hunting lodge that had been turned into a pub. And it was like all Tudor and great big beams and all this kind of stuff. I mean, really like...
Did they have like a gun above the bar as well? Or?
A big bomb?
Oh, you said it was an ex-hunting lodge. Did they have like an unloaded gun above the bar for people to?
Do you know what? I think he did have a 303 rifle somewhere, but I'm sure.
Yes.
But I think he did have an old number 4 rifle, or maybe a short magazine Neanderthal somewhere around the place.
Totally prepared for the zombie apocalypse.
Barry dog.
Yeah.
And they would play all the Five Nations rugby games and all this kind of stuff. It was cool.
Dissident thoughts. Aspel is nice when you have no other choice. And by no other choice, I mean you have other choices, but they're all garbage. Like the sugar I was referring to.
You don't go on about hard drugs on streams like this. I really shouldn't. It makes us look stupid.
I do apologise. That was me. I'm a bit shit posty at the moment.
You fucking
He's
idiot.
a bit drunk, to be fair. Don't
Listen, don't get me wrong. I have the occasional spliff, but I don't go on about hard drugs, and I've never taken hard drugs.
No,
of course. No, yeah. Let's clarify. Nobody in this chat is in fact involved in hard drugs.
No, don't take drugs, everyone. They're not very good for you.
Don't do drugs. Just say no, kids.
Stop it. Get some help.
When I was in the SADF, which is in South Africa, we were in Southwest Africa. We would quite often we would swap ration packs, with the locals for a bit of Zol, which is marijuana. But we were in the arsehole of Africa, boys. So
right, yeah.
You guys ever snorted horse tranquilizer?
Snorted horse mate.
I have.
I'm not even sure that's how you're supposed to do that.
So Duke's just come on and told you
sure.
about. So Duke's just come on and told you off for talking about drugs, and now you're just going to start talking about drugs again?
No, I wasn't. I said don't talk about hard drugs.
The soft drugs. Do you know marijuana is technically a Class A drug?
Nah.
Gateway, innit?
Nah. Bullshit.
Mate, either way, I'm pretty sure ketamine is not.
I'm pretty sure. If it wasn't illegal, it wouldn't be a gateway.
I'm pretty sure.
This is one thing I totally disagree with Peter Hitchens on. I would legalize marijuana. I really would.
Well, all Peter Hitchens has said is that we should wait for more research, to be fair. But
The thing is, since I was about 15 and it got moved up to Class B, I remember the day I heard that and I was like, dude, it's basically everywhere already. I mean, I never got that. I never got that.
It's a waste of fucking time. Look, if you smoke it constantly, it makes you totally lazy and you will never do anything and it will ruin your life. But if you have you have a rule where you won't smoke it except maybe you'll have a couple of whiffs at the weekend, won't do you any harm at all.
Don't do anything illegal.
You can't have the addictive personality that smokes it all the time because
Guys in the chat, never do anything illegal. It is bad for you. Drugs are bad. Gangs are bad. Gangs are involved in drugs. Don't do gangs. Don't ever do anything illegal. Don't do bad stuff.
Gangs?
Gangs, mate.
I stole
They get
from
involved
Pizza
in
Hut.
drugs. You stole from Pizza. How did you steal from Pizza? Tell me the story. What did you do, bro?
So basically, what happened is we got unlimited refill, and I thought that meant you get the glass. So I just put the glass in my pocket and just thought, what's that?
So it was an accidental theft.
Well, partially. I did secretly. I secretly knew that's not how it worked.
I gave you a day.
took it
I gave
anyway.
you a way out. I gave you an avenue of retreat, and you just straight up trod all over it, bro.
Please stop. Just please stop. Please, I'm begging you. Please stop.
But it's one of the most mundane things you could steal. A glass from Pizza Hut. It's it's the most mundane thing possible.
I once nearly stole a toy from Tesco until I realised I was just sat in the trolley with it, and we'd just gone past the checkout. We had to go through again.
Yeah, but it's a glass isn't even something I directly benefit from. It's like a household item.
It is a household item.
I don't other people used it after I stole it. We just
God.
kept it with all the other glasses. I don't know where it is now.
What are the odds that you would do that again?
Huh?
No.
What are the odds that you would do that again? Statistically, how likely is it? Give me a ratio.
I'd say 22 to 1.
22. That was dead precise, bro.
Yeah.
It's like
I'm
that.
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's neither Daughter of Albion nor is it Thomas.
No, I'm
Gardner.
very much a Daughter of Albion is in your chat, guys. I really do.
I think it's unlikely. I think it's probably not even Thomas Barton Rees either. It's probably just like two like random people just like talking to each other.
Probably the same.
You did have Colin Nivell in your chat earlier, and he's a pretty good.
Yeah, he
guy.
follows me on Twitter though, so I know that's actually him.
Maybe David Curtin's in the chat.
Hi,
David, can I
David.
run? Can I run for MP under the Heritage Party, please, David?
Not if you go on about stealing glasses, you can't.
Someone please think of the optics. Think of the optics. Please, someone think of the optics. Somebody think of the
I've
optics.
actually been on streams with Daughter of Albion, and ever since I did that, I have people, every time I'm on a stream, I have idiots trying to pretend they're Daughter of Albion.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's quite amusing, but you know, I don't mind Daughter of Albion. I mean, she makes excellent videos. I mean, what can you say?
She doesn't make many videos now, does she?
She still does occasionally, not as many as I would like, but when she does make them, she makes very good videos. I was actually honoured yesterday because Apostolic Majesty made me admin in his chat, which was pretty cool.
Decent. That is an achievement right there.
History is my first love, so you know. And if you love history, you've got to, and you're British, you've certainly got to join Apostolic Majesty's channel. It's the best history channel on YouTube by
Apostolic Majesty.
Yeah.
Apostolic.
Apostolic, excuse me.
Correct. Apostolic.
Yeah. The verbal typos are to be expected at this hour, guys.
Oh man, for me it's 10:45 a.m. on Friday. So
Yeah, well, good for you, Mr. Down Under Barbie, mate.
yeah, I'm an Englishman. You know, I like when I left the British Army, I moved to South Africa. Spent 15 years there.
Oh, you're
Then
South
I-
African. I thought you were in Australia.
No, I moved to South Africa after I left the British Army in the mid '90s.
I thought you were Australian.
No,
I'm
I'm
getting
not Australian.
gaslighted.
No, I live in Australia. I've lived in
Oh,
Australia.
you live in Australia. I knew it. You live in Australia. That was it.
Big
But I'm
reveal,
not
guys.
Australian. I'm an Englishman. I was born in Bermondsey in South London.
Well, you've picked up the accent.
I don't think I have actually, because Australians think I've got a very curious accent. But then, as I say, my accent
You sound
mate.
like a posh Australian.
Accents are very
My
difficult.
accent is curious. It's, as I say, 15 years in South Africa, in KwaZulu-Natal mostly. And then I've been in Australia since 2000 because I met an Aussie chick in Durban in 2000 and I moved to Australia.
I'm just going to say something on accents, right? Never trust what other people say about accents. It's so subjective. I've had English people describe me as being Australian American from a boarding school and hard to pinpoint. Like, it's impossible.
Possibly from a boarding school, possibly.
Yeah, like literally, it's unbelievable. One guy met me for about an hour and a half, and just the stuff I was talking was like, oh, you must be fucking, you know, dickheadedly educated, and I was like, no, actually, thank you very much.
Well, I mean, Aussie, the Scottish guy, Aussie, who's an excellent bloke, by the way. Aussie certainly has a boarding school accent.
What's this?
Royal Oak
Daughter of Albion, I believe, is in the chat, and Royal Oak has once again left.
It's the real.
Hello,
Oh,
Daughter of
wow.
Albion.
Hello.
That was very convincing, Gio.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on the stream.
Oh my god!
I know what this is a reference to as well. So very obviously, just a nice way to spend your evening, I suppose.
Oh my god, what? Oh god, sorry, I just clicked back and I realized.
Wow, your voice has gotten a lot deeper.
Yeah.
By the way, for Batley and Spen, the turnout is confirmed. It's 47.6%.
Whoa. Turnout. Whoa.
That's really bad.
Galloway's going to get it, I think.
That's pretty low. Where's this from?
How is Galloway still a thing?
From Galloway himself.
How is he
If
still
it
a
was that
thing?
low, that's really bad for Labour.
How is he still a thing?
Because he's
I haven't really got any of you. Yeah. Did
White
you like
Sharia.
Oh,
Do you like George Galloway, TSG?
No. Everything about him is wrong, bro.
Myself, but there we go.
Everything
That
about
might
him
actually
is
be
wrong.
that. To be fair, that might actually be Daughter of Albion because the image is cropped a bit different. So
That's not Door of Albion, guys. Trust me.
I don't know. When you
It just spoke. It's not Daughter of Albion.
No, not me. I mean, anyway,
There is more than one Daughter of Albion.
there's like 3 at this point. Right. Anyway,
There's only one real Daughter of Albion, though, and she's quite distinct because she has a fairly posh but northern accent.
no, I'm not saying on the stream. I'm saying in the chat. There's now 2. There's 2 Daughter of Albions, but one of them has the image cropped in a different way. So one of them might be.
If it's the right one, I would say hello to her, and she makes excellent videos. Please.
Will the real Daughter of Albion please stand up?
TSG. This is meant to be about Batley and Spen, right? Okay. What's your thoughts on George Galloway? Do you like him or not? Or...
I would never vote for the guy at all, man. I don't know how he managed to turn the Big Brother appearance into a positive PR stunt. I really don't. I thought
I don't like Galloway either. The only thing I'll say for him is he's in favour of the union, which I am too. I think that England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland are much stronger together than they would be separately.
How long have you not been English citizen, Duke?
I'm still a British citizen. I can vote in British elections.
You can vote? Because I know it's 15 years of.
Yeah, I keep my British passport up, mate.
Oh, nice. So, yeah. So did you like vote in 2019?
The only British politician I ever voted for, not directly but indirectly, was Maggie Thatcher.
Oh, right.
I'm not a big supporter of democracy. I think it's
you're quite old then. You're an old man.
I've told you I'm 56.
Oh shit! I didn't actually know you were that old. Jesus. Okay.
Well, it's not that old, Sonny.
You're almost as old as my dad. Jesus.
Yeah.
Matt, wind it in, okay?
Yeah, man. Call it with the roasting.
I'm actually not a
like
boomer.
you.
I'm like too young to be a boomer. So.
Yeah. There is that. There is
Do you mind
that.
my
He's too old to be a
Potter
social
says,
justice warrior.
At least Daughter of Albion and I are fellow Potterites. Other books are available. Please do read them.
Sorry, that was such a burn. I love it.
It's all right. The films are okay, actually.
You should have told me that when I was younger. I'm not joking. Up until the age of about, I can't even remember. Yeah, it was a very long time before I read anything after I read the Harry Potter series. Royal Oak, you should have been my mentor when I was like 15, bro.
TSG, have you read Tolkien?
I haven't. I've heard it's very dense, and I'm not great with dense, bro.
No, you should read that. That's cool.
Decent.
Tolkien was obviously he was an Englishman.
Mm-hmm.
He was born in South Africa, but he was an Englishman. He was a devout Roman Catholic. He was a professor of Anglo-Saxon. He fought in the Battle of the Somme in 1916 in World War One, and he wrote Lord of the Rings and the rest of the related to it deliberately as myth and high fantasy for England and Britain. That's what
it set the precedent for all fantasy games that came thereafter. I realize it wasn't set up as a fantasy game, but all the fantasy genre.
Founding guy of all that stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
And as I say, he deliberately, because when the Normans invaded in 1066, William the Bastard and all that crap, he actually did, a lot of the English myths were destroyed, so that he deliberately wrote Lord of the Rings as English and British myth, which is why there's a lot of white guys in it. And the Shire, obviously England,
I think it's him, not T.S. Eliot. Who was I just thinking? Him, Lewis Carroll, and H.P. Lovecraft. Is H.P. Lovecraft's English, isn't he?
Yeah, Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, those three are always the three that come to mind when it comes to sort of like grand British fiction.
The guy you should probably put underneath Tolkien would be the bloke who wrote The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Yep. The what, sorry?
The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe?
They're very
Narnia.
Narnia, the Chronicles of Narnia.
Although that is actually more obviously Christian than any of Tolkien's stuff.
Who is the bloke who wrote Alice in Wonderland again? Because I did read the original of that.
Is it George Stevenson? No, ignore me.
The bloke who you just mentioned him.
Oh, it was Lewis Carroll. Okay, I'm getting Lewis Carroll mixed up with the guy.
He was actually a mathematician of some description, I believe.
Yes, that is also true.
Yeah. Because I remember Queen Victoria asked after she read Alice in Wonderland, Queen Victoria asked Lewis Carroll to send her his next book. And he did, but it was some big tome on mathematics, so she wasn't best pleased.
I see where I'm getting my wires crossed because I just looked it up. It's C.S. Lewis that wrote Lion, Witch in the Wardrobe, so I'm getting that mixed up with Lewis Carroll.
Lewis is the guy who I put just below Tolkien.
There we go. Yeah.
I'd put him below Tolkien, but his Christian stuff is kind of like much more obvious than Tolkien's.
He's
not quite such a good writer, but it's good stories for kids.
Yeah, man.
Well,
I hope we don't lose them.
I think to say C.S. Lewis wasn't a great writer is a bit of an overstatement.
No, I'm not saying he wasn't a great writer. I said he wasn't as great as Tolkien.
Maybe not.
Well, definitely not. But you know,
I thought it was very advanced.
A better writer, but
if you say so. Right, there's this clip coming. She's basically saying she's not really sticking up for the teacher who's had to hide out from the Islamic extremists. We can watch it quickly.
Is this the Labour woman?
The main focus
Yeah.
now, as somebody who has worked in this community, bringing people together from different backgrounds, is that we pull together as a community, we focus on the children's education. I think that's what everybody wants, and we make sure that this teacher is not put under the spotlight any more than he already has been. He needs to be able to get on with his life.
Do you want to see that teacher back in the classroom at Batley Grammar?
I think that has to be a decision for the teacher, and I'm sure those conversations. Well, I know those conversations are taking place, and I think that has to be a matter for him.
If he feels his life is under threat by going back to his job, there's a problem, isn't there?
Well, I think again that's up to him to decide, and I would imagine that he'd probably appreciate having the time and the privacy to do that, which I think is what people should be very respectful of. The main focus now.
Simping's disgraceful.
Talking so fast.
Shut up.
I wonder what he would say if he gets his if he gets semi-decapitated like that French teacher.
She was standing in solidarity, like all the other fucking liberal politician bastards.
The thing is,
bastards, a lot of them, honestly. This is supposed to be England. It is not fucking Afghanistan.
Indeed. I mean, like.
Fun fact:
this guy's been
I know
threatened
relatively few
by-
Afghanis in London, and apparently it's new Baghdad or something, according to I believe it was Halstow in the chat earlier.
Yeah, but it's not just Afghanis; it's Pakistanis as well. Like the Pakistan is full of these really, really extremist Islamic sects.
I mean, isn't Pakistan and Afghanistan basically the same? The only difference is
No, don't go
geography?
there! Don't go there! Yikes! No,
Don't go there, why?
no. Well, okay.
listen,
Geographically, obviously not, right? Because we didn't fight Russia over Pakistan, nor did the Americans fight Russia over Pakistan.
But what I'm saying is, isn't the only difference between Pakistan and Afghanistan is that Pakistan was part of the British Raj and Afghanistan was not?
That's not a small detail, bro. Again,
No, but what I'm
Hang
saying
on,
isn't that the
hang
only
on,
difference?
gentlemen, but don't forget the recent ridiculous and totally wasteful war that we had in Afghanistan was Britain's fourth war in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Right. So
I'm still
not sure why you're blending.
What I mean is, aren't they like the same ethnic group? Aren't they the same religious?
Yeah,
group?
the Pathans on the northwest front.
If a Pakistani and a Afghanistani move to this country, what differentiates them from one another, other than they can say, "Oh, well, I was from this town and I was from this."
It's probably like saying the difference between a Celt and an Anglo-Saxon. You just don't go there.
No,
I think
go walk up to an Afghani and tell him, "Oh, you're basically Pakistani, right? Like, what's the difference?"
Well, no, because then I'd get stabbed or something. But like, that's for different reasons.
You would get stabbed for many reasons in London, my friend.
No,
I'm not saying that as a threat. I'm not saying that as a threat.
All right, the
It's a bit
true
shit.
story though is that the Pashtun people on the Pakistan and the Afghan side of the border are the same people.
Yeah,
not all of Afghan is Pashtun, and not all of Pakistan is Pashtun. But the guys on the northwest front here on both the Pakistani and the Afghan side are.
Right, gotcha. That's what I was asking to clarify, but that makes sense.
I don't know. I can't tell you guys where Grimsby ain't near Sheffield, for God's sake.
I'll tell you what's interesting though, right? Is that Sure. What I find really fascinating is that ethnic group has held together, regardless of the wars, the different wars and different migrations and different whatever histories that have gone on in that region. We're talking like what 200 to 300 years worth of different things happening in both those nations, and yet the predominant ethnic group apparently stays the same.
Well, yeah, that's because most of the
Pretty
conflicts have been
resilient.
pre-industrial.
Yeah,
And
but
the
also
the ones that are post-industrial are.
If you moved into a Pushtun area in either Pakistan or Afghanistan as an immigrant, you wouldn't last 2 minutes.
Yeah,
for sure.
You'd literally get killed.
Yeah.
Right, we're coming up to 5 hours. We've dropped below 20 viewers. I think we'll go on for a little bit longer. We're not going to get results for ages.
I was going to pop out.
Are you going to call it? Because not going to lie, I'm a little bit tired, but I do want to see this through.
Well,
It's not going to be. It's not going to be till like
If you've done
4:30.
this long, Royal Oak, I reckon you ought to stay the course, mate.
I got work tomorrow, man.
24-hour stream, Oak. Let's do it. 24-hour stream. Do it.
If I ever get to 10k or some K, whatever, I'll probably do a 24-hour stream for charity or some shit. I don't know.
I did a 12-hour
What charity? What charity would you donate to?
Dude, wait, I just noticed you're at 1,000. You're at 1K already. Like, do a celebratory stream of 24 hours of Royal Oak and guests. Do it, bro. Do it.
I did a 12-hour stream once, mate, and I tell you, it's hard work.
Yes, I can imagine so.
You need a lot of coke, Ain.
No, I did it without any of that. It was for Agincourt Day.
To be fair, 4 hours is a pretty long time to go. I'm not going to lie. But I still stand by it. 24-hour stream or nothing, bro. Celebrate that 1K in style. Have random guests on who occasionally tank the optics.
You should do another half an hour. And if the results don't come in another half an hour, then I think you're probably justified in quitting.
All right, we'll go for another half hour.
I do have to drop off though. I have another stream to attend to, so I will.
Look
you
at
lads.
you! Now? What now?
Yeah, it's not a YouTube stream, bro. It's just somewhere quiet on other corners of the internet. I basically just watch someone else do some crazy shit. So I will leave the details out, but I will hope to enjoy.
Tell us.
Hope to join you another time, and you guys, everyone in the chat, have a pleasant evening.
All right, see
and
you
God
later,
bless.
Man. Have a good one.
Good night, man. And then there were how many?
4.
T-Bus is still. Well, I haven't asked Iron Duke. What do you think, Duke, about the Batley and Spen by-election? You got any thoughts you want to give us at all?
I don't think that George Galloway is going to save us.
No, I don't think that either. I don't think he'd be a negative though. But
I don't think he'd necessarily be a negative either.
I would like to see him back in the Commons.
The talk that I've heard on this stream about Blue Labour, I think is bollocks, because Blue Labour is a nonsense. It's like a con, because Labour ain't blue and never will be again. It's absolutely globo homo. But
they're not going to take over the party, but it's like 1 or 2 people in the Lords that kind of say some okay things. It's not like a major group, but
no, it ain't, and it never will be either, because they're going to go the same way as the Democrats in the US. And you've also got to say that, Alexander Johnson's party, like Alexander Johnson doesn't have a Tory conservative bone in his body.
Yeah, that's true.
I think there are, and like we've spoken about this a few times on different streams, but I think there are like maybe 20, 25 conservative MPs who are in any way, shape or form actually conservative.
Yeah. I agree there. My MP's one of them. Yeah.
What I would like, and again, this is something we've spoken about on streams before, is like you can go and look at the way MPs have voted on all sorts of issues. And I would like somebody, maybe like Royal Oak, to come up with a list of actually conservative MPs, so that we could know the very few conservative MPs who were worth supporting.
Yeah, well, there's a good website called. There's a website called They Work For You, which shows you the voting record of every MP.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, but
you can use that.
What I'm saying is just coming up with a list of the names and the constituencies of the actually real Conservative MPs. That would be a service to people.
Absolutely. What do you think about that, Oak?
Not the wanks.
I should probably. There's some people that I could probably get in touch with to try and publicize that. I wouldn't just do it just for the viewers of this channel, because it wouldn't really be enough to like have any impact.
If you do that, mate, I'll publicise it not only on obviously my streams, but I'll put it on mine. And I have like 4,200 subscribers on mine.
Cool.
So most of whom are British, by the way.
I'm bored.
Hello, board. I'm Murph.
Got anything to say, T-Bus? You haven't spoken for a bit.
Tired.
If you're bored, say something interesting.
I mean, surely it can't take that long, right? There's only like, what, 30-something thousand votes, right?
There's been a 47%
This is why
thingy, if
so
I recall.
If it's 47% turnout, Labour are probably
Hang on. It was 47.6%.
Yeah, it's why we need less parties to be running, dude, because the fucking counting.
There's like 15 of them, I know, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like probably 10 of those will get like 1% of the vote. So
Yeah, like,
Less than
what's the
that.
fucking point, dude? Just
It's like
ban them from
500
running.
quid. It's like 500 quid down the drain, isn't it? Big up Yaks. I know him actually a bit. Spoke to him a few
So
times.
tell me, gentlemen, you're all young fellas. How come you
Much
guys
younger than you,
know
anyway.
Sheffield is not near Grimsby? Don't
Sheffield
keep-
isn't that
It's
near?
40 miles away. In terms of like UK geography, like 40 miles is ages, dude.
Yeah, I just don't understand why you guys didn't understand that Sheffield and Grimsby, in British terms, are a long way away.
Oh, I did. It's these losers who didn't. Fucking Oak thought Sheffield was in line with Norfolk, which is.
I don't know. I live in. Oh, wait, it's miles from anywhere.
Look at a map, dude.
Go away.
Yep. Easy to look at a map these days. It's funny, we have so many more and like instantaneous ways to look at anything these days, and yet people are more ignorant than they used to be before there was an internet.
Yes.
Well, most people in Devon and Cornwall wouldn't know where those places were anyway. I guarantee 100 years ago.
I think the availability of and I've fallen victim to this as well. So I'm not saying like I'm
be honest, I've
smarter
spent
than
all
anyone
my
else,
time
but
looking at
I think the availability of information has led to people not readily knowing this stuff. Because the mindset that if I don't know, I can just Google it means it's not as necessary to memorize, especially when it comes to locations. If you're traveling somewhere, just get a GPS. You don't need to memorize the map. You can just...
but isn't that why our IQs are going down?
Yeah.
I don't know. I do. I just spend all my time pretty much looking at maps.
Yeah, I've always loved geography and history because
I know the UK like the back of my hand, dude. I've been pretty much everywhere in this fucking country. So, yeah.
You've got to do geography to understand history.
Yes,
that's why
I agree.
Most of the northern parts of England have Norse names because the bloody Vikings took them over. Whereas most of the southern and Midland areas don't, because the Anglo-Saxons, particularly under...
It's not 70 miles from Sheffield to Grimsby. Come on now.
That sounds... Actually, Rory Herbert is probably correct, I think. That sounds more likely.
Remember that...
Okay, maybe it isn't 40, maybe it's 60.
I think it's more like 70, yeah.
It's 60. As the crow flies, it's 60.
Yeah, but then you're not, unless you're in a helicopter or an aircraft, you're not going as the crow flies. You're going.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not poor.
You actually fly around in a
go everywhere by helicopter.
I'm going everywhere in my helicopter, dude.
Yeah, right. When you're allowed to travel in the UK, of course, which generally speaking you're not at the moment. But,
You are in the UK, yeah, you are.
Oh, can you go overseas?
To quite a few
Orange or amber, whatever the fuck it's called, yeah.
Well, actually, you can go anywhere. It's just a matter of whether they'll let you back in. You know.
Sojo is living the life in his southern European Mediterranean paradise, but I think he's going to find it harder to get back into the UK than he thinks he is next time he wants to.
Well, you can actually go anywhere. It's just a matter of getting back in. That's the issue.
Yeah, you've got like a 2-week quarantine or something like that.
Yeah, something.
Yeah. So basically, they've stopped the plebs from travelling, really.
And obviously, whatever country is allowing British people in.
Yeah,
which I think is most of them at the moment.
Yeah. Some are closing down because of the recent surge.
Galloway is sorry. This is
breaking news. Breaking news.
Batley and Spen. Galloway says that in his strongest areas, turnout was over 70%. I'll send that.
I think he could do it. I think he could well do it.
There's that tweet.
Why
I
is
put
that
in
good
the chat.
Well, it's neither good or bad, but I suppose it's.
I think Galloway is superior to both Tories and Labour because it means that Keir Starmer loses his job, and it also means the Tories don't actually gain a seat. So I do think that Galloway is the best possible
Imagine that would be Batley East and Batley West would be his two strongest.
Third is what you're saying.
How does he get these figures?
You're saying that like, Galloway is like a spit compared to a turd, is what you're really saying.
Yeah, he's the best possible outcome.
Batley East, which would be
also, to be fair, also Galloway in the Commons is he is kind of cool.
Oh my god,
he's good at challenging authority.
Yeah. As we said earlier, I think Batley East, which would be his strongest area, is 53% Muslim.
Mm.
So if there's 70%, I imagine it would be in the Muslim area. And
so
then
are we now relying on Muslims to say Britain? Is that what you're saying?
No, we're not saying that. I'm just commenting on the election.
I just worry, guys, because it seems like
Fact of the matter is, everything.
You guys are all Englishmen, aren't you?
Everything that we will, everything that's not economics based, that you can go have a go at George Galloway for, the Tories and Labour also do. So, in my opinion, it's not really an argument saying, oh, well, he's pandering to Muslims. The Tories and Labour also pander the fuck to Muslims.
Yes, of course they do.
I don't think you can go. I'm not. I don't think
it. We as English nationalists supporting any of them.
Because I think that George Galloway would be a good voice in the House of Commons in opposition.
I think he would as well. I agree. And by the way, Duke, to be fair, he has said that it's his view that high levels of immigration do lower working class wages.
Wow. So he's
wow, exactly. Yeah.
Fair enough. Cool.
So I mean, it's better than the Tories and Labour. I'm not going to say like George Galloway is going to be the answer to all our problems. So we didn't say that. We're just saying it would be I think it would be a nice development if he won.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's like a massive victory.
Maybe he'll say some stuff that embarrasses the government a little bit. Maybe. But I mean, to me, the fact that mass immigration lowers wages, particularly for the less skilled people, while at the same time pushing up housing costs, whether you are buying or renting, is kind of fucking obvious. You don't have to be Brain of Britain to work that out.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Oh, come on.
I'm trying to do like 15 things at once. Stop criticizing me so much. I'm trying to do 15 things at once, and I'm trying to listen to you as well. So I said maybe not, but meaning you're right.
I know you're more intelligent than you are letting on, shall we say.
I'm more intelligent than I'm letting on.
Yeah, I want you on my stream on Saturday if you're not working.
Okay.
Can I come?
T-Bus, you can invite T-Bus on.
Yeah, man.
Listen, if you guys know him, specifically Royal Oak, if you know him and he's a good bloke, you can invite him. You're able to. Or if you're not, ask me and I'll invite him. To let people know, I have a tiny little Discord with like 14, 15 people in it. And they're all people that
you have a tiny little what?
Discord.
With like 14, 15 people in it, but every single person in that Discord, we know the people in the Discord. No one comes into that Discord we don't know. So basically, we can say what we like in the Discord, and it doesn't get repeated anywhere else.
I think I've got like 150 people in my Discord. I'll check my Discord in the chat.
You can't control that. You can't control that.
Well,
Like
I don't
if
want
my
to. I don't
Discord
care
gets
really.
50, I'll be surprised.
I don't really care. I've got nothing to hide really in that Discord. People just talk about, what do they talk about in the fucking Discord?
No one talks about anything in my Discord that is bad because, like, you know, we're all Englishmen or Australians or Canadians or New Zealanders or Scots or Welsh or Irish, and no one talks about anything bad in that Discord. But I don't want people in there who nobody knows because I want to be able to trust the people in there.
That's fair enough.
That's why you're in there, or like, because I do trust you.
I just put the link in the chat now. 5 people have joined. Good. Amazing. Right. Okay. We're coming up to. Going to go for another 15. We're not probably going to get any. I think if he's getting 70% in the Muslim areas, that means that the turnout in the white conservative areas is quite low.
Yeah. But
or in the swing areas.
White Labour areas will be even lower. Like Labour totally rely on a high turnout.
Yeah, like I said, there's probably only one little ward that I thought Kim Ledbetter could win, and that was Batley East, I think, which is really swing. I think it went to Labour by 100 votes, but it's got quite a low. The Muslim population there's only like 20%, but it narrowly went Labour, and I think probably the Workers' Party will split it, and the Tories will win that. Or if there's not enough, the thing is, it just depends on turnout again, like I said earlier. But BBC said results at 5. Yeah, we're not waiting until 5.
And did you see? I don't know if you guys saw. Apparently, Angela Rayner is already making moves to replace Keir Starmer as leader.
Yeah, I think Starmer will go. I don't know who's going to challenge him.
That could be good or bad. That could be good or bad.
I don't know too much about Rayner. I know she's
a gobby feminist left-wing shite bag.
I know she's centre. I know she's not Corbynite. She is a centre.
Yeah, but she's a gobby feminist.
Yeah.
Shite bag. Trust me, mate, she is.
Yeah. Well, I know that. I mean, they all are. But what I'm saying is, like, compared to Keir Starmer.
I don't know. I mean, look, I think Keir Starmer was an attempt to provide an acceptable face of Labour. I don't think it's going to work. But I don't know. The other bit of me thinks that, like, you know, that absolute filthy, vile traitor Blair was an acceptable face of Labour somehow.
Blair's honestly the worst thing that ever happened to this country.
Yeah,
I genuinely believe the worst.
I wouldn't disagree with that. Yeah, I'd love Diane Abbott to become leader of the Labour Party.
The party would die. It just wouldn't be a party by the end of the decade.
Diane Abbott or equally fat buddy, who's the bloke?
Emily Thornberry.
No, the bloke. Who's Diane Abbott's male?
Richard Bergen.
Oh, Michael Portello.
No, Diane Abbott's male person. What's his name? The fat African bloke. You know,
David Lammy.
Yeah, David Lammy. Yeah, Diane Abbott or David Lammy. They would be my ideal Labour leaders, I think.
Why would they be the? Well, I don't know if they would be the worst.
They just wouldn't get anyone voting for them, basically. I mean, you know, they'd be my ideal Labour leaders.
Lammy probably wants a job like that, to be honest. I think that's probably his own goal. I don't know who probably Abbott would be one of the worst. I say Dawn Butler's going for the leadership, possibly. She'd be pretty awful. I think even Angela Rayner would be pretty awful as well, to be honest.
Dawn Butler would kill the party.
Yeah.
Well, I think all of them will. I mean, like, Labour are in big shit at the moment because they've basically lost all their white working class support. They've lost all of it. Like, people turn around and say, "Oh, normies," in inverted commas, are really dumb. They're not so dumb that they can't see that the Labour Party fucking detests them.
You know what's funny is Tony Blair's considering a return to politics.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be so funny if he became the leader of the Labour Party again?
I don't know that it would be, because my confidence in the British people is not high enough that they wouldn't still vote for the scum.
Yeah, but it would be funny in a darkly ironic way.
I don't know, man. I'd like, you know what? Whatever's going to happen to Britain is going to happen to Britain. And because I'm 56, it probably won't affect me, but it sure will affect my son.
Yeah. And because you're in Australia, not in England.
No, it's because, no, my son's not in Australia. My son's serving in the Royal Navy.
Oh, right. Fair enough then.
So no, but like whatever happens to England, Britain won't affect me, but it will affect my son, and that's
yeah.
Like my wife was from a Royal Navy family, and because I did not like the vast numbers of British troops being killed and maimed in Afghanistan for no bloody godly purpose that I could see, I put him off the army, and I also put him off the Royal Marines. But he was determined to join the armed forces, and because his mum came from a Royal Navy family, like her grandfather was a chief petty officer on HMS Warspite in World War II.
Doxed?
No, you won't find that. But anyway, he insisted, like he wanted to go in the forces, so he joined the Royal Navy, and he's in the Fleet Air Arm. So there you go.
Fair enough. Doxed.
He ain't doxed. You won't find him. Trust me. I make sure that you won't find him.
Like Liam Neeson in Taken. You're going to kill me.
So yeah, that's what worries me, is what happens with my son. And when my son has a family, that really worries me. I mean, like I said, I don't give a fuck. 25, 30 years, I'm going to be gone anyway. But what happens to my boy? Yeah. And that's the way everyone should think, because that's the way everyone used to think.
Mm. 10 minutes left. Let's do some comments. Right, okay. Rayner would be even weaker candidate than Captain Hindsight. Diane Abbott is a pick. It would kill Labour. Who knew Muslims were so enthusiastic about democracy? And breed. Yeah. I think we have enough clowns.
Enthusiastic about democracy, to be fair. But yeah.
If politics is to be a circus, I want it to be as entertaining as possible. Very cool. Compilation of Sean Bean saying the word bastard. I think, suggested we do that. If there's no other news that anyone can find.
Richard Sharp, like in the books, he's supposed to be a Londoner, really.
Yeah, so obviously, I think Sean Bean might find it hard to do a northern accent.
Richard Sharp's supposed to be a Londoner.
Mm. No new news. No news. No news is good news to an extent. Right. Okay. So let's get that on as an outro. Him saying bastard over and over.
Watch it fucking be announced right now. You turncoat bastard.
This is funny. I'm going to post a tweet in private chat. It's this like SNP guy, and it shows the amount of rent-free that England has in the SNP voters' head.
I can get the likes up a bit. That'd be appreciated. If we can get to 50, that'd be really nice. Thanks, guys. If you could.
Evolve in the chat said that Sean Bean did a documentary about Waterloo. Yes, he did. It's pretty good too.
And if you like this video, please consider leaving a like. It's free.
Definition of living in someone's head rent-free. Fucking SNP profile picture. An English election by-election. Yeah, I can't sleep thinking about it.
Oh dear.
Definition of fucking rent-free, man.
Indeed, indeed.
If that's true, it's time for Keir Starmer to go. Why? I mean, I think Keir Starmer's a useless shit, but anyone who Labour can replace him with will be even worse for Labour. So go on then. But the trouble is that just makes the so-called, in inverted commas, conservatives and Alexander Johnson even more powerful, which is not good because they're actually totally global homo.
It might be. I'm not sure.
I just posted another tweet, by the way. That's from the official council account.
Oh, Cardamon has a good thing here, Rollo. Go and look at this comment.
What?
Cardamon is saying, Rollo, play the video of Lammy on Master.
Oh, I've seen this. I remember.
It shows how much he knows about English history. I reckon you should do that, mate. I really do.
46. As we've said, low turnout's going to probably benefit Galloway the most, actually, I'd say.
Rory Herbert, my son, is not on the internet.
Why did it take like fucking 1.5 hours to verify ballot papers?
Roylo, could you play that David Lammy on Mastermind video?
I'm doing it now. Oh no, wait, this is the link to the street. Oh, what the fuck? I just put my own street.
Why did it?
Well done. Well done.
Good job.
One job.
One job. Okay, that was good. Zoom attack. Zoom attack. I'm going for 5.5 hours, to be fair. I mean, right. That's the Kirklees Council. I forgot. I got the wait. Let's get the comment. David Lammy Moss. I actually got this up, and then went to the wrong one. That's Kirklees Council. Right there we go. 2 minutes 30. Let's get that up, shall we? Down to 15 viewers.
I can't believe David Lammy was dumb enough to go on Mastermind. For fuck's sake. Jesus Christ.
It's almost as dumb as George Galloway going on, what do you call it?
Our Big Brother.
Yeah.
Meow.
You got this? You got the audio?
I don't hear it.
Yeah.
It's loading.
It's loading, yeah, it is. It's showing an English scene.
I assume, is that Batley and Spen in the background?
Yes.
Right, thought so.
Not trees.
It's one of the more older, bless you, it's one of the older settlements, so it will have a lot of treeage, a lot more traditional looking.
Which is nice.
Bless you.
In a moment,
I'm sorry.
Really do need a new. It was.
Oh, rip. Well, guess we're not getting those videos after all, guys. Good night.
It's so late. I might just call it because Rawloke's crashed.
See you later, guys.
You going?
Thanks for joining the stream. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to follow Royal Oak on all his socials. And good night.
Yeah, see you later, man. Have a good one.
What a fine bunch of gentlemen, says Jemima Puddle Duck. I hope you're not being ironic. Although I imagine you are. Right, okay, let's get David Lammy Mastermind up. We'll just play that on the way out. If it loads.
Yeah, I think after this we'll call it, yeah?
Yeah, we'll call it after this.
There you go. There you go.
Why did she say what a fine bunch of gentlemen? What did you talk about in the 10 seconds while I was gone?
We were really rude about you, mate. You've got to press play on it, though.
Called you the N word several times.
Thanks. You're welcome.
Great. 8 you have. Let's see how you
We got the audio. We got the audio.
Louder, man.
That's as loud as it goes.
And Pierre, who won the Nobel Prize for Physics in 1903 for their research into radiation. Antoinette. Curie. Cockpit country is a rugged, inaccessible area on which Caribbean island? Pass. Which former Conservative leader in a magazine article in August 2000 claimed that while working as a deliveryman's assistant, he downed around 14 pints of beer a day? William Hague. Yes, which fortress was built in the 1370s to defend one of the gates of Paris and was later used as a state prison by Cardinal Richelieu? Versailles. The Bastille. In February 2008, which Tottenham Hotspur player scored the first goal of Fabio Capello's reign as England football manager? Aaron Lennon. Jermaine Ginnas. James Gandolfini played a mafia boss called Tony in which American television series?
Godfather.
The Sopranos. What name is used for the highest gallery of seats in a theatre?
Pass.
Which organization was founded in 1909 as the home section of the Secret Service Bureau to counteract the threat of German spies?
MI5.
Yes. Which American military award is given to those who are wounded in action and bears the inscription for military merit on the reverse?
Pass.
Chris Martin is the lead singer with which award-winning British band?
Coldplay.
Yes. Which variety of blue English cheese traditionally accompanies port?
Leicester.
Stilton. What term for a top-floor luxury flat originally meant a shed or outhouse?
Penthouse.
Yes. In 2006, Sandy Toksvig replaced Simon Hoggett as the presenter of which topical Radio 4 quiz show?
Pass.
Which American chat show host has business ventures including Harpo Productions and Oxygen Media, which operates a 24-hour cable television network for women?
Oprah Winfrey.
Yes. Who acceded to the English throne at the age of 9 on the death of his father Henry VIII in 1547?
Henry VII.
Edward VI. In chemistry, what French word is used for a tube for transferring measured amounts of liquids?
Pass.
Which country's so-called Rose Revolution of 2003 led to the resignation of its president, Edward Shevardnadze?
Yugoslavia.
No,
Czechoslovakia. No, fuck,
you
got it
had
wrong.
5 passes. A pipette is what you use for transferring measured bits of liquid. The news
I'm
quiz.
sorry. Is that, so, who succeeded Henry VIII? Henry VII.
Oh dear. He didn't even know
Fucking idiot.
Stilton. He didn't know Stilton either.
Jesus.
Blimey, O'Reilly. Right,
Absolute
1 minute
bell.
remaining. Might play God Save the Queen, actually. This has been
Yeah,
totally...
play the national anthem before we
What
bounce.
a brain dead wanker, honestly.
We had about 2 hours of good analysis and then 3 hours of
Who
shit posting.
succeeded Henry VIII? Henry VII.
It was
Because-
Edward. Who was it? Edward the Sixth.
Sixth.
Yeah, sixth.
But how the fuck can you be dumb enough to think that Henry VII succeeded Henry VIII? I mean, that's like
It's a special kind of stupid,
long
isn't it?
words, dumb.
Leicester cheese accompanies port, and it's got blue stuff in it. Do you know that? There's not even such a thing as Leicester. It's red Leicester, not Leicester, anyway, isn't it? Anyway.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Right, let's play. Right, we'll give it. We got 15 seconds remaining. Anyone want to make any final comments?
Yeah, just let's play the national anthem and get the hell out of here, man.
10.
England forever is my final comment.
I think if I ran a political party at the start and end of every conference, we would play the national anthem.
Indeed, and here it is.
Cool.
No surrender. Right, thank you everyone for watching. Like and subscribe if you haven't.
Good night.
And I shall wish you a good night.
Go well.
Indeed.